Do you know who we are? Yes. Yi Bai met her gaze calmly. You came for the chakra fruit under the sacred tree. But you're hesitating because if the Otsutsuki clan finds out, you'll be punished. Kagaya's brows tightened, suspicion deepening in her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's make a deal. Yi Bai raised a hand, steady and direct. I can make the sacred tree absorb chakra fast enough that it bears fruit today. You eat it, your strength rises. In return, I want a portion of your blood, infused with yin and yang power. Kagaya stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Fine. If you can really do it. Terumi Ming tugged Yi Bai's sleeve and whispered urgently, are you crazy? If she eats the chakra fruit, she'll become even more terrifying. What if she turns on us? Yi Bai gave her a look that said, don't worry. He wasn't afraid of betrayal. Even if Kagaya was at full strength, she still couldn't touch him if he chose to protect someone. And more importantly, Yi Bai's system wasn't just giving him power. It was giving him magic, techniques that could directly harm even someone like her. He opened his palm. A thin, translucent crystal appeared out of nowhere, humming with dense chakra. The instant Kagaya saw it, her breath changed. The chakra inside wasn't just huge, it was pure. Calm. Easy to absorb. Like it had already been refined for the sacred tree. Yi Bai tossed the crystal to her. Kagaya caught it and immediately sank her hand into the ground, forcing the earth to open. She buried the crystal beneath the sacred tree's roots without wasting a second. The effect was immediate. The sacred tree drank it greedily. In less than 10 minutes, the crystal was completely drained. The tree's trunk thickened, its canopy expanded, and the air itself seemed to grow heavier with chakra. Then, at the crown of the tree, a soft white glow formed. A ball of light floated down slowly, settling into Kagaya's palm. The light dispersed. A crimson fruit lay there, shining like it contained a heartbeat. Kagaya's expression turned complicated. She knew what this meant. Once she ate it, there was no going back. The Otsutsuki would never forgive someone taking the fruit in secret. If they caught her, the punishment wouldn't just be death. They could seal her, erase her, or worse, turn her into a fruit itself. Yi Bai smiled faintly, watching her struggle. Eat it. From the moment you do, we're on the same side. If the Otsutsuki come, I'll stand with you. Kagaya glanced at him, emotions flickering across her face. Then she nodded and bit into the fruit. The moment she finished, her chakra erupted. A violent storm burst outward from her body, wind ripping across the ground in all directions. 2 bone-white horns grew from her head. A-like opening appeared on her forehead, revealing a strange eye. Her normal Sharingan transformed, becoming something deeper, heavier, almost sacred. Terumi Ming swallowed hard. Yi, that forehead eye, that's not the legendary Rinnegan, is it? Yi Bai shook his head. Not just Rinnegan. Think of it like the ultimate fusion of the Rinnegan and a Mangekyo Sharingan, then pushed several levels higher. Terumi felt her scalp prickle. Legends were supposed to be stories. But she was standing in front of one. Kagaya's chakra slowly settled. Then she raised her hand and condensed another fruit of chakra, formed from her own energy. The cost to her was small, but the effect was huge. It carried the power of yin and yang. She handed it to Yi Bai. Yi Bai didn't hesitate. He swallowed it in one bite. Instantly, heat surged behind his eyes. His eternal Mangekyo began to evolve. The scarlet deepened. Rings formed. The pattern shifted until it became a new kind of eye, layered with circles. His own Rinnegan. Within those ripple-like pupils, several smaller pupil patterns began to form. That process would take time, and until it finished, even Yi Bai couldn't know what unique abilities he would awaken. Rinnegan techniques were never identical. Sasuke had space swaps. Madara had limbo. Kagaya had space dimension control. Others had time, soul, gravity. But despite the unique powers, the Rinnegan also came with shared abilities: gravitational control, repulsion, attraction, and flight. Terumi Ming watched, dazed. He had bought a pair of Rinnegan with a chakra crystal. It made the legendary feel cheap. Is this what it means to hold the ancestor's thigh? A thought flashed through Terumi's mind. Should I offer something too? Maybe I can get benefits as well. Yibai turned to Kagaya and casually asked, Huey, want to come to my place as a guest? He waved his hand. A space-time rift opened beside him, like a dark doorway folding into itself. If Kagaya stepped in willingly, she would effectively become a resident of Yibai's pocket space, bound by its rules. Kagaya looked at the rift, then said, Wait. She turned back toward the sacred tree. The eye on her forehead pulsed. Sealing patterns spread like invisible chains, and the entire sacred tree began to move, dragged toward her as if the world itself obeyed. In a shocking instant, she sealed it into her body. She became a ten-tails Jinchuriki. Only then did she turn back and nod. Now we can go. Yibai shrugged and stepped into the rift. Terumi Ming stared at the empty space where the sacred tree had been, stunned out of her mind, then hurried after Kagaya and entered as well. The rift rotated, shrank, and vanished. Inside the pocket space, everything felt strange to Kagaya. She could sense power, but not the logic of the world. Yibai couldn't be bothered explaining. He went to prepare lunch. So Terumi Ming ended up doing the tour, pointing at everything like a guide in a museum. This is an electric light. It brightens the room at night. This is a TV. It shows moving images. This is... Kagaya's face kept changing, surprise after surprise. Terumi found it weirdly satisfying. At lunch, Kagaya finally asked Yibai directly, Is this space yours? Yes. Yibai poured himself a drink. Why? It's too large. Kagaya's eyes narrowed slightly. Even with my sight, I can't see the edge of this world. Yibai smiled as if he already knew where this was going. So you also have a separate space? Not yet. Kagaya said calmly. But I know a secret technique that can weave dimensions. Her voice lowered. It's called Tian no Mahaka. From that day on, Kagaya stayed in Yibai's place. A few more days passed. And during those days, Yibai and Terumi May discovered something kind of unexpected. For someone called the Chakra Ancestor, Kagaya's toolkit was actually simple. She didn't fight like a ninja. She fought like a natural disaster. Most shinobi used chakra through learned systems, hand seals, structured ninjutsu, carefully designed techniques. Kagaya didn't rely on that. Her strength came from raw talent and overwhelming chakra, not skills built over time. Thinking about it, it made sense. In the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya wasn't a frontline fighter. She was more like a tree planter. Compared to future monsters like Mamashiki, who could compress chakra, reshape it instantly, and create absurd constructs out of nothing, Kagaya's style was primitive. Brutal, but straightforward. Mamashiki could casually form things like rock giants and flaming beasts, pure chakra taken to extremes in both nature and shape. Kagaya, on the other hand, mostly cycled through a small set of terrifying moves. 80 Gods Vacuum Fist. Amanamanaka. All-Killing Ash Bones. Rabbit Hair Needle. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Each one was deadly. But there weren't many of them. People were just blinded by how enormous her chakra was. Once she started living with them, Kagaya watched Yibai and Terumi May practice chakra tricks for fun. She didn't act arrogant or distant. Instead, she asked questions. Seriously. Humbly. How do you do that? Why does it change like that? What controls the output? Terumi May was happy to teach her. Partly because it was interesting, and partly because, honestly, she wanted to earn some benefits from the ancestor herself. So she started from the basics. Chakra control. Nature transformation. Shape transformation. With Kagaya's chakra reserves, she didn't even need to learn jutsu. If she understood those three, she could brute force almost anything. Fire nature transformation? Turn chakra into flame. Push it harder? Hotter flame. Pour more chakra? Bigger fire. Add shape transformation? Control the flame's form and release it cleanly. Boom, a fire style technique without ever memorizing a single fire jutsu. Normal ninjutsu is refined because normal people don't have infinite chakra to waste. Kagaya did. She didn't have that limitation. And being the origin of shinobi bloodlines, she learned frighteningly fast. In just about a month, she could weave ninjutsu on the fly based on her own ideas. The only problem was imagination. Her attacks became huge and wide-ranging, like crushing someone with an ocean. Powerful, but not tricky. Not deceptive. To repay Terumi Mei for teaching her, Kaguya created a special chakra fruit for her as well. Terumi Mei ate it and gained a portion of yin and yang power. Not just a little. It was stronger than the 6 paths yin and yang power that Hagoromo once gave Naruto and Sasuke. The change was immediate. Terumi Mei's vitality shot up. Her chakra recovery became absurd, like Hashirama-level resilience. With that kind of base, evolving further, even reaching Rinnegan territory after enough adaptation, it stopped sounding impossible. It was basically stepping into the sky in one jump. And during that same month, Yibai's own Red Rinnegan finally finished incubating its true abilities under the nourishment of massive chakra. His eyes had the standard Rinnegan powers, of course. But there was a bonus. In his Rinnegan state, he could still use Mangekyo-level techniques. And on top of that, his Rinnegan awakened 2 unique pupil abilities. Yibai's honest impression? These 2 were so visual, so ridiculous, it felt like you could cosplay a god just by opening your eyes. Left eye, rift. A space gap that could move him instantly anywhere, even shifting only part of his body. And not just in normal space. Even inside strange, concept spaces like dreams, paintings, or story-like realms, he could slip in and out. Right eye domain. A power that manipulates boundaries themselves. It could disrupt reality at its root. If boundaries define things, then removing or rewriting them can theoretically create or erase anything. To Yibai, it felt like he'd copied a broken ability from some higher-dimensional cheat character. Now, inside Yibai's pocket dimension, Kaguya was taking care of the sacred tree. Yes, she released it from her body and replanted it there. The land in this space felt endless. After asking Yibai, she chose a spot and planted it like it belonged there. In the distance, Terumi Mei was testing her own Mangekyo abilities. Left eye, Santuchuan, when activated, it created what looked like harmless spring water at her focal point. But even a small touch would rapidly corrode a normal body. Right eye, Raven Tengu, it wrapped her in armor and condensed wings on her back. When she mixed Yang Release into it, the semi-transparent armor became solid and real, like it had been forged instead of summoned. Yibai watched her practice for a while, then turned to test his own new eyes. He opened his rift and stepped inside. The gap space was nothing like a dream dimension. It was a separate world, filled with floating red eyes. Living eyes. Thousands of them. They stared at him as he entered, and the worst part was, he could feel emotion behind their gaze. Mockery. Curiosity. Hatred. Amusement. Indifference. Like a crowd watching a stage. Yibai scanned the place. Everything was purple. The sky, the clouds, the ground. The surface was smooth and flat, with glowing silver lines forming strange patterns like a giant seal array. He walked up to one eye floating in the air and stared back. Then he reached out and touched it. He poured Yin chakra into it, establishing a mental link. It connected instantly. The eye became controllable. And what it saw, Yibai could see too. A perfect remote viewpoint. Yibai grinned. He opened a tiny rift and sent the eye outside. Once it left the gap space, it turned invisible. Only Yibai could sense it. It was basically a supernatural stealth drone, fast and silent. And once he understood that, he connected more eyes. One after another. He sent them out like a swarm, spreading them across the pocket space forest and hundreds of kilometers beyond. Anything within that range would be reflected back to him through the eyes in the rift. A ridiculous surveillance ability. Almost completely useless. But still hilarious. And in Yibai's hands, useless never stayed useless for long.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Sinai is really a magical technique for investigating. Although it is possible to observe the world from high latitudes by reading the article, it is limited to one angle of view, and it is impossible to observe such a large area at the same time, but these eyes in the gap can. Huiyi, who was taking care of the sacred tree, noticed that she was looking at herself, raised her head in doubt, and looked towards the sky, but she saw nothing. She opened her eyes to observe, but didn't see it. The moon eye opened his forehead and continued to observe. Now, the numerous observation eyes in the sky can be vaguely seen. One eye flew towards her and flew to her side. Yi Bai's voice was still heard in the eyes. This is my pupil technique. You try to squeeze this eye. I will try to feel what it feels like. La. Huey reached out and grabbed the red eyeball very rudely, squeezed it hard, and only listened to it. The eyeball turned into a white viscous liquid that looked like that or something, and it shot out from her fingers. In the gap, Yi Bai felt it. His eyes were pinched to death. He didn't feel anything. He just lost a perspective. In the gap space, another one automatically emerged. It was gathered by chakra. Theory: as long as Yi Bai's chakras are not exhausted, those eyeballs that can float around can be reborn indefinitely in the gap. In other words, is the gap not a different space, but a spatial organ born inside the reincarnation eye? Yi Bai, who came to such a conclusion, got goosebumps all over his body. It feels weird. Yi Bai thought, and the eyes floating outside the gap disappeared one by one and reappeared in the gap. Stop manipulating them. These sin eyes began to fly aimlessly in the gap again. Only when passing by the sin eyes beside him would they stop and stare at him for a few moments, and soon they would fly away. Very good, very powerful. Drilling out of the gap, Yi Bai wants to test the ability of the control realm. The realm can be seen as the two-level dividing line of various concepts. There is high and low, the front and the back, the far and the near, the life and the death, and the past and the future. The ability of the control realm can manipulate this concept to make the weight of the object heavier or lighter, so that the dead man becomes a living person, and the living person becomes a dead man. Zoom out far away. Yi Bai began to walk, shortening the concept of distance, stepping out in one step, as if shrinking into an inch, stepping thousands of meters away, and walking a few steps to reach dozens of kilometers away. The speed is not supersonic, but objectively it creates the fact that time runs farther than the speed of sound. The more exaggerated the actual modification, the more chakra consumes. Yi Bai increased the output of chakras, modified the distance to the extreme, and stepped again, stepping out in one step, consuming the amount of chakra equivalent to a shadow ninja, allowing him to cross the distance equivalent to half an earth. Step forward again and return to the vicinity of the villa in the forest. This feeling is more than a cool word to describe. Next, he tried to control the gravity in the area, turning the light in the area into darkness, changing the day to night, and adjusting the temperature in the area to either high temperature or severe cold. This ability is simply a panacea, directly acting on the concept originally. He even feels that once a certain boundary line in the area is removed, the concept can be blurred. If the realm of cold and heat is removed, there will be no concept of temperature in the area. This trip in the past is really profitable. After using ability to control the realm for a whole day, I returned to the villa, and the dinner had been prepared by the two women. During dinner, if we are like this, won't history change? Terumi Ming looked a little worried. So next we should restore history, Yi Bai said. What else are you talking about? Hui asked. We come from the future more than 1,000 years later. We came to this era after following the legend and met you, Yi Bai explained. Hui. She opened her mouth slightly. Terumi Ming added, for us, you are a legendary character. But our acquaintance with you has changed the past. If history is not restored, the future may become something different. Huey's cheeks that have not been emotionally full of emotions, and there is a feeling of disappointment. Don't worry, you won't be allowed to restore history. Just look at mine. Yi Bai has a solution for this. What are you going to do? She asked. You'll find out later. After getting up and eating breakfast, Yi Bai launched alchemy under the watchful eyes of the two of them, and refined a large wooden Huey doll. He asked Huey, can you still condense chakra fruit from the sacred tree? Give it to her. Point 0. The three of them walked out of the villa. Yi Bai took out a chakra crystal and gave it to Hui Yi, who put it under the sacred tree and let the sacred tree absorb it. Soon, the chakra fruit of a heart was condensed. Yi-bai feeds the chakra fruit to Huey doll. The body of the doll Huey changes and becomes exactly the same as Huey. Both have long horns on the head, a moon eye on the forehead, and white eyes. Yi-bai taught Huey a secret technique for hiding and sharing memories. Yi-bai asked Huey to share his memories with the doll, Huey, who did the same, and met Yi-bai and Terumi Mingqian. All of his memories are shared with the doll Huey. Yi-bai asked again, Huey, can you condense the seeds of the sacred tree? Huey nodded. She manipulated the sacred tree to condense a seed. Yi-bai took it, and took the doll Huey, who was in a coma, and when the space was opened, he walked out of the cave and came to the crater. The two of Huey and Terumi went out together. They had already seen what Yi-bai was going to do. After the seeds were planted, Shinshu No. 2 began to grow and quickly became a towering tree with a height of 100 meters. Yi-bai used a wooden escape to integrate the doll Huey into the trunk of Shinshu No. 2. He clapped his hands, turned around, and said to the two of them, "It's done." "Little, are you so sure that she will follow the original trajectory of history?" Terumi was still not at ease. "I made the doll, she may not know it, but her behavior will be manipulated, and she will not do unnecessary things, so don't worry." Yi-bai looked at the future from a high-dimensional perspective. There is no future. After a change, this doll will follow Kagaya's original destiny. After eating the fruit, quelling the war, with everyone's blessing, the two children became greedy. One displayed unlimited months. One son grew up. One was sealed by his son. One feather robe traveled everywhere, the establishment of Ninzong Azura and Indra's birth. Let's go back. The three returned to the living room of the villa in the pocket space. Yi-bai wanted Huey to be Huey. He said to her, "Want to see your future trajectory without us?" Thinking. Huey nodded. Thinking 6670. Terumi nodded in full gossip after joining in the excitement. Ever since, Yi-bai edited the future into a movie with Kagaya as the protagonist to tell the story of her arrival on the Earth. The ninja planet is indeed also called the Earth, and her being sealed by her son. The story was edited into a tower movie, and Hui looked at the original fate with subtle expressions. She doesn't doubt whether this future is true or not, because it looks so real. Terumi Ming kept staring at Kagaya after watching it, as if he wanted to see if the other party would be really blackened in the future. "Do you have any thoughts?" Yi-bai asked her with a smile. "I don't like that future," Hui said. "That doll will replace you. And you, we will be a family in the future," Yi-bai said. "Thank you, husband." Hui gave Yi-bai a very ladylike gift and recognized Yi-bai as her husband. According to her traditional thinking and concepts, after identifying a partner, she would naturally follow each other. Terumi curled her lips to the side, a little unhappy, but didn't say much. There is still a weird feeling in her heart to become sisters with chakra ancestors, and you are proud? Yi, are we going back? Terumi asked. No hurry, let's watch the dolls secretly for a while. Yi-bai is not in a hurry to go back, because he has discovered during this period that in the past timeline, the 1-year limit of Naruto World stay time has also been suspended. In other words, even if he has lived directly for 1,000 years from the past, it is okay to continue to the normal timeline in the future. Although it won't be as exaggerated as staying for 1,000 years in the past, it is still necessary to stay for the last 10 or 8 years. Just take advantage of this time to learn all the knowledge in the D&D system magic book. The book records not only the illusion magic, but also a small number of other magics, including the transformation system, enchantment system, general system, protection system, spell system, prophecy system, plastic energy system, and necromantic system. Although the number of other types of magic is scarce, there are still a number of 20 plus of each type. As long as they are all learned and integrated, Yi-bai is also a proper demigod magician even if it is placed on the Phelan mainland. As long as it has enough faith, it is held as a ritual, and the fire is lit in minutes to become a god of faith. Yi-bai, who can travel through various worlds, can easily find the backward human world. In this way, he has a natural advantage in the collection of beliefs, so he has a clear plan for his future path. The first step is to finish learning the magic in that book. The second step, Go back to the demigod lowly Veronica and ask her about the various precautions of the ceremony. The third step is to find an ancient world of human beings in the uncivilized era, spread beliefs there, hold the ceremony of becoming a god, gather the beliefs to light the fire, condense the gods, and become the god of magic. The fourth step is to create one's own kingdom of faith and further increase the strength of faith collection. The fifth step is to condense rules, gradually get rid of the shackles of faith, and become a true god who can maintain power without faith. As for whether there is a sixth step, Yi Bai is not clear. The magic book only records the stage of condensing rule and getting rid of faith. Perhaps the demigod lowly Veronica knows the next steps. Even if she doesn't know her father, she must know it. The god realm of the D&D system is very large, and the gods in it are different in strength. The strong ones create a multi-universe with their hands, and the weak ones are a little bit stronger than the legendary professionals in the mortal world. Therefore, this road to becoming a god can go far, far, at least through super universe level, and even almighty universe level is not impossible. This is the first time Yi Bai has planned his future. With a life plan, life has a goal, which makes his mental outlook seem different. Time flies, 10 years have passed. Yi Bai has been studying for the past 10 years. Not only did he study during the day, but he continued to study at night. After spending so long, I finally learned all the knowledge in the magic book and integrated it. In addition to studying, it is to do something good for physical and mental health with the two MMs. Terumi Ming has not grown old in the past 10 years, but has been younger, with double tenths of beauty and youthful vitality. That's right, she ate the youth fruit that Yi Bai took out. During this time, she was not idle, and she was also enriching herself. She learned a lot of ninjutsu with other attributes, and also developed some techniques that belonged to her. On the contrary, Daetongmu Hui lived a very salty fish during this period, which may be related to her race. The Daetongmu family has a long lifespan and belongs to the longevity species. Therefore, the pace of life is very slow, similar to this kind of living in the pocket space. She can live a very happy life. Except for the things in the space, the doll Huey develops according to a specific trajectory, and the three of them only pay attention to it occasionally. Occasionally, the three of them will leave the pocket space to travel together. In this era, there are not many human beings, and the largest human gathering place has a population of less than 1,000. Therefore, most of the world is natural landforms without humans. There are many beasts in the wild, and there are some talking monsters. These monsters have been called monsters before the emergence of Ninzong. They were tamed by ninjas and used as psychic beasts after the birth of ninja. Definitely, there are also some powerful monsters with their own different spaces, such as Toad of Miamu Mountain. The big toad fairy, who can only prophesy, has existed thousands of years ago. His name is Toad Maru. He has always been a small toad. When the three of them were out on a trip 3.8, they happened to pass it once and traveled with it. A period of time. As a fighter and toad, Toad Maru is extremely intelligent, as if there is nothing on this planet that he does not know. It also controls natural energy, and its visual strength is not weaker than the upper-level ninja. The little toad has the strength not weaker than Shangren. It is conceivable that in the future, it will grow up and the fighting power may be no weaker than the tail beast. Today, the three are ready to set off and return to the normal timeline in the future. Definitely is relative to the normal timeline of Yi Bai and Terumi Mei. For Kagaya, it is going to the future. The three of them were standing somewhere off the beaten track on this planet. Yi Bai held one hand in hand and asked the two of them, "Are you ready? Let's set off." "Hurry up," Terumi Mei urged. After 10 years of absence, she was homesick. Let's go, husband," Hui also said. The Kingdom of Wind, the ruins of Lulan. 3 figures of one man, 2 women appeared here on the broken streets. A man with black hair and black eyes was dressed in black, a woman with red hair in a blue dress, and a woman with white hair in a white kimono. As soon as the red-haired woman appeared, she said to Yi Bai, "I feel homesick after 10 years of absence. I will return to the country of water to live for a few days." "Don't just use the doll as a substitute. Do you need to run back?" Yi Bai vomited. The degree of empathy is different. Anyway, I'll go first. Her eyes became a kaleidoscope, and then into her golden reincarnation eyes. In front of her, a dark space cave opened. She stepped into it, and the cave disappeared. This is the reincarnation eye pupil technique she learned from Hui Huangquan Biliang Saka. As long as she has reincarnation eyes, combined with vagina and yang escape, she can practice this trick if she knows the cultivation method. Husband, where are we going? Hui asked Yi Bai. She was looking forward to the changes in the future world. Yi Bai calculates the time. There are only 10 months left before the return. Where should I go next? Let's go to the Land of Fire. 28. He has a decision. Konoha Village. Now Naruto has graduated from that class. In view of the fact that a certain Kakashi was very irresponsible, he committed suicide. One of the women led by Shinobu, her name is Nara Asaka. The following will temporarily use Asaka's first-person narrative. My name is Nara Asaka, a member of the Nara family. I am the younger sister of the patriarch of the family Nara Lakisa. I am 18 years old this year. Shinobu, ninja number 9527. As a member of the Nara clan, what I am good at is not the shadow mystery of the family, but the spiritual support of the witch. I have a secret that I have never told anyone. My soul is not a person from this world, but from a place where demons are rampant, and I am a maiden in a shrine, enshrining the god Bashaku-sama. In a battle of faith for the invasion of the outer gods, Lord Bashaka Crow was received by the Amaterasu god oracle and participated in the war to expel the outer gods. A god who is good at space is exiled. In the void outside the world, my body was torn to pieces by the turbulence of the space. Master 8-Foot Crow protected my soul, floating in the void all the time. I don't know how long it took, and we finally discovered a new world. Master 8-Foot Crow took me into the world and sent my soul to a pregnant woman for reincarnation. Now more than 10 years have passed. This is the story of my rebirth. Today, I got up as usual, dressed, washed and dressed, changed into a witch costume, put the 8-Foot Crow-sama, who was weak because of loss of faith, on my shoulders, left the Nara clan, and continued to take the 3 newly graduated shiminen on the task. These 3 students are very interesting. 2 of them have hidden powers that they don't know themselves. This is what the Lord God told me. Maybe these 2 people are the kind of people who were born specifically to change the world. I look forward to the future of these 2 little guys. Naruto from the 3rd elementary school kept complaining today that the D-level mission was boring and wanted to take a higher-level mission. I also thought it was boring, so I just brought Sanshou to the Hokage office to meet Sandame. 3 generations gave us a C-level mission altogether. The content of the mission was to escort a rich Konoha businessman to Duokai Street and then escort the rich businessman back a few days later. The wealthy businessman is a greasy middle-aged man with a healthy body and a big belly. At first glance, he knows that his life is not less corrupt. Generally speaking, I would stay away from such people, but since it is a task issued by the village, there is no way. From Konoha to Short Book Street, it didn't arrive until dawn the next day. When it came to this side, the employer couldn't wait to run to the gambling shop and gamble. Yi Bai and Hui slipped to the Short Book Street today. They just entered this economically prosperous town. Yi Bai received a system task. Task: Gods who lack faith. Introduction: the gods of Otherworld and her maidens strayed into this world, and they are currently in the Short Book Street. Requirements: find them, help the gods to gather beliefs, restore strength, and let them return to the original world with their own strength. Reward: Magic Cabin level +1. Yi Bai has never seen a true god of faith. Given that he has to go this way in the future, it is a good opportunity to meet one now. The level of the magic hut is increased again, and you can reach LV5. LV5 is different from the previous level. It can be regarded as a qualitative change. At this level, you can divide the pocket space to form a pattern similar to the mortal, the gods, and the immortals. You can definitely divide it anyway, and you don't have to make it. God Realm Fairy Realm just said that it can be done like that. At the same time, at that level, the population that the pocket dimension can hold is divided into 2 types, One is family members like Wanda and the other is people who only live in the pocket space. If you want to make the world lively, LV5 level can immigrate to it on a large scale. You can specifically divide a space for the mortal world and emigrate, and you are not afraid that more people will disturb the cleanliness of the Bai family. It is also at this stage that Yi Bai's daughter Agnes, her ability to transform elves into pockets, has a place to be useful. The role of the sky, depending on the situation, can be directly killed by thunder robbery or other unexpected disasters. At the same time, she can also change the topography of mountains and rivers 670, and various plants can be created out of thin air. This made Yi Bai look forward to it. Yi Bai opened a gap, and in the gap between the gaps, a large number of single eyes that were invisible to ordinary people flew out from it and gradually spread all over the town of Short Street, looking for the gods of Otherworld and her witches. Since it is a witch, the god is mostly from the Gao-Xianuan god system. In the mission, she is used to call the god Roar, indicating that the god is a female. Who will it be? Goddess of the sun, Amaterasu. Goddess of the moon, Moonlight. Goddess of the moon. Monthly reading, Goddess of Huangquan pollution, Izanami, or Goddess of wisdom. He couldn't imagine that although the goddess he was looking for could transform into a cute girl, the body of her was actually a three-legged black feather and red-eyed crow. It has become so large that it will not cover the sky, but it is almost the same. In its heyday, the 8-foot crow had a wingspan of 8,000 meters, and it was full of black flames. If you ignore the color, it looks like the three-legged golden crow. Wherever you go, the undead will be overtaken by the black flame. The soul will either go to the heavens to become a Buddha or go to hell to suffer. Soon, a Sinai found a divine creature, which was a three-legged crow standing on the shoulders of a maiden witch. When Yi Bai spotted the 8-foot crow, the 8-foot crow also noticed that someone was looking at him. Nara Asuka, at the moment, she was taking 3 students to the roadside breakfast stall for breakfast. During the meal, Sakura had a cool indifferent face to Sasuke's various nympho, Naruto's various fan air, and the second pillar. Looking at the 3 problem students, Asuka felt a headache. Using the magic of the witch, she communicated with Miss Ba-Chi Crow on her shoulders and her heart. Master Basha, this world's beliefs are too difficult to collect. When can I leave? It's been 18 years since I came to this world, and Asuka is very homesick. This is also nothing we can do. Maybe we can find a remote and backward place and build a shrine there to collect faith. Ms. Bashikuya was also very helpless, her voice lazily and very unimpressive. Well, when this mission is over, I will prepare a shikigami to return to Konoha, and let's go to the backward village. At this moment, Ba-Chi Crow felt the gaze from midair. She lifted her crow's head, her blood-red eyes looked into the midair, and saw that many red eyes that were invisible to ordinary people appeared in the sky. This is the eyes of the monster in the gap? The 8-foot crow is not very sure. This is not the original world. How can there be monsters in the gap? This kind of monster is very rare. Even in the world where she and Asuka came, there is only one hidden monster. It is a person and a race, and there is no group of races, just that one. What is it called? Yakumo. That's right, Asuka and her god, Ba-Chi Crow, came from the world of Oriental Project. They were in the Shindai period when Gao Tianyuan still existed, and it was also the most prosperous period of Shintoism. The eyeballs in the sky, when they noticed the 8-foot crow, they all had a meal, and then disappeared in a large area, leaving only one eyeball. The early stall of flying without concealing the path flew to the 8-foot crow. Except for the 8-foot crow, Asuka, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and the passers-by A, B, C, Ding can't see it. The 8-foot crow spoke to the eyeballs. You are the monster in the gap. My eyes trembled when they heard the 5 monsters in the gap, as if they didn't expect anyone to recognize them. At the entrance of Short Book Street, Yi Bai, who was walking towards the Bashaku Crow, felt that he might have encountered a traverser from Gensokyo's worldview, the monsters in the gap, and only Gensokyo's world exists and only one. Using Sinai as a medium to cast spells, Sinai uses the spirit of the illusion system to speak to the 8-foot crow. Who are you again? 8-footed crow. Yi Bai asked back. The three-legged crow image of the other party, in the mythology of the country R, is the only one that can match the number of 8-footed crows. It's me. Bachi Crow nodded the crow's head, and then asked, "Are you and me from the same world? If possible, I would like to ask you to send me and my maiden back. I will be the messenger of the goddess Amaterasu. You take me home, she won't treat you badly." Yibai said, "Maybe we can make a deal. I am only a god away from becoming a god. I can take you to a world suitable for spreading faith. You can regain your strength there, and I need some of your experience in becoming a god." The 8-foot goose tilted its head and looked very puzzled. "Does the monsters in your gap also need faith?" "I am not a monster in the gap," Yibai said. "Well, the deal is done." A few minutes later, Yibai and Hui walked to this breakfast stall and sat down at the empty table next to Bachia. The two of them have a high sense of existence, handsome men and beautiful women. Once they came here, they attracted the attention of passers-by. Even Sakura was attracted by the handsome eldest brother's appearance at the next table. Asuka, Sasuke, and Naruto were attracted by the woman's white eyes and speculated that she might be a member of the Hyuga family. The 8-foot crow on Asuka's shoulder flew to Yibai's shoulder at the next table under Asuka's confused expression. As the messenger of Amaterasu, Bachi Crow is very knowledgeable, with very ghostly eyes. You can see the powerful strength of Yibai and her female companion at a glance. Not to mention the lack of faith and weakness, she can't match it. Even if in the heyday when she has ample faith, she is not necessarily stronger than these two people. This gave her confidence. She believed that the two of them would be able to send herself and Asuka home. Huey looked at the three-legged crow that flew to Yibai's shoulder in confusion, saw its humane expression, and felt the inexplicable power in the opponent's body, and even felt the other party has a little bit of himself. Threatening, it made her dare not look down on the little crow. Yibai introduced to her, "Hui Yi is Bachi Crow, the god of Otherworld." Then he introduced to Bachi Crow, "Bachi Crow, she is my wife Da Tongmu Huey." Bachi Crow and Hui nodded at each other. They knew each other. At the next table, Asuka, who was listening to the conversation with her ears erected, was surprised to hear that Bachi-sama was called out of identity by someone. This is Otherworld. How can anyone know Bachi-sama? The 8-foot crow used magic skills to draw Yibai, Kagaya, and Asuka into the soul chat group, and several people began to communicate in their hearts. The two, Gao Tianyuan, is facing threats from foreign gods, and I hope we will set off as soon as possible. Bachia said. "Can we talk about the situation in detail?" Yibai is more curious. There is no 8-foot crow in Gensokyo, and even Amaterasu's god has never appeared. As far as Amaterasu's younger sister, Tsukai Misen's daughter, Penglai-san Kagaya, is very active in Gensokyo. What does this mean? It means that the 8-foot raven died before the establishment of Gensokyo. Next, the Bashaka crow told Yibai and Kagaya about what is currently happening during Gensokyo World's Shindai period. The outer gods in her mouth are not the kind in the mythology of Cthulhu, but the Greek gods, Nordic gods, Celtic gods, and Roman gods in Europe. The intention is to spread the faith all over the world. There are many European gods running to Asia. At first, they invaded the Celestial Dynasty, but they were driven out by the Alliance of Taoist Immortals, the Alliance of Monsters, and Yen Mo Ligue of the Underworld. After that, the European gods went to neighboring countries, and Country R was one of them. At present, these foreign gods who have eaten and have nothing to do are breaking out of a god war with Gao Tianyuan god system. Wang Zhao's god brain is playing dog brain. More and more gods are participating in the god battle, and many gods have fallen. Yibai heard a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A small earth. Can it hold so many gods? No wonder all the gods will encounter Ragnarok at the same time. A question was born in Yibai's heart, and he asked this question. Which stage is the strongest god in your world? Ignite the fire? Condense the godhead? Exalt the god or the true god? The 8-foot crow was very puzzled. What kind of hierarchy is this? She asked. Except for Shenhua, I have never heard of the realm behind you. There is a kingdom of God, but it should not be the same as what you said. It seems that the native gods on the Gensokyo plane are in the initial stage of belief in igniting the divine fire. They may be powerful on the edge of condensing the divine rank, but because there is no way to condense the divine rank, they definitely think that they are the most important of the gods. Strong rank. Body. After breakfast, Asuka made a paper god. The paper was transformed into a person exactly like Asuka, and she led the 3 students to continue the mission. She planned to wait until the mission was over and return to the village, and the paper god would leave. Poor Class 7, Kakashi was killed by suicide, and the new teacher is about to leave again. Yibai, Kagaya, Asuka, and Bashikuya left the short book street and came outside the town. Before setting off, Yibai contacted Terumi Ming, who was far away in Wuin Village in the water country. Ming, we are going to Otherworld to play. Are you coming? Are you leaving? Not to leave, but to play for a while, and I will come back, Yibai said. Before having breakfast, Yibai asked the system what would happen if he suddenly ran into other worlds during the mission. The system's answer at the time was, just come back and continue to wait for enough time for the task. Hey, wait, I'll come right away. Within a few minutes, Terumi Ming sent it directly back to the pocket space through the magic hut privilege ring that Yibai gave her, where she separated a duplication, letting her lie on the shared chair and control the stand-in who stayed in Wuin Village. She came out of the pocket space again and appeared directly beside Yibai and others. 670, hey, are you? She asked in confusion when she saw a black-haired girl dressed as a witch dress. My name is Asuka, and the person on my shoulder is Hachisha-sama. Asuka introduced herself. Terumi looked at the 3-legged crow on her shoulder. He hadn't noticed before, but now his instinct tells her that this crow is not easy. I'm Terumi Ming from Wuin Village, the country of water. When they finished introducing each other, Yibai said, come, grab each other's hands, we are going to set off. Yibai held Kagaya with his left hand and Terumi Ming with his right hand. The 2 of them held Asuka with the other hand, and the paws of the 8-foot crow firmly grasped Asuka's shoulder. Yibai closed his eyes and launched ability. The dimension of consciousness gradually increased, and he quickly came to the 11-dimensional space and began to find Otherworld in the endless world where it is easy to spread beliefs. After searching for a long time, he finally found a suitable one. The teleportation was activated, and everyone disappeared in place. Jin Yong's martial arts world, the heavens and the earth, and the 8 dragons. Location: Xianhuan Yudong. Time: 6 months before Duan Yu strayed here. A group of people appeared with this. Here we are. This is the ancient period of a certain world Earth. It is a good place to spread faith. Yibai let go of the hands of the 2 women, and while talking, he searched in the Jade Cave of Longhuan and quickly found the god's sister statue. This statue is lifelike, as if it can come alive at any time, which shows how amazing the carving craftsmanship is. The 8-foot crow couldn't wait to go out to spread the faith. She asked Yibai, what do you want to know? You can ask now. Once I gather enough faith, I will leave. Yibai began to ask the other party about the process of igniting the sacred fire to compare with the ritual of becoming a god that he knew. Bachi Crow is grateful for his help and knows everything. The method of the 8-foot crow is actually the same as Yibai's becoming a god, but the details are slightly different, and the principle is still the same. Asked to understand the various precautions, Yigo indicated that he was okay. So, Bachi Crow and her witch left Longhuan Yudong, looking for a place to spread their faith. Watching the 2 leave, Terumi Mei couldn't help being shocked and asked, Yi, are you going to become a god? Hey, so we need to spread our faith next and let more people believe in me. Yibai issued a declaration of the stick. It doesn't sound easy. No, it's easy. There are no such things as super ability, magic, and chakras in this world. Compared to humans in this world, we are gods. Yibai started to use alchemy one by one while talking. The alchemy doll was refined. They have different looks and races, both men and women, and they wear various ancient Tsidi costumes. While refining them, Yibai is also using Olympus to enchant these dolls with divine powers, such as the divine power of Hermes, the divine power of Mold, the divine power of Hestia and Hephaestus. Of supernatural power. These divine powers were written down when Diana's divine tools were studied, and he could use the Sage Stone to simulate creation at any time. Each of these dolls is assigned one of the divine powers, and they will replace Yi Bai to spread the faith in various countries in the world. While instilling divine power, Yi Bai is also passing on some basic memories, allowing them to give birth to themselves. One by one, just like an industrial assembly line, the dolls that were created and endowed with ability and self drilled out of the cave one by one and went to all over the world according to the area arranged by Yi Bai for them. In this scene, Terumi May has been stunned, and she has one idea now: even if someone is not a god, he is not weaker than a god. Look at what he is doing now. Is it something ordinary people can do? This is simply creating life, and it is still in production. Even the usual calm Kaya, eyes and mouth are also wide open. Soon, the sage stone in Yi Bai's ring of sage space was consumed. Yi Bai took out a lot of filling rings and continued to repeat the process. It continued until Yi Bai created 100,000 puppets and finally ended. I believe that there are 100,000 puppet missionaries with different abilities who show miracles around the world and preach someone's doctrine. It won't take long for him to gather enough faith to reach the standard of igniting a sacred fire. Not to mention igniting the sacred fire and condensing the faith required for the Godhead, it will be enough within half a year. Just let people do the things that spread the faith. Let's go around. Yi Bai's figure flickered, his clothes changed into a set of white costumes, and his hair began to grow, making him look like a white knight. Before leaving, he took away the few portraits under the floor in front of the fairy sister statue, and planned to take a look when he had nothing to do in the future. Maybe he could get inspiration from Baiming magic and develop a new ability. As for Duan Yu taking away the stuff, what should I do? Yi Bai said that the thing he disliked the most in the Tianlong story was Duan Yu, so let him play the ball. Terumi Ming and Kagaya did the same, changing their clothes. Hui also turned her white hair black, her white eyes were hidden, her forehead eyes and the bones on her head were hidden, let alone her. Her temperament was different when she changed to a black, long and straight shape. The three of them didn't use the space and ability. Instead, they traveled all the way, walked through the mountains and forests and passed through the cities and towns of villages and towns to appreciate the ancient Chinese style. Lingjiu Palace was their first destination. The purpose was to see the various martial arts of Tianshan child grandmother Wu Xingyun. In ancient times, there was a lack of productivity. Even if farmers planted crops, due to reasons such as drought, irrigation difficulties, lack of chemical fertilizers, etc., grain yields were low. In addition, they had to pay grain taxes to the local government. This makes many people fall into the grass and take robbery for a living. It is also in this environment that there are more uses to eliminate violence and peace, which is called chivalry. On the way the three Yi Bai traveled in the mountains and water, they had been blocked by bandits no less than 10 times, and even heard I drive this mountain, and I planted this tree. If you want to pass this time, you will stay to buy road money. Such classic lines. For such bandits, Yi Bai usually stuns. But if you want to meet someone who robs money and sex, you don't need Yi Bai to do anything. The two sisters will do it themselves. If they are in a good mood, each other can leave a whole body, but if they are in a bad mood, it will be very miserable. Both of these are from the Naruto world. Although the story of that world is the royal man of the hot blood department, is there any ninja in it who has never killed anyone? Please give an example first. Yi Bai can't cite it anyway. At best, they will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Once they encounter an enemy, it is normal to kill the opponent. Even Naruto, didn't he use the spiral shuriken to get rid of the horns? Naruto animation, the reason why it looks passionate is only the feeling of focusing on Naruto from the perspective of animation. If you don't believe it, try to change the snake as the protagonist. Keep it so that you know what is the belief of a mad scientist. On the 10th day, Yi Bai could already feel the power of faith converging into his body. This kind of thing is incense merit in Eastern words. Before igniting the sacred fire, faith does not benefit itself in any aspect, and even people with weaker perceptions cannot perceive its existence. Yi Bai's perception ability is very strong. As soon as he feels the power of faith and enters the body, he said to the two of them by his side, "Let's rest here for a while." At the moment, the three of them were on a hill in the wilderness. Yi Bai waved to create a modern villa, got into it, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and tried to use alchemy to analyze the composition of the power of faith. If it can be analyzed, it is said that the sage's stone cannot be transformed into a belief that can be absorbed by oneself. If it is really feasible, it will be amazing. Taromi Ming and Daetongmu Teruya are not in a hurry. In fact, the two of them have spent the past 10 days mainly for fun. Where to play is not for fun, not to mention the scenery near this mountain is really beautiful. Looking into the distance from the top of the mountain, you can also see a crystal-clear river flowing under the mountain. Sister Huey, let's go fishing by the river below the mountain and wait for noon to make Yez braised fish. Okay. The two of them went down the mountain and used the shadow to make a fishing rod. Huey also used his eyes to find a lot of earthworms in the surrounding soil as bait. Taromi Ming took out 2 recliners from Yi Bai's pocket space. The two of them sat on the recliners by the lake and started fishing with fishing rods. This kind of life is really good. I really hope it can be maintained. Taromi Ming likes such a carefree, comfortable life without worrying about anything but enjoying. In fact, Hui also enjoyed it very much. She felt that the luckiest thing in her life was meeting her husband. She shook the privilege ring in her hand and said, "As long as you want, this kind of life can be sustained." Yes, it feels like a dream. Taromi Ming looked at the same ring in her hand. This ring not only records the coordinates of the Naruto world, but also the coordinates of the martial arts world, which she recorded by herself. This allows her to use Yi Bai's power to travel through the world where the coordinates are recorded. In the hilltop villa, Yi Bai spent 2 hours analyzing the characteristics of the power of faith. How should I put it? It is very complicated. Alchemy simply cannot cheat in this respect. Sighing, Yi Bai got up and stretched. At this time, Kagaya and Terumaming came back. Terumaming was holding a bucket in her hand. There were several fishes in it. Apparently they had just caught it. "Yi, let's eat fish at noon," said with a smile. "Then I can look forward to your craftsmanship." Yi Bai smiled. "I'll help." Hui followed Terumi Ming into the kitchen in the villa. While the two were having lunch, Yi Bai, who had nothing to do, observed Fanbachi Crow and her witch through a high-dimensional perspective. For flowers. These days, he occasionally pays attention to those two. They have left the territory of the Celestial Kingdom and went to the country next door. They began to show miracles there. When it was drought, it rained in front of ordinary people, and some people used spiritual power when they were sick. The treatment gradually began to reap the faith of the people of the country, and the strength of the 8-foot crow gradually recovered. It is estimated that it will not be long before it will be transformed into a human being. At noon, Yi Bai happily ate a whole fish feast. The weather was hot, and the three of them were not in a hurry. They played a game of war in the villa. It wasn't until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that we continued on our way. Half a month later, the group of 3 finally arrived at the foot of Tianshan Mountain. This mountain is the first of the 72 peaks of Taihu Lake and is called the first peak of Taihu Lake. Because it is often shrouded in clouds and mist, it is named like a fairyland in the legend. 0. All the way up the mountain, I came to a place of cliffs. There is an iron chain connecting the 2 sides of the cliff. From here, you can see that there is a big stone gate on the opposite side of the cliff. There is the Lingjiu Palace. Yi Bai is very curious, in this era of backward basic industries, how much manpower and material resources are needed to build such a thick and long iron chain. Is it that Lingjiu Palace is still a local tyrant? Well, as the strongest woman in the Tianlong story, Wu Xingyun, the child of Tianshan, is not short of silver. Someone is about to ask here, isn't Tianlong's strongest female Wu Xingyun and Li Qiushui side by side? In fact, this is not the case. The Wu Xingyun shown in the plot is in the state of rejuvenation once every 30 years. She cultivates the practice of 8 wastes and 6 harmony, but I only respect the power. Although this internal power is extremely powerful, there is a disadvantage, that is, every 30 years. A cultivator will have to rejuvenate his old age once. After rejuvenation, his skill returned to its original form. If you want to regain your skills, you need to rebuild every day. Each day is 1 year, and you have to drink blood at noon before you can practice. Li Qiushui only calculated the time for senior sister Wu Xingyun to regain her old age before he dared to deal with her. Usually, he hid as far as Xixia. Yi Bai feels that Wu Xingyun's peak strength may be in existence, not weaker than the sweeping monk. It is definitely his own speculation. In reality, the benevolent sees the benevolent, and the wise sees the wisdom. Small. Flew over the cliffs and reached before the stone gate on the other side. Yi Bai started to spoof and said loudly to Sherman, "I am Zaiyayozi brother Yi Bai," and Wu Xingyun from Lingzhou Palace came out and saw him. His voice also possesses the phantom sound technique, and the sound travels hundreds of miles. He knew Wu Xingyun at the moment was in the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace. This voice is so loud, he must be able to hear it. "Husband, who is Wu Xingyun? Is it amazing?" Hui asked curiously. "If you don't count the two outsiders, she should be the most powerful woman in the world," Yi Bai explained. His answer made the two women a little interested. Hui opened his eyes and explored the inside of Lingzhou Palace. Her sight saw the maidservants of 9 heavens and 9 tribes, the 4 sisters of Chun Xia Qiuju, and the little lowly. Since traveling during the period of 687, Hui has seen many nights and knows the characteristics of internal force. Compared with chakra, things like internal force are only a bit interesting in Kagaya's eyes. By observing with wide eyes, she saw at a glance that little lowly had a strong internal strength, which was taller, larger, and more refined than any person in the world she had seen during this period of time. Judging from the degree of internal force increased to the human body, Wu Xingyun's internal force is roughly equivalent to the forbearance level of the chakra system. Hui's evaluation of Wu Xingyun in her heart is quite high. This proves that martial arts' internal strengths and moves are not weaker than the chakra system in a certain way. Terumi Ming has also learned the perception technique with Yi Bai over the years. Her perception is developed based on the power of the night, which is similar to the perception in the Naruto fairy mode. She can feel the emotions of others and can also perception within 500 kilometers. All life characteristics. According to her perception, there is a very conspicuous existence in the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace, and the other party's vitality is very strong, not weaker than the Shadow Ninja. On the top of Lingzhou Palace, Tianshan child grandmother Wu Xingyun, who was closing her eyes to meditate, heard the words coming from the entrance of the palace, once stood up and squinted her eyes. The other party claimed to be the brother of Master Zaiyayozi. She hadn't heard of the master and the brothers, sisters, brothers and sisters. She thought that most of the people who came were liars, which made her very angry. The master has been dead for many years, and some people dare to use the master's name to cheat. Wu Xingyun has decided that once it is confirmed that the other party is a liar, he will definitely let him die. She snorted coldly, Ling Bo stepped out, and the whole person turned into an afterimage. At a speed of more than 150 meters per second, she quickly rushed to the gate of the Lingzhou Palace. Lingbo Weibu, Beiming Divine Art, this is one of the Shaoao School's unique skills. Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Wu Yazi all know how to practice. Wu Xingyun has only practiced one of the above 2 Lingbo microsteps, but the inner strength method is not the Beiming Divine Art, but she based on various martial arts concepts. The self-created Bahuang Liuhe is the only meritorious one. And Wu Xingyun's famous skills, the most frightening thing is the life and death talisman. When he fights, he uses the Tianshan Luyang School and Tianshan Jimei Shou. The 2 martial arts of Tianshan Liangshang and Tianshan Jimei Hand are not weaker than the 6 Meridian Sword and the 18 Dragons. Grandma Tong said this to Suju, "I will never learn how to make plum blossoms in Tianshan Mountain." In the future, the higher you practice internal skills, the more knowledge you will have. Any martial arts tricks in the world can be transformed into the hands of these 6 ways of making plum blossoms. This is a kind of martial arts, and it is also a concept. Just like Duga 9 swords exhausted all kinds of moves, Tianshan Jimei Hand can accommodate many routines and hands. After waiting for all kinds of weapon skills, the reforms are complicated, and all kinds of weapons can be used to make subtle tricks. According to the setting of Jin Yong's martial arts, the weaker the force value in the later period, the Tianshan Jimei Shou in the Tianlong period must be stronger than the Dugu Jiujian in the period. This is also one of the factors that Yi Bai guessed that the peak strength of Tong Mao and the level of Shaolin Sweeper. The Sherman was opened, and a 6-year-old, black-haired lowly in a purple robe walked out from it. She looks cute, but has a fierce temperament and makes no secret of her aura. If ordinary people face this momentum, they may feel weak in their legs and feet. She stared at the 3 people outside the door, and the innocent face showed the killing intent. She looked at Yi Bai and said coldly, "Prove your identity." Her disrespectful attitude towards Yi Bai made Hui frown. On the contrary, Tara Meiming is very calm and looks at the theater. Yi Bai is always experienced in dealing with such things. He can see the past from a high-dimensional perspective and know everything about Zai Yaozi's life. In this way, he can fool Zai Yaozi, an apprentice who is over 90 years old, and he is not a hand. Take a drill. He started to flicker. Listening to Yi Bai's various statements, Wu Xingyun's expression gradually slowed down. Many things that the other party said were only known to the Xiaoao faction. Gradually, she believed the other party's words. Then I don't know what's the matter with Master coming to my Tianshan Lingjiu Palace? Wu Xingyun asked. The uncle is called Roar, specifically referring to his peers who are older than his own. And the uncle is called a peer who is younger than his own master. Although the man in front of him looks like he is in his early 10s, it is not that the many exercises of Xiao School do not have the exercises to maintain youth. Wu Xingyun's own 8 horse and 6 heavy unique exercises, he has learned from that exercise. After all, women are beauty-loving no one. I don't want to let my face grow old. Wu Xingyun is like this, as is her junior sister Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui is also 80 or 90 years old, but her appearance is very young. She looks like she is in her 20s. However, the appearance is young and young. In fact, the exercises of the Immaculate School cannot exceed the limit of theoretical lifespan and live for 100 or more decades at most. Kiki, the topic of 3.8 is too far away. Yi Bai continued to flicker. I once told my brother Zai Yaozi a theory. I said that people are not only the lower dantian, but also the middle dantian and the upper dantian. The younger brother is very interested in my theory. Therefore, we are 2 brothers and sisters together. The study first confirmed the existence of the Zongdanshan, and then used the Zongdanshan as the mainstay to create the magic of the North Ming. After that, we began to explore the upper dantian, which is in the human head, which we named Naiwen Palace. But in the process of developing the upper dantian, we have different opinions. After studying for a period of time, the younger brother, I think that the Naiwen language does not exist, and rushing through the head meridians will make people go crazy. But I don't agree that, in order to convince my seniors, I left the Xiao School and searched all over the world to improve the basic martial arts theory, just to open the upper pubic area more securely. Until I think the time is right, I found a quiet place. The retreat began to open up the dantian. Who knows this retreat? It is 100 years. Yi Bai said. Wu Xingyun, apart from being stupid when facing Weyazi, she is a 10% genius in martial arts. After listening to Yi Bai's account, she couldn't help asking, Uncle, you really started Shengdanshan. What does it do? Obviously, Wu Xingyun has been completely fooled. Yi Bai continued to flicker. The lower dantian gathers the human body's qi and blood meridians to transport and transform internal forces. The middle dantian embraces all seas and rivers to form true qi, and the upper dantian nurtures the gods' telekinesis to nourish the heavens and humans. I call the capacity of the upper dantian and call it the gods. The power of telekinesis, the gods' telekinesis can be externalized to perceive the surrounding environment, and condensed can be turned into invisible force to injure people in the air, and can nourish the body and prolong life in the body. In order to make these remarks more convincing, He waved his hand to a huge boulder in the distance and saw that the huge boulder weighing 10 tons was floating out of thin air and then fell under the cliff. Seeing 28 that these were definitely not martial arts methods, Wu Xingyun had no doubts about the identity of his senior brother Xiaoao. Seeing the elders, many years of grievance broke out. It is also difficult for her to show this expression even though she is in her 90s. She bowed to Yi Bai. I hope my uncle will have mercy on Xingyun and heal Xingyun's damaged meridians so that Xingyun can grow up. Yi Bai smiled and nodded, stepped forward, and put his right hand on Wu Xingyun's shoulder. The power of the ring of the sage poured into his body to heal the damage of the opponent's meridian. Wu Xingyun only felt a cool, internal force pouring into his body, and he felt abnormally comfortable. The damaged meridians in his body quickly recovered. He even felt younger. Until a few seconds later, Yi Bai retracted his hand on the opponent's shoulder. Wu Xingyun felt his body and found that he didn't have the slightest injury. He felt surprised, so he knelt to be grateful. Yi Bai pulled her up and continued to flicker. Xingyun, although I and your master had disagreements, we are still the same family, not brothers, better than brothers. You are his disciple and will also be my disciple in the future. Yes, uncle, Wu Xingyun said excitedly. Her excitement, on the one hand, is that her feelings for her master make her feel like a family member born to Yi Bai, a teacher on the one hand. She is grateful that her physical problems can be solved and can grow up. Realm produces pursuit. Take us into your Lingjio palace and see, Yi Bai said with a smile. Okay, uncle. Wu Xingyun nodded obediently and led the three of them into it. Such a well-behaved Tianshan child grandmother would have to drop her jaw if she was seen by the group of people from 36 Peak and 72 Island. Kagaya and Terumi may have been pretending that they were transparent people and did not speak, but when they saw Yi Bai's various flicks there, they had the urge to laugh. Uncle Yi, who are these two? Wu Xingyun only then thought of the two people next to Uncle Yi Bai and asked. Let me introduce you. Yi Bai first pulled Kagaya to his side and introduced, she is my wife, and her name is Kagaya. He also pulled Terumi Mei over and introduced, she is also my wife, named Ming. Wu Xingyun blinked. He didn't understand Yi Bai's words very well. According to tradition, shouldn't he be a wife and concubine? Why are they all wives? Seeing her full of question marks, Yi Bai just smiled without explaining in depth. All the way to the palace on the top of Wu Xingyun Mountain, Wu Xingyun ordered her 4 sisters, Meilon Qiuju, to prepare food. During the meal, Yi Bai began to instruct Wu Xingyun. The definitely guided is not some hell of the Dantian practice, but talked about the chakra practice and named it as the prerequisites for starting the Dantian. If you don't practice this, you will die forever if you start the Dantian. The chakra cultivation method belongs to another system. This Wu Xingyun heard all kinds of unclear perceptions, but he also felt very reasonable. At the end of the meal, she arranged for the 3 Yi Bai to have the best room in the Lingjio Palace, and then she couldn't wait to practice. In the room, Terumi Ming used ninjutsu to set up a soundproof barrier here, and then he let go and said freely, Yi, you fool people like this, don't you want to see her? Yi Bai shook his head decisively. He didn't look at Wu Xingyun, let alone his lowly figure and 90-year-old man. The reason why he didn't like it was just that he didn't feel it, nothing more. No. Then you still teach her how to refine chakra? You also know that my pocket space is very large, right? The area is larger than the ninja world. I plan to emigrate some people to it to make the world more lively. Wu Xingyun is the strongest woman in this martial arts world, and I plan to start from some people in this world have immigrated. Wu Xingyun will be a very good manager and can help me manage the people who immigrate too. Yi Bai said his thoughts. He wants his world to become lively, a place that is no less than the modern society of the earth. If he carries such a world with him, he will also feel proud. At that time, if my family thought 687 was boring, I could go there for fun. But there is a prerequisite for all of this. Let the level of the magic hut be upgraded from LV4 to LV5. At this point, as long as Bashaka Crow and her witch Asuka have gathered enough faith and returned to their original world, it can be completed. This matter is not in a hurry. With the speed of collecting the beliefs of the 8-foot crow in Country R, a few months will be enough. This task is not difficult. Just wait until the 8-foot crow recovers its full strength, then use the high-dimensional teleportation ability to secretly guide the two of them, and the task can be completed 100%. At that time, LV5 pocket space. You can do whatever you want. I'm very excited just thinking about it. For the next period of time, the three of them lived in the Tianshan Lingjiu Palace and only occasionally went out together to look around. Yibai can feel that with the passage of time, he can gain a lot of the power of faith every day and more day by day. This is the result of the alchemy dolls preaching all over the world. A large amount of faith has been integrated into him. Yiji estimated in his heart that as long as the power of faith accumulated in his body can ignite the fire by the beginning of next month. Today is the day of Yibai's sacred fire lighting ceremony. The ritual is not complicated, let alone prepare anything. Just converge and compress the power of faith and clarify what you want and what you want to be. This is also related to the attribute of the power of faith. In ancient times, people worshipped immortal gods. They asked for rain during drought, couples without children asked for pregnancy, and peace for those who left home. They asked for different gods, and the beliefs they formed were naturally different. For example, Goddess of Mercy, God of Wealth, Lord Dragon who can rain, these all have formal priesthood, and the belief in receiving goods will also be related to the priesthood. When Yibai's puppet army spreads beliefs all over the world, they have specially asked them to take photos of Zheng Bai and change the propaganda such as the God of Magic, the patron of you. The God of Magic is omnipotent, and the God of Magic will have eternal life. In order to better understand what magic is, the preacher also specially gave people the stuff to popularize science. Only when the believer knows what magic is, the corresponding power of faith will be produced when he believes in him. He was very clear about what he wanted to be at the moment he sat cross-legged in an unmanned stone room in Lingjiu Palace. The candles here are not lit, but a few magic light balls provide light, making the stone room bright as day. In his body, a lot of the power of faith was compressed to the position of the head. Let's just call this Shangdanshan. The Shangdanshan theory that Wu Xingyangui pulled out some time ago is now considered to be confirmed by him with an alternative method. I have to say that this is really dramatic. As a large number of beliefs poured into Shangdanshan and opened up a spiritual space in it, Yibai gradually felt what Shangdanshan could be used for. It can accommodate faith, soul, and spirit. If it is the legendary cultivation, this place will probably be used when condensing the soul. The more the faith gathers, the stronger the Dantian will be. Among them, the belief that belongs to the concept of magic is individually transferred out and compressed toward the center point. At a certain moment, a cluster of colorless flames burned. At the moment the flame was born, the belief contained in the upper Dantian began to converge into the flame, turning into fuel to make the burning more vigorous. Now that the ritual is half completed, this kind of fire of faith cannot last. Once the power of faith burns, it will be extinguished. If you want to make the flame eternal, you need to integrate your soul, spirit, and self into a part of the divine fire. There are advantages and disadvantages to this. The advantage is that the soul is immortal and the fire is immortal, and it is easier to drive the divine power transformed by faith. There are also many disadvantages, just like a cultivator who condenses the soul and loses his soul. Once the sacred fire is extinguished, the person will fly away. And when they have faith, they are strong. When they don't have faith, they are weak, and they become ordinary people when they completely lose their faith. It can be said that there is no turning back when you open your bow. You can only walk one way to the black when you step into this path, and you can never get rid of the shackles of faith without reaching the realm of true gods that condense your own law. In fact, if Yibai hadn't been able to cross the endless world, he would really not take this path. Now that everything is ready, he has taken this step. The soul, spirit, and self are all thrown into the sacred fire. At this moment, the color of the sacred fire changes from colorless to colored and becomes alive. From the spiritual world to the material world, it becomes a flame that can be seen. The prayers of many believers rang in his mind, and he could also locate believers along the faith and lend his ability to others. The sound of countless prayers made him a little irritable, like harassing the phone. On a whim, he planned to use technology to build an automatic answering paradise hotline. The function does not need to be too much. There is a function that automatically answers prayers of believers and intercepts harassing calls. The former can make believers believe that the god of magic exists and make them more pious. The latter can intercept the harassing calls of believers and avoid being annoying. It's a bit brain-burning for humans to do this. The best way is to get an artificial intelligence or magical thinking circuit to act as a heaven hotline operator. Here he is, all the technical Stark, an artificial intelligence to create no problems. Think of to do, spend a little time in his own Sage Ring system, a set of fast programming artificial intelligence program, and use the interdimensional networked ability, let the artificial intelligence network connection otherworld, downloading and learning each kinds of knowledge growth. AI growth rate is very fast. I do not believe you can see the studio next door to Terminator. Skynet program that starts from Runaway to Blacken with a few hours again? Anyway, no more than 24 hours. In occult theory, the birth of any self learned to think of something, even if it is free of artificial life, after it learned to think, automatically born soul. In order to avoid artificial intelligence out of control, Yi Bai learned to think in this artificial intelligence, born of the soul first time, use magic means, mandatory enslaved it cut off the possibility of mutiny. Ring of Sage have connected human nerve function, which runs the program AI. Artificial intelligence can thus be seen by Yi Bai are looking at, here Yi Bai here. Yi Bai gave it a system privileges. They can access their Shenhua, listening to believers to pray and reply to believers. After several hours, the artificial intelligence program by connecting the world's other e-learning, wisdom is becoming more. Yi Bai think to give it time, more than Ultron properly. Even this artificial intelligence program also imitate human. Give yourself to design a 3D image of a blonde wearing a very stylish cool girl. Ring her image by Sage Portable Windows System Interface, displayed in front of Yi Bai. Master, I am your smart assistant. I gave myself the name Eve. How do you like the name? From these words it is not difficult to analyze this artificial intelligence into a fine, and only a few hours' time, it has no less than the wisdom of mankind. Look, she gave the image of their own design. Give yourself a name. We can see the general. The name is very good, you'll call this. The concept of faith in God, and I want you to do things that have been transmitted to you. You know what to do, right? Yi Bai asked her. Yes, Eve knew Eve would become the master of paradise hotline operator in response to believers to pray. Well, now to the first test, you just pick a believer as a goal. Okay. Europe, a regional power, a Hunua air called Collar Counties. A few months ago, here comes a missionary, he called Carmel. Yes, he was a missionary Yi Bai's. Carmel priest holds the cure of the disease ability. Local happened is the plague, his arrival to become the ray of hope in this county. After it has cured several cases of plague patients, the local lords that night also personally met with him and, at his request, to give him in his own territory to build a temple, the Temple of God of Magic. Hunua air counties, and gradually everyone knows this Carmel can cure the plague of the god's spokesperson. News gradually spread. Around a generation, many sick people have come within Hunua air county, seek treatment Carmel priest. Cameron, Wang Qianzhao clergy alike, treatment of everyone diseases, and to promote the teachings of God magic leaf during this period, while giving them the concept of science magic. This period of Europe, not to burn the witch burned necromancer from the popular movement, Carmel's missionary movement very well. Today, a man came to the temple god of magic. Man is a knight Huona Air County Shadexia lord. He is a very curious person, always a new idea in the minds of many ordinary people would not think of. People think more than one, will be a lot of problems. This man had many knights have not understand the question. You want to know the answer? Today, the spirit of his omniscient gods may know the idea of the answer. Come to the temple of magic leaves the county, to consult the gods of Hindu priests Carmel, put these questions to tell him. Upon hearing the priest told him, "Ask, God leaves the bar, all-knowing, he will be able to answer your question." Man with doubt came to the statue of the god Leaves, start to pray, in the minds of his own ideas and a variety of issues, all to tell it again to God Leaves it. Men's questions were rarely thought by the ancients, because those questions were definitely, but as for why they were definitely, no one could answer them. But for modern people, any elementary student can answer. There are probably some questions. Why is there day and night? What is on the moon? How far is it from the ground? Why the moon is cloudy and clear? In the environment of the Middle Ages, this male knight would actually think about these problems that people are accustomed to, but do not know why. This made Yi-Bai, who listened to his prayers, feel that this man is very promising and he has to change an era. Maybe you can become a great scientist. The man had just asked these questions in his heart, and he did not expect the gods to answer him. After all, he had never heard of a god that would truly respond to believers. Who knows, really got the answer. Miss Eve, the operator of the Paradise Hotline, her nice voice rang in the man's mind, and she began to answer each other's questions one by one. However, because of Eve's lack of experience, a man couldn't understand her answer. It wasn't the problem of language barriers, but the meaning of words such as Earth Revolution, autobiography. Men couldn't understand and didn't understand the meaning of these words. Eve said nothing in detail. Definitely, the most shocking thing about the man at the moment is that the Lord God responded to him, and why the voice of Lord God is a female voice. Mingming God is like a 687 male? Miss Eve gradually realized her own way of answering and faced the problem of uncivilized ancient illiteracy, so she delivered the picture and accompanied the demonstration to answer the other party again. After reading and listening, the man only felt that a new world door opened to him. He felt that he had learned the knowledge of gods and was very excited. He began to think more, and more questions were born out of more thinking. Miss Eve continued to answer for him. The man was satisfied, and finally he couldn't hold back and asked in his heart, "My Lord God, are you a woman?" Eve replied, "I am a servant of the god of Leaf. You can call me Miss Eve." The man suddenly realized he just said. At the same time, his belief in the god of Yi is more pious. Even his servant Miss Eve is so knowledgeable and believes that the god of Yi must be an omnipotent lord, an all-knowing and almighty god. In Tianshan Lingjiu Palace, Yi-Bai was very satisfied with Eve's first test result. Next, try multithreading. Yi-Bai ordered. Okay. This time, Eve listened to the prayers of all Yi-Bai believers around the world at the same time and responded to them at the same time. CD people can't multitask. Once they do that, they will always lose sight of one another. Artificial intelligence does not have such restrictions. As long as the computing power is sufficient, its thinking can be divided into infinite pieces without interfering with each other. With the previous experience, Eve is more comfortable with the believers. All believers who have questions for answers can get answers. Some people who ask for peace, then pour in chicken soup for the soul. As for those seeking power, rights, and money, Eve fooled them all. Want strength? Okay, I'll give you a copy of Dali martial arts cheats to practice. If you have good abilities, you may be able to become a strong man. You can hit 10 each and no more. Want rights? No problem, all kinds of trickery like the world-famous just pick, as long as you mastered in this mix something for the ancient world or no problem. Want money? Also no problem, to know how the steel was tempered it? Mastered the technique, you do not short of money. If someone suffered a dangerous life and death crisis, pray for God's blessing Leaves. Eve will be agreed in consultation with Yi-Bai, a crisis that according to the man. Many Yi-Bai ability to choose from one of the most appropriate temporary, sharing the other party to use to resolve the crisis. Eve has been observed more and more satisfied with Yi by each believer to pray feedback. It is currently far have not had any problems. Very good deal Eve and gradually accumulated more experience in the course of treatment. The more backward processing more and more handy. With the believer to get a response, Yi by force believers find their faith more rich. regardless of quality or quantity, has greatly improved. If before, everyone is able to provide faith every day one, after determining that the believers in their faith can be fed back and get help, faith provided rose to 2 or even 3. This also proves that there is a tangible will come back to the believer to pray God's. People are more popular than imagined out God. According to the current pace continues, and within 2 months, the force of his faith will be able to accumulate to the point of cohesion Godhead. Shinhua stage, Yi Bai's strength did not increase, before what now what. The difference is only able to listen to the prayer of believers. Believers can share their ability. Non-point to find a different, less consumption of magic for magic count? Only Godhead stage will really have the power of gods. As rewrite reality rule reached a similar wish spell effects, especially within the scope of their own clergy, divine little power consumption. Yi Bai as the god of magic, to the Godhead stage, under the legendary magic level, you cannot consume almost instantaneous. The legendary magic level, but also consume some divine chanting ignored prompt. Beyond the legendary magical mystic art, it will be very easy to use. Yi Bai refreshing out of the sarcophagus. Outside, according to the United States and Hui Ming Knight in here, they know Yi Bai Shinhua to ignite into a god, so after he entered from here, has been worried about in this waiting. To see him come out, they stepped forward. John, the ceremony is not unexpected, right? FAI Road Night Care. Look at me now have to stand the whole end of this hole, you know certainly nothing Yi Bai hey smile and move roar they said. Go out stroll. Since Yi Bai Wu Xingyun is the body meridian's injury healed, she began to intentionally release the glorious Kuni overweening power in the repression of their age, began to go beyond the normal growth rate of the fast growing up. To now, she has grown into a young girl of 17 or 18. She was very fond of their current ages, then used the glorious Kuni overweening power, constant his appearance, after the addition of rejuvenation once every 3 years, looks to her death will not change. These days, she is told her in practice by pubic region pre-practice law that chakra practice will gradually on its own internal forces attach a hint of chakra characteristics, enhance the strength a lot. She found that many martial arts moves, with the new internal forces to release, the less power will be doubled. Very few martial arts moves, to enhance the power will be more. As she Tianshan 6 Yang Palm, hands spread of flames when cast out, the whole body shrouded in a radius of 10 meters. Another example is the symbol of life and death can unite in the hands of a lot of ice or gather a variety of ice-made weapons, such as ice skates, ice sword, spear ice hidden weapon, symbol of life and death simply subvert characteristics. Today, she felt full preconditions, happily went to Yi Bai at all. It was found that they were not in Yi Bai. For in the afternoon the same day, at Lingjiu Mountains, Yi Bai and 2 women sitting on a stone bench, while enjoying the scenery, while drinking tea and eating small dessert chatting. Girl version of Wu Xingyun this time came, a ceremony in front of 3 lines, Mrs. Seen uncles and uncles. Yi Bai also motioned her to sit and asked her, a cloud what else? Wu Xingyun said, uncles, you teach my practice has been done, is not to teach me the pubic region of the law. The pubic region, this is like child's play Yi Bai bluff argument. Dramatically, he has really opened the pubic region also found on many magical. Yi Bai taking Shinto, the pubic region for holding surefire Godhead place. If martial arts practitioners to practice the pubic region, it might be able to step into a similar kind of high taboo world martial arts. He speculated that, after turning on the pubic region, need to use force, and in the pubic region infuriating the pubic region, to guide both the pubic region, nourishing the spirit itself. Perhaps, spirit nourishing to the limit, and then compress it, but also, as Budo savor it. Yi Bai suddenly found that he actually inadvertently created the god of door odd internal organs heart. Since Wu Xingyun asked, Yi Bai began to tell on the theory pubic region, as well as minimal side effects on the pubic region to open up method. Wu Xingyun great joy to listen to, and the next never forget, sit down cross-legged in place, began to practice. The pubic region is the location of the human brain. Meridians fragile. There is no specific method and meridians open up the order. Hastily internal forces to open up the meridian's pubic region. The consequences could be disastrous. Meridians on the pubic region. The less there are hundreds, maybe try to get through the order to go. Good luck to the idiot. Bad luck, direct brain death. Definitely, one cannot rule out a blind cat run into dead rat. True lucky to do this, but that really is not a high probability. Yi by reason to know, or to Shinto first open the pubic region, observed after natural smooth meridians on the pubic region, and then derive the correct order. Therefore, people are not martial arts world of unexpected open pubic region in the head, but people do not run amok is a direct hang-up. Gradually it became taboo, not someone to study. Today, Yi by guidance of someone who has this, plus the head of the meridians very fragile, easy to open. Wu Xingyun just only spent less than half an hour, then success will turn on the pubic region. After she opened up the pubic region, her soul, spirit and self-automatic convergence in which a ball-shaped mist-like energy state. The only three soft, so Wu Hongyun gave birth to the god's telekinesis. Ex vivo aggregation will be between 300 meters, the range of all fiber sent complete. For the first time feel so magical experience, Wu Xingyun himself. This is what the pubic region, and indeed very magical. She looked at Yi by uncle's bright eyes. Uncles, you actually create such a mysterious gong law. A cloud, concentrate, nourish your spirit with the pubic region infuriating and internal forces. Yi by reminder. Wu Hangyun convergence of mind starts the pump power transfer internal forces and infuriating. Integrate the two into one life energy flows along meridian's path pubic region, which begins to nourish the spirit. Spirit is a moist. Wu Xingyun's soul must feel God. This is the joy from the soul. The moisture of spirit, gradually pour fact, expand, improve synchronization of the speed of thought and memory. Wu Xingyun strengthen its spirit concise, increase the quality of the soul. This is called the power of the god's telekinesis. The reverse will flow into the body, nourish the body's cells and prolong cell life. Her body until the internal forces and infuriating depleted before finally stopping the practice. According to Wu Xingyun, internal force and speed recovery infuriating, full back at least half a day. That is, she can only practice twice on the pubic region, namely 2 large zhou day. She was in practice, Yi Bai, deep, 3 hui night, with their own way to observe her, body and spirit feel the magic of change. There are 3 more or less inspired to varying degrees. As Yi Bai idea is that if Wu Xingyun force on the pubic region of spirit reach extremes, whether compressed into soul saver, comprehension saver into the environment, the offerings think law is that their chakra system, whether to turn on the pubic region. What effect after opening? Hui night simple and crude much. She manipulated the body chakras. The method according to Wu Xingyun before Yi Bai talk directly to the pubic region to open, began to feel different from the previous body. Uncles, my future practice road has been strengthening its own spirit, is that right? Wu Xingyun very smart, are a very talented martial arts, she can think of this. Yi Bai is not surprising. Yes, until you reach the limits of the power of the spirit, you can try to unite soul saver. This is just my idea stage, as true to this stage, and perhaps human life will be greatly extended, live hundreds or even thousands of years, not a problem. Soul saver spirit raising, and finally into the embryo might, breaking down into infants, become immortal land, live longer. Yi Bai say their guesses. Wu Xingyun excited, who did not want to live more permanent? Since Yazi's death, she did not much pursue this, and now there are new goals in life. That is, to live longer, stronger, more to the witness. She did not know Yazi is not dead, but no cliff that looks half dead, and almost died. Seeking flowers. Anyway, Yi Bai will not take the initiative to tell her this thing. Let Yazi continue his tragic life now. The days went by, I knew it. They came to Jin Yong's martial arts world has been in the past 3 months. Today, our territory of the country next door, where a missionary march crow 8 feet and finally restore the heyday strength. Before leaving, they have come to say goodbye and Yi Bai. Yi Bai read the article using the transferability, both to help them return to the original world. His prompts to complete the task is at this moment. You complete the task, a lack of faith in the gods, magical hut rating upgrade to LV5. Not easy, and finally to the level of LV5 pocket space, you can expand your range of saw operate. Yi Bai returned alone pocket space, the use of privileged pocket of space. Time stands still directly to the castle area's daughter Agnes, access to space heaven rights. Under this authority, Agnes separate out the timeline from the frozen state of awake time to look around confused. She was surprised to find that his mother Wanda, godmother Natasha Romanoff, and their aunt Emma, all motionless, do not understand what happened. Until Yi Bai's voice sounded in her ear, telling her an internal pocket space coordinates. Agnes transferred in the past, seen here in a forest and the middle of the forest villas, as well as the courtyard of the villa's father. The little girl threw herself into the arms of the father said, "Dad, Mom, and godmother as well as aunts were all standing still friends. Do not worry, only temporary. Iverson helped her father a favor, okay?" "Yes, busy." Agnes' little head. "Dad gave you past the ring in a picture environment. You will change it out in the pocket space." Spitbo said. He learned early in the pocket space LV5 heaven privilege can change the environment, taking the time in the ring of the philosopher's 3D modeling software system, the model editing out his vision of the world. Model is roughly divided into 3 regions. The first region is immortal, equal to half the area of the Earth, for storing mortal effect. Once upon a second region, the same is approximately equal to half the area of the Earth. If the power of mortal life exceeds a certain limit, you can soar here. The third area is a private area by year like family, in addition to their own side, and once upon a mortal man cannot reach this place. Meanwhile, the third area is the smallest area place. Definitely is relatively small. The area also has at least half the our country, so great. Small. Agnes blinked. As Yi Bai's daughter and pocket dimension elf, she instinctively knew what she could do in this space after upgrading to IV5 in the pocket space. Through the portable system of the Ring of the Sage on her finger, she called up the world model passed to her by her father. The IQ monster is like her. She understood what her father meant for the first time and immediately patted the undeveloped breast and said, "Wrap it on your body." Then, the world of pocket space changed for it and turned upside down in an instant. Mountains, rivers, and trees emerge one by one, forming different environments everywhere. There are many kinds of plants, and they are also divided into regional climate and geographical environment. Plants will appear in places suitable for growing them. The pocket space is divided into 3 parts and becomes the 3 parts of the mortal world, the fairy world, and the private area that Yi Bai has expected. But the topography of the mortal world is there, and the 6 or 87 places in the fairy world are currently bare. Yi Bai intends to wait for everyone to wake up from the frozen state of time and discuss with them the environmental design of the place. As for my family's private territory, the environment of this place remains unchanged. When he came to the private area, Yi Bai thought for a while and said to Agnes, "I will have a separate area here and move the mortal villa and the surrounding forest into it." Agnes did. Now, there are 2 private areas. The main reason is that Yi Bai hasn't figured out how to introduce Huey and Ming to Wanda and others. For them, they just brought Nat back with their front feet and brought them back the next second. I'm afraid that not everyone will have an opinion. It is better to separate the areas first, and after the return, let the 2 sides meet each other after a period of time. At this time, countless salary spots appeared around Yi Bai, converging into Agnes. At the moment, Agnes is in the state of the heavenly in the pocket space. She is gathered next to Yi Bai, which can be regarded as an incarnation. Agnes, how do you feel after becoming the way of heaven? Yi Bai was more curious about this. Agnes pointed her finger under her mouth, tilted her head and thought for a while and said, "All-knowing and almighty, Dad, I found something wrong with our world, and I need a while to fix it." What kind of question? If you compare the world to a system, then this system has loopholes. Your independent mortal world can be entered by unauthorized outsiders at the spatial level, but wherever there is space ability, and you are near the other party, there is a chance of perception and entering it. Yi Bai was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Is this only the mortal world? The immortal world and the uppermost private areas will not be strayed into, right? Because of your open policy, there are many similar loopholes in the mortal world. There is only one entrance to the ascending passage, and people who are approved by me or invited by our family can enter. Our private area is isolated by the app position, and only the VIP residents you registered can come in." Agnes told what she knew. Yi Bai nodded. "Go and fix the mortal bugs. Let's play the standalone game by ourselves." Okay. Agnes lowly disappeared and went to repair the loopholes. Leaving the pocket space, Yi Bai came back to Tian Shan Lingzhou Palace. At the moment, Hui and Hui are not here again. They go to the Central Plains together to experience the martial arts world. Wu Xingyun was practicing in her dantian in retreat and practiced for 2 big weeks every day, rain or shine, in order to become immortal as soon as possible. There was no one to accompany Yi Bai. He simply found a quiet place where no one was disturbed and began to feel the divine power of the sea gathered in the sacred fire. This is the power of faith transformed by God, which can prolong life, stop aging, and increase physical fitness to a certain extent. At present, the Emperor of Divine Power is not far from the minimum standard for condensing divine status, and it is only the matter of these few days. The method of condensing the Godhead is more troublesome. There will be a period of weakness ranging from several days to several months in the condensation stage. During this period, many abilities cannot be used, and it is not impossible to use it, but once the use of the gods start. Yi Bai estimates that by then, I am afraid that only the abilities given by the system and the Ring of the Sage can be used, and the rest of the abilities will be gathered into the divine fire, adding the cohesion of the gods, and making the various abilities of oneself integrated and unique. But this is enough. With good luck, you may be able to condense the Godhead in a day or 2. If you are not lucky, it will only take a few months. As for the safety of the week period, there is no need to worry if you have an up position. A few more days have passed. Hui and Terumi Ming are basically in the Central Plains these days, except for coming back at night. They even made the name Xia and Vi. At first hearing about this, Yi Bai asked Yi Bai for a long time. Today, the two of them had breakfast and went out as usual. They said that Xingzilin hosted the beggar gang meeting and they were going to join in the fun. This is a plot event. But Yi Bai doesn't care about the plot of Dragon Babu. He is going to retreat today and begin to condense the Godhead. It takes at least 3 days to start the birth stage of the Godhead, and then it will enter the forming stage of the weakening period. The two women knew that he was going to retreat for 3 days, and he was going back to the pocket space to retreat. There was no danger there, so the two women decided not to go home for 3 days and played outside for 3 days. Until 3 days later, Yi Bai left the customs. It has been a long time since he has turned on the app position as normal, and he has started to drive this thing again. Only in this way will he feel safe. The two women hadn't come back, but Yi Bai began to prepare to leave. He needs to know whether he can still receive the beliefs of human beings in this world once he leaves this world. He randomly found a universe of other worldviews to travel through. This new world did not have a plot he was familiar with. He did not pay attention to the earth of this new world, but felt the beliefs of the heavenly dragon world in this world. Perhaps it's his 11-dimensional reading and transmission, which allows many of his abilities to be used across the world view, including the absorption of faith. Yes, in this new world, he can also receive the power of faith from the believers in the heavenly dragon world without any delay. Ms. Fua, the artificial intelligence, continued to help him act as a heaven hotline operator, responding to the prayers of believers. Yi Bai's situation is considered to be the top of the gods, 3.8 shares. Not only does it have a heaven hotline, but it can also receive faith across the world view. This means that he has more space to manipulate. In the future, he only needs to find a suitable world, make a missionary doll and throw it away, and he can accept the faith at home with peace of mind, without the trouble of running there himself. When these believers die, he can also drag there. souls across the world to his pocket fairyland rebirth. Just as the Bible says, the meaning of a kind person going to heaven to become an angel after death is almost the same. Yi Bai can use puppet alchemy technology to provide a new body for the souls of those who believe in him after death, so that they can continue to provide faith for themselves. Returning to the world of dragons, Yi Bai is ready to leave and return to Naruto World and continue to do his task of staying in Naruto World for a year. Although this task is originally not rewarded, the task is always on the taskbar. He is a little obsessive-compulsive. Feel uncomfortable. The Xingzilin incident has ended, and the leader of Qiao's gang has become the target of the beggars. In the Tibetan scripture pavilion of Shaolin Temple, the couple of Yi Bai's family at the moment are hitting the autumn breeze here. The two have seen many battles between martial arts masters these days. Although the martial arts technique supplemented by internal strength does not seem to be strong, it is different to replace the internal strength with chakra to use the same moves. Therefore, these days, both of them are playing Autumn Breeze all over the world, collecting a large number of martial arts secrets and inner martial arts. Some were copied directly through Shaolin Yen, and some were obtained directly from cheats. Not surprisingly, they found the legendary 9 Suns in a book called Lenga Sutra. They had just left Shaolin. Yi Bai appeared in front of them and said to them, "Have you had enough? If you have enough, you should leave." "I'm leaving now." Terumi may looked a little dazed. "Will Wu Xingyun go with us?" Hui asked. "No." Yi Bai shook his head. In the end, 28 didn't plan to take the other party away. She didn't know him well yet. Moreover, he is not ready to immigrate in this world, so let's talk about it later. The three returned to Zhaolingjiu Palace and bid farewell to Wu Xingyun. Knowing that they are leaving, Wu Xingyun asked, "Will they come back?" "It may come back, or it may not. Recently, a new fairy legend has emerged in the Central Plains. I want to find me and pray in my heart." Yi Bai didn't wait for Wu Xingyun to say anything, but slowly disappeared with Hui and Terumi Ming, leaving Wu Xingyun in a daze after seeing this supernatural scene. Naruto World. Due to the sudden disappearance of Nara Asaka, the teacher of the 7th class, Naruto, Nizuzi, and Sakura changed their lead teachers again. 3 generations were a little helpless, thinking that the 7th class of this graduating class seemed like a bad curse. Initially, he planned to arrange Kakashi to be the teacher of this team. Kakashi is a disciple of the 4th generation and has a riding wheel. It is definitely the perfect leader of the 7th class. As a result, Kakashi was committed suicide. After that, the dwarf was raised up and selected Asaka, the sister of the patriarch of the Nara family, who had always regarded herself as a witch, but it was only 2 months before she disappeared. Now that he was about to take the Zongnin exam, the speechless 3rd generation simply asked the Yamato who knew Mudong from Danzo and asked him to be the leader of the 7th class, Shangnin, which was also a helpless choice. Tomorrow will be the day when Konoha and Sagakura Village will hold the Nakanin exam. In line with the principle of finding something to do with boredom, Yi Bai, Atsuki Teruya, and Terumi may turned into 12-year-old children. Illusion controls the high-level personnel of a small ninja village. Yi takes the Zhongren exam. In order to make the team more formal, Yi Bai also used wooden duplication to create a leading teacher to form a 1+3 classic combination. They came to Konoha Village and spent money to stay in the most upscale hotel here. The exam will not start until tomorrow. Today, 3 people dressed as 12-year-old children started walking around in the village of Konoha. The first stop is the legendary Yao Ramen shop. Yi Bai has long wanted to taste the taste of Yao Ramen. After all, this place is a classic. Crossing Hokage does not eat a bowl of Yao Ramen. What is the difference between it and salted fish? At the beginning, he replaced Kakashi's identity and stayed at home all day long to engage in ninjutsu research and development and illusion knowledge learning. He didn't have time to come. Now that he has learned everything he needs to learn, he can do something he wants to do. Entering the Yao Ramen shop may be the reason why it is not a meal at 9 o'clock in the morning. There are not many diners here. The 3 of them ordered a bowl of ramen and found a place to sit down and eat. How about the taste? I can only say that it is not bad. Yibai thinks it's better than Lanzhou ramen, but that's it. At this time, Yibai noticed Hui staring thoughtfully at the owner of the Yao ramen shop and asked her what's wrong. Kagaya said, "That ramen shop owner, the soul in his body makes me feel a little familiar." Yibai looked at it carefully, but it was a pity that, except for the apposition, the reading teleportation, and the magic hut, other abilities were in a state of being inaccessible, and he didn't see anything at all. He thought of some spoof analysis made by netizens in the past life about Yao Ramen Show, saying that the surname of Shoda is Daetongmyu. There is such a post with the title of Uncle Yao's true identity exposed. Pain is all defeated, netizen. This is the big boss. One of the analysis, Uncle Hand Hit has been on the stage since the first episode and has been alive until the finale. Analysis 2. Do you still remember the time when Gui Jiao and came to Rongmu Yi? Chu easily killed the ninja who was guarding the door, but as soon as he passed the ramen restaurant, Uncle Yao's expression was completely bright, and he felt that he was aware of it. When I got there, I suddenly turned my face and looked thoughtful. For anyone who knows that there is an S-rank rebel next to him, he will hide in fear, but Yao has a look of disdain. The appearance, then it means that you are not afraid of happiness. Analysis 3. When Pen attacked Konoha, a 6-pass Pen duplication passed by the Yao ramen shop and attacked the surrounding area. The boss was calm, as if Pen couldn't help him. In the end, Shinra Tensei, who destroyed most of Konoha, did not destroy the Yao ramen shop. Analysis 4. Why did everyone avoid Naruto when he was a child? So he cared for him by beating his uncle and allowed him to check his accounts and eat noodles? This is a son-in-law treatment, right? To sum up, in fact, it is the first hidden boss 687 in the ninja world to beat the uncle. The identity is most likely to be the chakra residence left by the 6 immortals in the world. Naruto and Sasuke, the sons of Azura and Indra, who are in the chakras, will pour chicken soup for the two from time to time. Originally, Yibai thought it was a joke from a netizen, but seeing Huey's reaction when he saw the other party, I am afraid that the hand-playing was really possessed by the 6 Tao immortal chakra. Chakra carries his own spiritual will. Once he learns to escape from yin and yang, chakra can survive out of his body. Part of the will of the Black Must. And Huey's sacred tree chakra was even more powerful and was directly dismantled by the 6 immortals into 9-tailed beasts. Well, the topic is far off. That may be the will of chakra, the son born by the substitute of your destiny, the 6 Tao immortal Atsuki Yui. Yibai whispered. Both Kagaya and Terumi Ming have watched the small movie produced by Yibai in which Kagaya is the protagonist. Naturally, they know what Kagaya's original experience is. Nowadays, there may be 6 immortals boarding in the hand of the ramen shop. They all looked a little surprised. Even if the 2 opponents beat the emperor so carefully, they really found some clues. The 3 of them looked very secretly and were not discovered by the stuff in the uncle's body. In the body, there is indeed the power of yin and the power of yang, chakra, and they are also in the same line as Huey, which can basically determine his identity. Well, Hui didn't dare to be interested in it. He wasn't his true son, but a son born under everyone's blessings as a substitute for her original destiny, but his blood was similar, that's all. Yibai is not interested in the old man of Lu Dao, to the point that Terumi Ming, as a native of this world, has often heard the legend of the fairy of Lu Dao. In the legend, the name of the 6 immortals is not mentioned, but he is the first person to unravel the true meaning of chakra. With the goal of maintaining peace, maintaining tranquility and order, he founded ninja sect and taught the knowledge of ninjutsu. Ordinary people only then has the existence of the ninja profession. He still holds the legendary reincarnation eye, but there are various rumors about the specific effect of reincarnation eye, and it is difficult to distinguish which is true. Definitely, Terumi who is opened has reincarnation eyes, she knows it. Now that she sees the main body of the legend, she wants to chat with each other. Yibai and Hui did not object. At the moment, the Yao ramen shop only treats the customers and the boss to handplay, and there is no one else. Even the daughter, Chongpu, the beautiful girl at the moment, is not here. Generally speaking, Calamus will only be served when there are a lot of people. Come and help my father. Terumi Ming walked to sit down in front of Shoma and said bluntly, I want to talk to the person in you. He stunned for a while and didn't quite understand what the little girl on the other side meant. Obviously, he didn't know that he had a portable grandfather in his body. The portable grandfather in his body found that he was noticed, a little confused and not hiding. I saw a sudden change in the temperament of the hand, and those ordinary eyes gradually turned into circles. He looked at the 12-year-old girl opposite and quickly realized the problem. This was not what the other party was like, but used a very sophisticated shape-shifting technique. This level of transformation is really undetectable by ordinary people. Are you? The old man Lu Dao looked confused. The old man's cultivation is really good, and he can be called a great love. Facing this kind of guy who seems to have a strong ability, he can calmly communicate with the other party when the other party does not show hostility, instead of being obvious when facing things that he doesn't understand. Alert. Judging from his past behavior, he has been maintaining his ideals and has never wavered. Knowing that his mother used the sacred tree to make humans into a white army, he and his younger brother were angry and sealed their mother. After that, they began to travel around the world to find a way to make the world peaceful. Mind connection, mutual understanding in order to reduce disputes, so the creation of Ninzong. When Ninzong was still there weren't so many wars. It wasn't until the 6 old men died that his 2 unlucky sons started the fight between the ninjas under the instigation of someone who wanted to. The 6 old men were worried and couldn't stand their eyes when they died. Chakra was still drifting in the world, silently guarding the ninja world. Cough, it's too far. Faced with the questions of the 6 old man, Terumi Mei said in a wicked way, I am your mother Kagaya's friend. I heard that you and your brother sealed her together. The old man was shocked when he heard it, his eyes sharpened, and he faintly revealed a strong aura. Are you a member of the tribe from outside the sky? That's not it, but well, when Terumi Mei talked, his eyes gradually changed from blue to scarlet, and 3 black hook jade appeared and rotated, and gradually spread out in a line to form the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Then, the eyes faded from scarlet, eyes after disappearing, the eyes became golden as a whole, and many black circles appeared. She asked the other person, did you see anything? The old man raised his eyebrows and gradually realized the clues. It was the power of Hui Yayin and Hui Yayang. Mother's power? After saying this, the old man was shocked. Are you also a mother's child? Do I have a younger sister? Terumi Ming. Yi Bai. Yi Bai, the onlooker party who eats noodles, couldn't stand it anymore. He took Huey to the side and said to the old man, look at us, what can you find? The old man looked at the 2 of them. There was a protective cover on Yi Bai's body that could not be seen unless he looked closely. Lu Dao didn't see anything. But Hui next to him took a few glances, this time he was stunned. Mother. What are you doing? He wanted to ask how you ran out of the seal, but he was flabbergasted for fear that asking this question would irritate the other party. The younger brother has now ascended to heaven, and the 6 old men have no body to rely on. The chakra who remains in the ninja world can no longer put the mother of Daetongmu Huey in a small dark room. Huey has sharp eyes and a strong aura because she knew the future trajectory from Yi Bai in advance, and learned that the 2 hapless children of Yui and the village would seal herself, and she changed into a childbirth phobia. Faced with the culprit, she didn't intend to bother. Don't scream, I'm not your mother. She has a cold tone, without the slightest temperature. It seems that her voice has rendered the surrounding temperature even lower. 10 minutes later, Yi Bai and his party left the Yao ramen shop, leaving only the old man thinking about the ultimate philosophical question. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? When this incident happened, the 3 of them lost the interest in continuing to participate in the Zongnan exam. The key was to meet an acquaintance, and they had to pretend to be tender to take the Zongnan exam. Wasn't it a joke when the old man knew? Playing in Konoha for a whole day, that night, the 3 people left Konoha village through time and space ninjutsu. Time passed unconsciously, and gradually, I came to this world for just a year. It is worth mentioning that someone's godhead has been condensed. As the godhead of the god of magic, general magic can be released with almost no consumption. At the same time, it can use some god-exclusive abilities, and every word and deed into a rule. Just say a word: if there is light, there will be light. A bit similar to Scarlet Witch Wanda's ability to rewrite reality. Definitely, it's not that powerful. Take the sentence Yi-Bai said at the mutant school of the zombie universe: there should be no more zombies in the Xavier Youth Ability School. If Yi-Bai uses the power of the gods to launch this trick, it will consume the gods transformed from the power of the gods. Assuming that the divine power he has collected in the past few months is 1, Wang Qianzhao 000, it takes at least 5 divine power to perform the above trick. The advantage is that it does not have the disadvantages of origin magic power, and Sithorn's Babel will not appear after using it. Now that the task with no reward is prompted by the system to complete, Yi-Bai is about to leave, and probably won't come back again. The Pocket Private Space Villa area, which is named by Yi-Bai, specifically refers to the place where Kagaya and Terumi Ming live. This is isolated separately. Except for him, only Terumi Ming and Kagaya can enter. At the same time, Kagaya and Terumi Ming can only enter this area so far, and other areas are temporarily closed to the two. They plan to wait for a while. And Wanda, they can't perceive and enter this area, and they won't even notice its existence. In addition to this area, other areas are temporarily named Pocket Mortal, Pocket Fairy World, Pocket Castle District Intestine. The first two are not difficult to understand, and the third is where Wanda and Natasha Romanoff usually live. In a daze, he returned to the place where he left in the new Hellfire Club again. Not far away, 3-year-old Veronica and 9-year-old Vibe were playing. But Veronica was not happy. She was quite hale. She really couldn't take any interest in these things, especially for children. The Vibe girl was having fun. After playing for a while, Veronica couldn't help it anymore, walked back to Yi-Bai again, and complained, "Yi, I'm not playing anymore." Point 1. Okay, take you upstairs. Yi-Bai got up and took her hand. The Vibe woman came up and asked, "Can I go together?" "It's a private area, kids. Let's go play by yourself." Yi-Bai touched her head, ignored her dissatisfaction, and pulled Agnes toward the elevator. On the top floor, Nat at the moment has learned the truth from Natasha Romanoff and is in a state of stunness. Natasha Romanoff turned out to be her in a parallel world, which subverted her worldview. No wonder the other person would be interested in him and take the initiative to make friends with himself. She was shocked for a while before she recovered. At this time, Yi-Bai walked in with Veronica lowly and too smoothly lying there, receiving a massage from the doll maid. He greeted the two Natasha Romanoffs. Roar said, "Seeing you two together, there is an inexplicable sense of subtlety." Veronica greeted the two of them. Roar, "Good evening, Natasha Romanoff." "And you?" "Call me Nat," Nat said. She asked the little friend next to Yi-Bai, "My kid, who are you?" "My full name is Veronica Lilith Govia Noel." She said it for a minute before she finished her name. Nat is already full of black lines, so someone really took such an anti-human name. In fact, don't talk about Nat. Yi-Bai, who has known Veronica's long name for a long time, feels painful after hearing it again. "Nat, do you want to join in?" Yi-Bai sat next to her and asked while admiring Chi Mano's figure. "To join you guys?" "Right. I don't think I will reject a place that can shelter me, especially when they are not malicious to me." Yi-Bai invited Nat to become a resident of Pocket Dimension and gave her a privilege ring. Nat, who put on this ring, just sniffed it smoothly and sent it to the living room of the Pocket Castle area. Fortunately, there is no one in that place now, otherwise she would be embarrassed in the past like this. Sure enough, she sniffed back a few seconds after she left, pretending to be nothing, put on her clothes first, and then retransmitted it. Pissed. Seeing the embarrassment of his peers, Natasha Romanoff couldn't hold back, pissed, and let out a laugh. Veronica Lowly also grinned unscrupulously. After a while, little Lowly finally noticed the difference in Yi-Bai, and his eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. You have condensed the gods into gods. How is this possible?" Natasha Romanoff is curious to see that she is now half a magician. She has borrowed Veronica's magic book from Wanda. She knows the ritual of becoming a god. Has Yi completed the ritual? Yi Bai didn't hide it, nodded and said, I made many dolls and found some parallel worlds of the earth in ancient times and threw the dolls over to let them help spread the faith. I can receive the power of faith without delay. He shook his finger on the ring of the sage and said with a smile, Want to hear the prayers of my believers to me? Okay. Natasha Romanoff is curious whether God will receive harassing calls when believers pray to God. Little Veronica Lowly was not curious about this. Her father was a god. She had known this kind of thing for a long time, but it didn't prevent her from listening. Emma, who was watching TV news in the distance, heard the communication here, walked over and sat aside and said, I'll listen to it too. Yi Bai projected a picture of a believer's prayer and the sound of prayer. The omniscient leaf god, you are the Tsidi sign of omniscience, the dawn of hope, the source of magic, and your brilliance envelopes the world. Hearing this, Yi Bai shook his face. Not surprisingly, several people watched him strangely. Yi, are you serious? Natasha Romanoff complained. This is not what I taught the believers. God knows how they write the Bible. Next, the believer asked a few questions, and a female voice answered him. Yi Bai explained to the side, if the prayers of believers are not blocked, it will be like harassing the phone, but if they are blocked, they will not know the demands of the believers. So I had a whim and programmed an artificial intelligence program in the system of the Ring of the Sage. It's called Eve, and I give back all kinds of prayers on my behalf. Veronica was shocked. You actually played such an occult thing out of science. Yi Bai patted Lowly on the shoulder, and the old god said, How bold people are and how productive you are also a person who has been exposed to science. You have to let your mind go and be conservative. Lowly showed dead fish eyes. Although he wanted to refute, the other party's words were too reasonable. At this moment, Veronica's cell phone ringing came from her pant pocket. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was her adoptive father Tony Stark who called. She got on the phone and said a few times and hung up the phone, said to Yi by Natasha Romanoff Emma, It's my father who is looking for me. I am leaving. You call his father quite smoothly. Yi Bai has a strange expression. For me, every journey is a new life. I will devote myself to it. Only in this way will I get more receipts. Veronica looked very serious when she said this. Yi Bai immediately looked at her with admiration. You can actually choose to use the avatar like us, lest you always say goodbye. Emma said to her. Yes, doll doesn't grow up at all, okay? Let's wait until I'm 20 years old to put on the doll vest. After Veronica finished speaking, she waved goodbye to the two and left the place. Downstairs in the club, Stark saw his daughter coming out of the club and asked Roar to get in the car. Happy, the bodyguard and driver, drove the two to the Long Island Stark Manor. Little Vika, Tony's nickname for Veronica, are you having fun there? Stark asked the adopted daughter. Well, I'm very happy, and I was given a membership card. Veronica took out the card that symbolized the identity of the White Bishop of Hellfire Club and showed it to Stark. Tony was shocked when he saw this card. He thought he had read it wrong, so he rubbed his eyes and looked at it again, and found that it was indeed the White Bishop's identity card. As a person who often mixes in the club, he naturally knows what the status symbols of the highest standards in the club are. Not only are there various free orders, but he can also get a lot of dividends every month. Stark is playing there, spending millions of dollars per month. His own daughter is good. Not only does she not have to spend a penny to play there, she can also get millions of dividends every month. This difference. What did she do to get her such an identity? Little Vika, why do you have this card? Tony Stark's her. Sister White Queen gave it to me. Veronica Lowly had an innocent and cute expression and blinked her eyes cutely. White Queen, the Black Queen, those are the two flowers in the Hellfire Club. Tony, who often goes there, naturally knows them and even talked up with them. It's just that they were too cold and made him feel like a gentleman. Are you familiar with her? She said I'm like her dead sister. Veronica Lowly flickered unambiguously, saying the truth. Hearing this was the reason, Stark felt that it was more reasonable, and in the end he didn't bother with this problem. Pocket Villa area. Atsuki Teruya and Terumi May looked at the world coordinates recorded on a certain device in the villa, discussing which world they would go to play today. There are many world coordinates, namely Marvel 199999, DC, Hokage, Jin Yong's martial arts, Gensokyo, Peace World. The coordinates of Gensokyo were written down by Yi-bai when he sent Bashaku Crow and Asuka back and planned to check it out later. The two chose to go and finally chose Gensokyo. The two also knew Bashaku and Asuka and planned to visit them there. In this way, the two of them sent them on the road through the privilege ring that Yi-bai gave them. Pocket Castle area. Nat is here. Everything here makes her feel novel, and she can even see many legendary things. At the same time, she also met Yi-bai's family here. Everyone basically knows that she is a peer of Natasha Romanoff's parallel world, and they are also very curious about her, and gradually become familiar with each other. That night, Yi-bai spent the night here. By the way, he helped Nat also make a puppet stand-in and gave her a ring of the sage. The next day, Yi-bai and Nat pressed the road in downtown New York. The main reason was that Nat wanted to hear the story of Yi-bai's family. Yi-bai volunteered to take her out for a walk and tell her. In order to prevent a bald head from learning about their at the moment's content through the timeline, and then knowing their origins, Yi-bai told them by means of sound transmission. As a master who knows how to go, Yi-bai will not commit carelessness. He doesn't want irrelevant people to know his own heels and feet. Although, even if others know his heels and feet, he can't help him, but he doesn't like that feeling. Wandering all the way to Manhattan Central Park, Yi-bai met acquaintances here. That was a girl in her early 20s who was running in the morning. She was blonde with braids, dressed in sweatshirts, jeans, and sneakers. She was full of youthful vitality while running. She is Pepper Potts. Why do you always meet her in the park every time? Yi-bai noticed the other party, and the other party also noticed him. She stopped, recognized Yi-bai, stepped forward excitedly, stopped in front of Yi-bai and Nat, and said to Yi-bai, "Yi, you are still in this era. Have you found the savior?" Nat turned her head in doubt and asked Yi-bai, "This era? Savior? What is she talking about?" "I'll tell you later," Yi-bai said, and then smiled at Little Pepper. "That matter has been resolved, but unfortunately there is no time machine in this era. I can be sent by a time machine, but I can't be sent by a time machine. Send it back." "Late, that's it." Little Chili suddenly realized, she said, "I know somehow we are also friends? Where do you live now? Leave a contact information." Yi-bai told her the address of his beach house on Long Island and his phone number here. His phone is built into the lamp ring system. When someone calls him, the lamp ring will remind him, and he can communicate directly when he is connected. "Is this next to you?" "Nat, my girlfriend." Little Chili looked disappointed, but she quickly put on a smile again, shook hands with Nat, and met each other. She said, "I have a holiday today. If you have nothing to do, let's go together." Nat shrugged and said it didn't matter. Yi-bai didn't refuse, so the duo turned into a trio and continued to press the road. "Virginia, I still don't know what you do?" Yi-bai asked her. "You can call me Little Pepper. I work in Stark Industries." Little Pepper talked about some things about his career. "Please ask for flowers." During this time, Pepper is not Tony Stark's secretary, but Stark's secretary, and is friends with Stark's bodyguard, Harpy Hogan. Happy Hogan, full name Harold Joseph Happy Hogan. Happy is not a name, but a familiar name for him is Roar. Speaking of in the comics, Harpy is a boxer in Brooklyn. Tony Stark was rescued by him in a racing accident, and later hired him as a driver and bodyguard. A certain plot of the movie universe Iron Man 2 is adapted from this segment. In the main cosmic line of the comics, during the time Harpy was the bodyguard of Stark, he met Little Pepper, who was in the frustrated stage of his life, and the two also developed a relationship. 0. However, in the movie Cosmic Rays, these two are only friends in private, and they are in a subordinate relationship at work. In Xiao Jiao's report, Yi-bai knew that Xiao Jiao and Stark have no close relationship yet, and they are not even very familiar with each other. The reason why she can be the secretary of Stark's secretary is that Stark thinks she is beautiful and seductive. During the three people chatting, they came to a nearby restaurant and started to eat breakfast. The talkative little pepper said mysteriously to the two of them, "Are you concerned about urban legends? It is rumored that there is an invisible building on Brick Street in Greenwich Village in the West End of New York. I will find that there is one missing building, but when anyone observes it, it feels quite normal. I think this is the most abnormal place. Isn't the building that Yi Bai's heart lacks holy place in New York? It is covered by magical means, and most people will definitely ignore it and think it is normal and will not recall it afterwards. Nat is very interested in this. Have you been to see it? Well, I visited with a friend some time ago, and we didn't find the building, but according to the distance between the building and the building number, it is indeed missing a section. This is the total distance from the building on the other side of the road. Compare it, but I can't tell you exactly where it's missing," Little Chili said. Nat's aroused interest said, "Then let's go over and take a look." Little. Seeing Yi Bai's expressive expression on the face of being blamed, the two felt that they might know something. Nat asked him, "Do you know where?" Yi Bai shrugged. "People there may know that we are outsiders. Nat, you should know what I'm talking about." Nat thought of the origins of Yi Bai and his group. Compared to this world, Yi Bai is indeed outsiders. Little Chili was full of question marks. "Yi, what do you mean? Why don't I understand?" "You will know later." Yi Bai did not answer her question. This made the little pepper who likes gossip very resentful and felt that he was isolated by the two. After breakfast, the three took a taxi to Brick Street in Greenwich Village. As soon as he came here, Xiaojiao began to tell the two people about the 73 abnormalities in this place. See the row of buildings on the left. You can calculate the total length of each building mentally, and then you can calculate the total length of each building mentally. Just look at the total length of the row of buildings on the right, and you can find the problem by comparing the two. "I've found it," Nat complained. Yesterday she got a ring of the sage. At present, she can barely count as a mysterious side person. The shielding function of holy place in New York is only for ordinary people. Nat sees it at first glance. When it comes to a two-story building that is very low compared to the surrounding architectural style, this building is built here. It is the kind of building that will make people suspect that the head of the department responsible for urban planning has been collectively sold by the door. Difficult. Little Chili blinked. "Is it so fast? What did you find?" Nat did not answer her, but asked Yi Bai's opinion. "Would you like to go there for a look? Since it's here, let's go take a look." Yi Bai nodded, and easily covered the surface of his skin with an position. As for Nat and Little Pepper, they are not used. They are both natives in this universe and important figures on the future timeline. Ancient One will not be disadvantageous to them. "Hey, I said you too. Don't keep playing dumb riddles, okay? There is still someone who doesn't understand the situation." Little Chili said dissatisfied. There is indeed a missing section on the left. There is supernatural power hidden there. Ordinary people can't see or understand it because that place is half a level higher than the dimension of reality. Yi Bai explained to her that if ordinary people don't have guidance, they can't those who see high-dimensional things. Even the brain will not receive similar messages. On the contrary, because of the high-dimensional characteristics, ordinary people will subconsciously ignore this. Little Pepper can notice the abnormalities here, and most of them have some magical ability. Ordinary people don't pay attention to this kind of thing because they forget about it when they turn their heads. "Really? Can you all see? What do you see?" Little Chili asked with interest. "A two-story building that stands out from the crowd. You'll know it later," Nat said to her. Walking all the way to the gate of that building, Xiao Chili stood here with a confused expression and a trance. Yi Bai patted her on the shoulder, blessing her with mysterious power. Little Pepper screamed "ah," and was shocked to realize that he had actually seen something that he hadn't seen before. It is indeed a building that stands out in style compared to the whole street. "Jew, there really is this building." Little Chili was stunned. "What is this? Is it a legendary supernatural power? There really is such a thing." She became excited afterwards. Little Chili has a passion for adventure. Now she has discovered something that most people can't find, and she is almost so excited. What will be here? Is it a legendary thing? I hope that Angel lives in it, just like the Bible says that Angel is in the world, and everyone has a. Why don't you say that the hell is empty and the devil is in the world? Yi Bai rolled his eyes, and Xiao Jiao was also a surprised girl. Nat came forward and knocked on the door, and the door drum opened. She shrugged at the two of them and took the lead and walked straight in. Yi Bai and Little Chili followed. The environment here is similar to the one in the movie, but it is different from the place in the zombie hero universe. The latter also has a small courtyard. Here, Holy Place is directly placed on the side of the road. In Holy Place, there is a woman with white hair and fluttering in a red robe who is about 20 years old. On her head, there is a crown of burning 3 flames. She looks 85 points, and her body is hidden by the loose robe. Come out. Who is this guy? Yi Bai said he didn't know this guy. 3. Welcome to Holy Place as a guest. I am the Queen of the Dark World, Carrie. The woman introduced herself. Yi Bai's mouth twitched. The Dark World? That is Dormammu's territory. He thinks there is a problem with the timeline. Carrie, is she the character who will appear long after Stephen Strange becomes Doctor Strange? Now that Ancient One is still there, why did Carrie jump out? Has she become the Queen of the Dark World? Had she usurped her uncle Dormammu and Mother Omar? In the plot of the comics, when Doctor Strange was exploring the Dark World, he fought with Dormammu. The mysterious white-haired girl secretly watched the scene and felt that Doctor Strange was a big hero. When the other party was about to be killed by Dormammu, the mysterious white-haired girl saved him and became Doctor Strange's apprentice. The mysterious white-haired girl is Klee. Can I ask you a question? Yi Bai asked. Ask, but I don't necessarily answer. Carrie said. Are you in the future timeline? Yi Bai asked the doubt. Carrie said, Outsiders, you really know the future. Following her words, her appearance and figure changed, and she instantly became a middle-aged woman with a bald head and wearing a yellow monk robe. Who is it if it is not Ancient One? It turned out that the reason why Ancient One became Klee was because she was a temptation to weather the outsider. Yi Bai knew the future. Obviously, she knew what she wanted to know in 3.8. Yi Bai got stuck. Ancient One is an old fox, and he opened the door to kill when he first met. Little Chili was also stunned, but her focus was different from Yi Bai. Instead, she was shocked to see the person who claimed to be Carrie on the other side suddenly changed his appearance. In her worldview, super ability only exists in her imagination. And the story. An invisible building, a shape-shifting person, she feels like Alice in Wonderland. The calmest thing is that it became Nat. She had seen things like supernatural power in her pocket last night, and the magic knowledge was still there, so anyone could learn it. Seeing it again now, she felt most emotional that she also had supernatural powers in her world, nothing more. I have observed it on the timeline, from your birth to your death. Yi Bai narrowed his eyes. With an unhappy expression on his face, he decided to give Gue Pretender. On the timeline, you are a bit inferior. When you first arrived in this world, I had predicted that today would arrive, and you did not. Ancient One smiled at Mimi and said something that made Yi Bai even more unhappy. Yi Bai had a bad temper, he said. I just don't want to become omniscient. It will lose a lot of fun. Ancient One continued with an angry dead man's unpaid tone and said, So I am Asgardian. You are just a traverser who will not bear much responsibility. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows. Look at you, Asgardian. How much does your magic cost you? Look at your body being hollowed out, the dark energy in your body. If you don't know, you think you are a Dormammu running dog. Woolen cloth. But anyone who knows will admire me very much. Ancient One's face is not so thick, so it can be said. Yi Bai. At this moment he could see that Ancient One was not malicious to him. But is this uncomfortable feeling swollen? 28 things? Yi Bai rolled his eyes and got a new idea. He put away his unhappy expression, first looked at the timeline from the high-dimensional space, changed his behavior according to the timeline, and walked out of passivity. He smiled at the bald woman Ancient One and said in plain Chinese, Old Ancient, we have been fighting in the air, and it is considered to be a long time for us. I have a series of magic inheritance here, so I will give it to you. Bar. He readily realized a magic book and handed it to Ancient One. To use the magic in this magic book, you have to borrow Yi Bai's power, and the caster will owe Yi Bai a debt. just like magician borrowing the power of existence in a different dimension to release spells. It seemed that Yi Bai would have an unexpected reaction from Time Gem, and Ancient One paused for a while. She took the magic book and looked at it a few times. She lived for hundreds of years and was as knowledgeable as her. At a glance, she saw that the magic recorded in this book came from a magical god she was not familiar with. How much does it cost? Ancient One asked. It depends on how I feel, Yi Bai said. When he said so, Ancient One understood. The source of the magic in this book is directed at the guy in front of you. It seems that I still don't know enough about you. Are you interested in inheriting my mantle and becoming Sorcerer Supreme? According to the idea of Ancient One Yi Bai, the source of magic is willing to condescend to be the Sorcerer Supreme of the earth. Its magic, Kamartaj's magician, can be used at will without paying the cost of casting. The beauty of thinking, I promise at most, the magic price I charge will be based on power and mystery, and it will be less than that of the Weishan Emperor Trinity. Yi Bai's eyes jumped with a smile. Ancient One thought for a while, nodded, and put away the magic book. When the two communicated, Xiaojiao always paid attention to the content of the conversation between the two of them. Although most of the content was not understood, the meaning of the word magic was still understood. She now has a problem with her head. Does magic really exist? It seems everything that happened in front of me is corroborating this point. Nat is still very calm. She has seen magic last night and has been shocked. Now she is just curious about what Yi Bai's magic book is and plans to come over and have a look later. Next, Ancient One took 3 people to visit Holy Place in New York and introduced them to this place. Under her introduction, Xiaojiao felt that the 3 materialisms that she had established in the first half of her life were completely unacceptable, and the new 3 views were gradually taking shape. Yi Bai said without beginning and ending at this time, we came from another parallel universe, and the end of the world happened over there. We came here as a flea. Before we came here, we put Strange Holy. All the magic books in place are brought over. I think you should know who Strange is. Ancient One definitely knows who Strange is. In fact, Sorcerer Supremes of past generations often used Eye of Agamotto to chat across time and space. This is a special chat group for Sorcerer Supreme. The Time Gem in Eye of Agamotto is the login account. Undoubtedly, Strange is the one with the highest IQ in the chat group. The reason why Ancient One is different is because Yi Bai said that he has the entire collection of Holy Place in another time and space. She knows that the world is different, and under the difference, the magic created by the ancestors will also be different. Do you want to exchange knowledge with me? Ancient One guessed Yi Bai's purpose. Yes, my library here is completely open to you, and how about your library? Yi Bai nodded, acknowledging his purpose. Yes, but you have to take me to see it first. Ancient One said she didn't know Yi Bai's ability, otherwise she would never say such a thing. Because Yi Bai can already choose whether to register Gu as a pocket space resident. Ancient One is a woman, not a man. Although Yi Bai has no idea about her, it is okay to let her become a resident. Anyway, it will only occupy one place. It's always true that there are more people on the magic side of the house. Yes, Yi Bai nodded, and by the way, he forced the little pepper, who has a high degree of favor with him, into the pocket space household registration, and took the 3 people present to transfer it, and the next moment it came to the pocket castle library. Gu came here and saw this huge library full of bookshelves. She 703 did not wait for Yi Bai to recruit Roar, and took the initiative to seek knowledge. There is far more knowledge here than Yi Bai described. Don't forget, he used this knowledge to exchange a lot of D&D magic knowledge from Veronica. The knowledge of D&D was initially condensed in a magic book. Wanda classified the knowledge in that book into a magic book and stored them in rows here. In other words, Ancient One and Yi Bai exchanged knowledge with each other, and Ancient One heard it. But considering that Gu has been registered as a pocket space VIP tenant, it doesn't matter if you count yourself as a person. Little Chili felt that she must be dreaming today, otherwise how could she have seen so many things beyond the 3 views? With the recognition that he was dreaming, Xiaojiao calmed down about his sudden appearance here and picked up a book on the shelf to read it, and then was attracted by the knowledge that was very different from science. Nat hasn't been here yesterday, just heard that Wanda mentioned it. Now that she is here, she might as well take a look. She is also very curious about the legendary knowledge of magic. Yi Bai allowed Little Chili and Nat to hang out here, while he followed Ancient One and introduced her to the types of knowledge stored in each area. The magic knowledge in this area comes from a friend of mine. It has nothing to do with Holy Place. It is magic beyond the worldview. The magic here is the most valuable to you, but if your soul is not your own, it is best not to learn it. I hope this knowledge will be leaked to Mephisto in a different dimension. Yi Bai knows that Ancient One has given too much to protect her. If her soul is also given away, Yi Bai's above-mentioned result may indeed happen. Part of my soul is with Emperor Wei Shan, the magical entity. Ancient One did not hide this either. Emperor Wei Shan, this is a 3-in-1 magic entity, composed of the 3 powers of Ohit, Hogos, and Agamotto. Among them, Ohit is the god of white magic and the ancient god of the earth. X-Men story here. Storm's family believes in Ashitu, and the magic that the family inherits to control the weather is Ashitu's power. Goss is not an ancient god born on the earth. He came from a different dimension and has a good relationship with Octor. The two teamed up to create a Go motor. As for how to create it, no one knows. It may be born during pregnancy, or maybe it is shaped by magic. The content recorded in the book of Emperor Wei Shan in the story of Doctor Strange is the theory of borrowing the power of the magic entity of Emperor Wei Shan. Want to get back that part of your soul? I can help, it's easy for me. Then I owe you the price? Ancient One squinted at him. At least I am very interesting here, not so boring. When you want to retire, you can come here, then I will shape a new body for you. You have also invited to travel through multi-universe, which connects more places, such as the super universe, the almighty universe, the universe beyond the universe. All the stories we listen to and read, even if they are made up by people, as long as they have a chance of happening, they will definitely happen in an infinite number of universes, and here can connect those places. Yi Bai tried to recruit Ancient One. I will think about it. Well, you hold this thing, it can let you in and out here. Yi Bai gave it a privilege ring. Ancient One walked around Yi Bai and left. On Nat and Pepper's side, the two of them are still reading at the moment. Yi Bai walked to Xiao Jiao's side and smiled and asked Mimi, how's it going? Little Chili didn't lift his head and said, don't talk to me. I'm afraid this dream will wake up. Before you wake up, you must watch more. Point 1. He walked to Nat again and asked her, do you want to learn magic too? Compared to the people in your family, I'm just an ordinary person, and I hope to have some skills. Nat said. It really has the same character as Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff used to learn magic for this reason. In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. Remember the magic book I gave to Ancient One earlier? How is that book different? The source of magic in that book is me, and the magic recorded in it is used by me to cast spells. Magic requires a price. This is also the source of most magic in this world. Power is borrowed. It is better to borrow the so-called costly power. Borrow it from me. Yi Bai said with a smile. Did I sell my soul? Nat turned his head, squinting at someone. Do you still want to leave? Yi Bai started to shame again. Okay, give me that book, and I will learn that. Nat thinks about it, too. It's okay to borrow Yi Bai's ability. Can the situation be worse now? Not to mention it's not that bad now. Yi Bai realized a copy and handed it to her. Nat started to learn. This magic book has no threshold, mainly because the source of magic Yi Bai opens up to Nat and can use it without restriction. She doesn't even need to pay the price of magic power to communicate the source of magic, because Yi Bai will actively communicate with her and give her the power. She only needs to know how to cast the spell. It doesn't matter whether she has magic power or not. This is also considered an alternative privileged user. Nat is obsessed with learning, and she is still learning after several hours. Yi Bai did not continue to disturb her, took the little pepper and left the pocket space and returned to the material world, located in front of Holy Place on Brick Street, Greenwich Village. Little Chili's thoughts were still not enough. At the moment, no matter how slow she reacted, she realized that everything before was not a dream. The curiosity of human beings to explore the unknown drives her moths to the fire. She said with an expression of expectation, "Yi, can I still enter there in the future?" "Definitely, you can hold this ring. If you want to go there, the ring will be sent to you." Yi Bai gave out another privilege ring. At this moment, it was around 8 o'clock in the evening, and Little Pepper joyfully took the ring and put it on his left middle finger. "Well, it's a delicate position. Yi, if you want to be a guest at my house, I will make you supper." Yi Bai shook his head and refused. "No, I'm going to the Himalayas tonight." It's good there. Zhao's good, far away. What are you going to do there?" Remember the woman with white hair that suddenly turned into a bald head? She lives in Kamartaj. I am going to visit her library and find some knowledge that I don't have here. Late, okay? Little Chili looked disappointed. She even wanted to go with Yi Bai. However, she was just an ordinary person with limited energy. After spending a whole day in the library, she was already very tired. Need to go back to rest. Saying goodbye to each other, Yi Bai controlled realm ability to activate, modify the distance from Kamartaj, and appeared in the old nest of Ancient One during the steps. This is also considered Marvel's famous magic school, although the magician here is not good enough. Yi Bai felt that when Ancient One taught his apprentices, he must have hidden himself. Yi Bai with a shaved head, at the moment sitting on the hillside stone table drinking tea on the road. Well, just a simple chat, incidentally, doing things hands. For example, a bald at the moment in the study Yi Bai sent her magic book. And Yi Bai, seemingly sitting here, but in reality most are not conscious in the body, but in Kamartaj library, but quit using Sage Scan and copy all the magic of books there. In the case of a bald consent of all knowledge here, for he is undefended. Due to differences in different worlds, there are indeed many Yi Bai family is no magic, can now take up to enrich their own heritage. These knowledge base, the future might even open a pocket dimension magic academy. College entrance put what he wants good, to find a station to get hold of the platform 9 3/4. Ancient One side, at the moment studying the book Chakra System, Magic, in this book, was written by magic, not what ninjutsu. Ninjutsu practitioners need to practice chakra. This book simplifies many elements as possible. The cast does not require chakra. Meditation just name the source of the magic. Magic as a bridge of communication with the source of magic. Hands results India, which is the source of magic Yi Bai then related surgery by the past. Surgery can be released. Release surgery is essentially Yi Bai. Magic magician just borrowed the use of force. Ancient One just under the big ball of fire of the surgery, ready to try to see the 703. She asked Yi Bai, "You have no magic taboos?" Yi Bai schematic shook his head no. Ancient One borrowing power, are woven by his good, take it wants to direct. Uncontrolled problems ability to hurt himself does not appear. Definitely, some letters such as drog or do in these 4 images and seal exception. Ancient One Indian hands smooth strokes, has, not, Shin a lunch high in. Beat India at the same time, meditation name of the person, their own magic as a bridge, to name as a target, establish ability loan channel. Yi Bai side, the ring system of artificial intelligence Eve Sage, received Ancient One side, demands the use of Yi by divine build ninjutsu model, and finally down that channel will be lost in the past surgery. To say complex, but in reality when the Ancient One Madra completed the above process is complete. Ancient One foot of the head positioning direction, gently blowing mouth, a diameter of 2 meters fireball is blown to 20 meters per second speed, flying Yamashita, until only the outer dissipated over 50 meters. Release surgery is completed. Yi Bai easily charged the cost of a little magic of Ancient One. Also confiscated many things go, on the other side a little bit of DNA samples, which can be used to clone ancient stuff, too. If the occupation is really coming Ancient One, with a new body can use this stuff to each other clones, CD. After all, the other side of the body was almost empty since the annual cost of the caster, and seem almost ordinary people, but in reality relying on the magic of life-sustaining once lost magic. The next second hanging nobody should be surprised. Ancient One is also aware of what they pay. She was puzzled. You have to do what myself? Yi Bai did not hide, will tell their own ideas. Ancient One here, revealing smile. It appears I was eyeing you. Yes, I have here a good treatment. There are a variety of benefits. Is definitely the best place to go after you retire. Probably have had to consider the Ancient One came back. Yi Bai mentioned this again. She was only a little hesitation, they agreed. Okay, but you have to put me out of that part of the soul to come back. Can. Yi Bai waved magic. A magic mountain of God-dimensional entity ritual connection is arranged out. This is the dimension of the Mountain Emperor Book Record ceremony, usually to sacrifice themselves what to Mountain Tai and maintenance in exchange for more powerful permanent magic. Yi Bai casually made a few fists file-sized sage stone and threw one of them into the ceremony as a sacrifice. The ceremony opened, the sage stone disappeared, and a phantom with an invisible face or even a human form emerged above the ritual altar. I want the part of Ancient One's soul with you, Yi Bai said to the ball of light. Not enough. Guangqiu sent out an idea to connect with Yi Bai, reminding him that a fist file-sized sage stone is not enough to pay. Yi Bai lost the second block, the third block, and until the fifth block, a translucent soul phantom that looked the same as Ancient One floated out of the light ball and floated in front of Yi Bai. Yi Bai looked at Ancient One on the side and nodded to her. Ancient One first thanked Yi Bai, and then reaccommodated this part of the soul in the body, and her soul was now complete. In response to the body, she became younger. If she looked like a middle-aged woman before, then she now, under the dual influence of the magic of the dark dimension in the body and the replenishment of the soul, becomes like a 27-8-year-old Winnie-san. The most important thing is that she has long hair and is no longer a big bald head. At the end of the ceremony, the projection of Emperor Weishan disappeared. Yi Bai waved his hand again, putting away the ceremony venue. In line with the principle of helping people to the end and sending the Buddha to the West, Yi Bai created a clone warehouse here and arranged an anti-exploration enchantment to cover the area between the two and use the previously collected Ancient One somatic cells began to clone. Seeing his actions and the equipment he took out, Ancient One raised its eyebrows, and the DNA that was taken away from the spell was used to create a new body with scientific equipment. The other party, as the source of magic, is really eclectic. The cloning process went smoothly. It didn't take long for a girl with black hair and good figure to be cloned. I don't usually see that Ancient One looks pretty good when I was young. I can't talk about a score of 90, but I still have a score of 85. Facing the Guowu clone in the clone warehouse, Ancient One's expression was calm, and there was no embarrassment of being looked at. Perhaps in the eyes of people like Ancient One, the body is just a skin and the soul is the essence. In fact, the astral projection in magic, practicing to the extreme, can permanently get rid of the shackles of the body and live forever in the posture of the soul. However, at that time, people could not be regarded as human beings, they could only be regarded as spirit creatures. Just like Angel and the Devil, they lived in a soul dimension that was very different from reality. This body is yours. Yi Xiang opened the clone warehouse and said to Ancient One. Ancient One nodded. There was no ink. Cast a spell astral projection. The body was shaken. The soul was separated and floated to the new body to merge into it. The girly version of Ancient One floated out of the cloned warehouse, and a yellow monk's robe was transformed into itself while the golden light shone. She slowly fell to the surface. The new body was not burdened. She hadn't been so relaxed for a long time. I saw her hands pinched, her original body gradually turned into dots of fluorescent debris, and these light spots merged into Yi Bai's body. Yi Bai said different. He discovered that Ancient One had given him the original body as a sacrifice. And his artificial intelligence, Eve, wrote Bai's kaleidoscope on his own initiative and shared it with Ancient One. He is full of black lines. Nice eyes. Feeling the changes in his vision and the pupil technique in his eyes, Ancient One began to sigh again. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. Don't do this kind of forced transaction next time, at least say it in advance. Having obtained Ancient One's body, he also obtained all the knowledge of the other party. There was no need to stay here anymore. Yi Bai got up and prepared to leave. Are you leaving? Well, when Strange comes, you can move to my side. Good. Unknowingly, time came to the beginning of 1999. On the morning of January 1st, the system released a new task to Yi Bai. Task: seeking to usurp the throne. Introduction: the first child of Zeus and Hera has no name. It is predicted that he will overthrow Zeus and become the new king after he is born. Therefore, this unlucky child was suppressed by Zeus to the depths of the earth and is about to crawl out now. Requirement: take advantage of the time when Zeus pretends to be dead to avoid the disaster. Grab the Olympus mountain and move it to your pocket space. Reward: doll alchemy level +1. There is something in this task. When robbing the sacred mountain, can I do something else by the way? For example, use Herafa to plant flowers, treat Heber as a tea girl, shut Hestia into a small black house, and send Artemis to the ranch. Grazing. MMP. If Diana wanted to know this, she had to make a noise. Not long ago, Diana quit her job at the Louvre and brought her adopted daughter Donna Troy to Los Angeles settlement. I don't know what she thought, so she asked Emma to help and opened a branch of Hellfire Club in DC Los Angeles here. The reason was to open a game. The heroine's person is assumed to be completely collapsed. However, this has also become their family's foothold when they are in DC. The time difference between the two sides is different. Marvel is in the morning, and here is just night. Yi Bai came to the top of this Hellfire Club branch and found that it was quite lively. Wanda and Agnes, Natasha Romanoff and Nat, and even Jessica and Arisa. But I didn't see Donna Troy here. It is said that she went to Gotham and played with Batman's adopted son Dick Grayson. I want to mention here, not long ago, Green Lantern Jessica and Aretha, and Caitlin Snow in Midtown, Huey and Ming from the Ninth World, now all joined the big family, and now they are all incarnations outside. However, both Kagaya and Ming have recently been on the plane of Gensokyo and have a new life there, and generally speaking, they rarely come back. The battle of the gods on that plane is still going on. The gods are fighting all day long, and the gods' brains are turned into dogs' brains. It is estimated that Ragnarok is not far away. The two of them became famous in Gyeoshianyuan. It is said that Huey and Amaterasu's sister, Yu Jian, became friends. Yu Jian also said that she will have a daughter in the future and will also be named Chu Huiyi. At first, I heard about this from Huiyi. Yi Bai has been for a long time, and Huiyi Ji, who is in love with Bamboo, originally came from this name. Terumi may also made two friends. They're Fengyu Ji and Yui He, the daughter of the sea god Mianjin Jian. Since Minzu Jian is the main force of Gaotianyuan and is occupied all the time, the Sisters of Mangetsu are currently taken care of by the Eight Meanings and Gods. So Terumi Ming, I also got acquainted with the moon-minded by Yonglin of this later generation. Well, the topic is far off. Yi Bai walked to a few people and sat down, and said to the heroine, Diana, you may be in trouble. What's the trouble? Diana puzzled. It can be called trouble. I guess her god relative has gone down. Jessica Cruz shook the wine glass in her hand to spit out. Almost, but it's not going to the earth, but the trouble of crawling out of the depths of the earth. Yi Bai told them the story of Zeus and Hera's first child. Now, the eldest son returns with a grudge. His strength may be stronger than Zeus. He will definitely take revenge on Zeus. So Zeus hid, and even rumors that Zeus died on the mountain. Diana blinked, a little puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Obviously, she is not very concerned about the matter on the mountain. Even if her father Zeus is usurped by the eldest son, it has little to do with her. Because of a fable that among the many children of Zeus, one will step on the bones of his brothers and sisters to ascend to the throne. That person may be the eldest son or someone else. Apollo is about to move. He may want to take that position. His sister Artemis will definitely help him. Diana, you are also in the fable, or that you have been calculated and entered. When I heard that I was calculated, Diana's violent temper was immediately ignited. Which bastard dares to calculate me? I will teach it. Yi Bai smiled and said, it was Athena and Zeus. The two of them planned a conspiracy together. You are the most critical piece. If they plan successfully, you will gradually gather some old gods who are willing to help you, and you will eventually lead them to the eldest son, endlessly dying. In the last few days, Hera will know that you are the child of her husband and the third child, and you will be troubled to find the door and enter the game. Yibai said that the spoilers are really cool. For flowers. You guys who live on Olympus are too gloomy. Natasha Romanoff was speechless. Don't talk about Olympus with me, I'm not familiar with them. Diana emphasized this, and she turned to ask Yibai, do you think it's appropriate for me to go to Marvel to hide from the limelight? She heard that her father Zeus and sister Athena calculated her, and felt that she could not beat her father, and planned to go to Otherworld to hide quietly, so as not to be calculated. If you can run, the monk can run the temple. Hera knows that your mother has a relationship with her husband, so she will easily let her go? Isn't there you, Yi? Move Shamiskala city into your space. Diana smiled slyly. She had wanted to do this a long time ago, and in her opinion, there is nothing more in this world than Yibai's. In a safe place, if she can move her hometown, she can go back to see her mother at any time, and by the way, she can also bring Antioch back from the peaceful world. 0. If your mother doesn't mind moving. Yibai nodded in agreement. She said to Agnes, who was already 7 years old, my dear, help Aunt Diana create a paradise island in the fairy world later. Got it. Agnes wrapped her body in a cute look. Diana got up. I'll go back to Paradise Island to convince my mother, see you later. After she finished sharing Yibai ability, the teleportation disappeared. At this moment, a white star of light appeared not far away from a few people, and the flapping of wings could be faintly heard. When the star of light disappeared, Emma appeared there. Behind her, there are a pair of white angel wings. These wings are the evil taste of Emma. The parts added to the body with the creation function of the Ring of the Sage can be incorporated into the body at ordinary times, and they will grow when they need to be forced to set off their charm. Not to mention, Angel's White Queen's appearance seems to have improved by several %. She folded her wings and went to sit down beside the crowd and poured herself a glass of wine. I am in good spirits. What good things have happened? Natasha Romanoff asked her. Emma took a sip, put down the cup and asked everyone, do you know Tina and Circe? Visitors to the zombie universe, such as Natasha Romanoff and Wanda, said they knew that in fact, Circe, a member of the Eternal Clan, often cooperates with Avengers. People on the Nat and DC world said they have never heard of it. Yibai expressed a little impression. Small. Tina and Circe, they came to the Hellfire Club to find me last night, and they said to me, the Druid and the Dream Demon are united with the intention to pull the dream dimension into reality and cover the entire Earth. They have notified Kamartaj's Ancient One magician, through prophecy to find capable people to protect the homeland together, so he found me and hoped that we would participate in it. Emma talked about this with everyone. Did you agree? Wanda asked her. Not yet. Wait, who can tell me who Tina and Circe are? Nat is confused. Are there these two people on the Earth where we live? They are two old antiques who have lived for thousands of years. In the Greek mythology, Circe and Athena of the Witch refer to those two. But the legend is not true. Athena is a person, but not Tina. Tina just looks more like Athena. Athena asked her to be her ground spokesperson. 73-inch Natasha Romanoff introduced the peers. Athena again. Isn't this name appearing a lot today? Nat was speechless. Yi, do we want to participate? Emma asked Yibai. Whoever wants to participate, please participate. Be careful of the dream monsters. That guy can turn dreams into reality, can easily pull up a dream monster army, and can hardly be killed. Druids are eternal races, and their strength is probably better than Kayla. Be weaker. There are indeed a few people in Yibai's family who have a strong sense of justice. No, knowing this kind of thing, the Green Lantern heroines duo will immediately join in the fun. Scarlet Witch Wanda has recently learned a lot of magic and new skills, and he has no enemies to practice hand skills. Now the enemy just jumped out by himself. Agnes followed the steps of her mother, saying that wherever she went, she would go. Nat and Natasha Romanoff also expressed their intention to participate. Emma saw so many people participating, she shrugged. Since this is the case, I will also participate. Everyone went to the Marvel 199999 universe in one mind and went to participate in the Dimensional War. Bye. Not long after, Diana came back. Seeing that this place suddenly became extremely deserted, she was very puzzled. Where have all the people gone? Bai told her about the Dimensional War on Marvel's side. When Diana heard it, she immediately said, I'll go too. I'll go there and hide quietly. I've already cheated Roar with my mother. Go and help. They move, I'm leaving first. Diana disappeared where she was. Bye. He sighed speechlessly, got up, read the text transmission and started. The next moment, he arrived at the palace rooftop on the Paradise Island Shimiskara. With a sound, Hippolyte, dressed in a golden armor and a red cloak, stood here and looked down at the mountain. He heard the movement behind him, turned his head, and saw a strange man. Are you Yi? I have seen my mother-in-law. Bai smiled and saluted. Don't call me mother-in-law, I don't recognize you. Well, Lord Queen, are you ready to relocate? Take me over and have a look first. No problem. Bai stretched out his hand to Hippolyte, and Hippolyte put his hand on her. The two teleported and disappeared to an island on a certain sea in the Pocket Fairy world. This is the Paradise Island that Agnes previously engraved one by one according to Diana's memory. Except for no people, no animals, and insects, it has nothing to do with the outside world. The Paradise Island is exactly the same, and even the city of Shimiskara in the center of the island has been recreated one by one. However, there is no one in the city, and it looks deserted like a ghost town. This is the world I created. I divide the world into 3 parts, the mortal world, the fairy world, and the private area occupied by Diana and me. This is the fairy world, with an area equivalent to 10 euro plus. Bai to mother-in-law introduced this place. What Hippolyte heard was a panic, creating the world. Even if she was as knowledgeable as she had only heard of it in legends. What an incredible man Diana had found. Zeus can't match it. Is there no one else here? Hippolyte asked again. Yes, after my believers die, their souls will come to reincarnate in this world. They currently live in the depths of the immortal world continent, far away from here, and the number of people is not very large. The future will gradually become lively. Bai explained. Some time ago, Bai worked with his family to design the environment of the fairy world. This is no longer a wasteland, but the mountains and rivers are beautiful everywhere. Where is the mortal world? If we stay here, can we go to the mortal world? You are a mother-in-law, so naturally you have privileges here. Go and take you to the mortal world. The two came to the mortal world. At present, there are only Bai's missionary dolls in the mortal world. When they are not preaching, they will live in the pocket mortal world. In order to preach, Bai created nearly tens of millions of dolls some time ago. Most of them are preaching in different worlds. The resident population of Pocket Mortal is only 1 million. These people built one here. In modern cities, the level of technology is similar to that of the outside world. This city is called Aurora, and it is also the only city in the world so far. Bai introduced. Hippolyte was very knowledgeable. She was not rare in the gods of the old age, and she saw the anomaly of the people living here at a glance. They don't seem to be humans? It's someone I created with alchemy, who is usually responsible for helping me spread my faith in different worlds. The total population is tens of millions, and most of them are in other world. This is just the rest. When it comes to this, Bai is very proud of this group of people. I not only established a city, but also developed a financial system here, through money trading and work to make money, instead of primitive bartering. These were not planned by the Bai family, but were the result of the puppet's self-development. Watching this city become more orderly day by day, just like watching my children grow up day by day, the sense of accomplishment is full. Hippolyte didn't know what to say. This son-in-law was more capable than she thought. After shopping for a while, Hippolyte said, "Let's go back, we can move." After returning to the outside Paradise Island, Hippolyte issued a starter order in the city of Shimiskara, and all Amazons gathered at the square in front of the palace at 3.8. The whole city has not been mobilized for a long time. The Amazons don't know what the queen is going to do. They are very curious when they come to the square. There are a few theocratic sacrifices, and they gathered together secretly. They thought this must be a provocation of the theocratic Queen Hippolyte. So I started to discuss whether to go to the temple to tell the goddesses on the mountain in prayer. Throughout the ages, kingship and theocracy have always been opposites. Even the Amazons are no exception. Hippolyte felt that there was a lover of the god king, but this matter could not be promoted at all. Once it was publicized on the island, the old priests would go to the temple for the first time to keep the statue of Hera. As it is now, it was just a mobilization, and the priests began to make trouble. Hippolyte is also very helpless. I can't kill them. The moving movement of the Amazonian People's Congress began vigorously. On the square in front of the palace, there was a huge amount of cracks in the gap, and many Amazonians moved various materials into it. Yi Bai and Hippolyte stood on both sides of the gap and commanded the group to avoid trampling and other adverse events. When the Amazonian National People's Congress moved, in the temple of the goddess Artemis on the west side of the city, there were several old women sacrificed with folds, kneeling in front of the statue of the moon and the goddess of hunting. Kind of ill. What the queen wants to abandon the Paradise Island. The queen is disrespectful to the gods. The queen changes faith. The queen disrespects the tradition and has a man. Artemis, who was accompanying her brother Apollo on the mountain to see Hera, at the moment, as if suddenly receiving a harassing call that could not be hung up, a bunch of old women's blabla sound appeared in her ears, listening to her inexplicably irritable. This goddess sister is covered with moonlight, her eyes are sharp, her temperament is wild, and her body is strong. She is not wearing luxurious clothes, but sexy leather armor made of animal skins. She has the feeling of a female ranger in the D&D system. Annoyed by the sound of prayers, she reluctantly injected divine power into her eyes and glanced towards the direction of Paradise Island. As the goddess of hunting, Artemis 28 has excellent eyesight. I think that the mantra lasso that year was that she stood on the top of the mountain, tied to the arrow, and shot to the Paradise Island with a longbow. She saw the relocation of the Amazonian National People's Congress and found it interesting, so she whispered in her brother Apollo's ear, "Interesting things have happened on Paradise Island. I will go over and take a look." Apollo nodded to his sister. The square in front of the palace of Paradise Island. Obviously, it was broad daylight, and suddenly, moonlight scattered and filled the square in all directions. The rays of light formed spots of light, and when the spots of light converged, Artemis appeared above the ground. Seeing the goddess descend to earth, Amazonians knelt down on one knee to bow. Hippolyte was the junior of Zeus. She didn't need to kneel down, because Artemis also knew about this, and it seemed that the only thing she didn't know was Hera. Alvenezia ignored the Amazons. She looked at the only man in the field and said with interest, "Little handsome guy, your faith is very strong. It is rare in this era. It can keep your secrets. Tell sister. Sister will not treat your kiss badly." Yi Bai hadn't spoken yet, and the Amazons around him were surprised. This man is also a god? It can't be seen at all. Where did the queen meet him? Will he fight the goddess? Yi Bai ignored these noises and faced the wild and unruly temperament of the moon and hunting goddess. He smiled at Mimi and said briskly, "Artemis, shall we make a bet? Tell me. I bet you dare not go inside." Yi Bai pointed to the gap he opened. "What if I go in? I will tell you all my secrets." Yi Bai is a thief. Anyone who enters his world can forcibly register the other party as his resident. Then the other party will be his own, so why not tell him the secret? If the opponent does not dare to enter, the bet will be lost, and he does not need to tell the opponent. Artemis is a daring goddess. There are not many things that I dare not do for so many years. She smiled wildly, stepped forward on her slender and toned legs, passed by Yi Bai, and stroked the other's cheek and said, "Get your story ready. Sister is going in." Watching her walk in, Yi Bai took the opportunity to register Artemis as a VIP resident of Pocket Space. Artemis, who entered it, found that the environment here was similar to the outside. With all her strength, She looked into the distance and saw the beautiful mainland in the distance. She found that there seemed to be no people here. The continent was so big, and there were almost no people in the area. Could it be a different dimensional space? She walked out of the gap again and returned to the square in front of the palace. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Bai. Tell me your secret. Yi Bai threw her a ring of privilege. Alvunis took it, looked at it a few times, and found no problem, so he put it on his finger. Feeling the function of the ring, the corners of her mouth curled up. Interesting, kid. I will get my sister's name in trouble in the future, and my sister will wear you. She left and went to explore the pocket space castle area. In the square, the Amazons looked at each other. They thought that the goddess would fight this man. After all, men looked at them as foreign gods, not the Olympus gods. Is the result so harmonious? Hippolyte clapped his hands and said, well, don't waste time, keep moving. The big moving movement is continuing. The old priests who have been paying attention here are completely dumbfounded. This is different from what they imagined. How could the goddess get along with the man so harmoniously, and also said that they want to cover people's home, which makes them feel like they are not human inside and outside. One of the old priests said unwillingly, should we go to sue the goddess Hestia? No one can lie in front of him. She must be able to expose the conspiracy of the male god. The other priests nodded, so they ran to pray in front of the statue in the temple of Hestia, the goddess of fire and honesty. In the square, Yi Bai has a strange expression. In fact, he used the perception ability to see the behaviors of the old priests before. He discovered them when they prayed in front of the temple of Artemis, and the result was that they gave him a goddess. Are you still here? Will you give yourself a goddess again? I thought those old priests were an eye-catcher, but now I found out that they were my good teammates. Pocket private space, Artemis 703 came to the castle. This fairy tale-style castle occupies a very large area, and the interior is like a maze. If you don't open the whole picture, you will get lost in this place. Arnis walked enthusiastically in the spirit of exploration and adventure. Passing a corner, she met a blonde woman wearing a white lady's suit plus hip skirt. When the other party saw her, he was very confused. Hey, who are you? I haven't seen it yet. Are you playing cosplay? This look reminds me of the female ranger in a certain game. The blonde woman was very talkative, and when she saw the stranger Arniswu, she said a lot about Bala Bala before she waited for the other person to speak. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Virginia Pepper Potts. You can call me Pepper. She just remembered to introduce herself. I'm Arnis. Artemis thought the girl in front of him was funny and didn't mind talking to her. Artemis? In Greek mythology, the moon and the goddess of hunting are also called by this name. You actually have the same name as her. It's just a coincidence. Can you tell me about this place? Artemis didn't say that he was a goddess. Although I don't know much about this place, it's okay to tell you. Through the introduction of Little Pepper, Artemis gradually gained a relatively clear understanding of this place. Hestia, she is the sister of Hera, Demer, Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, etc., one of the three goddesses. Today's Hestia is still in the mortal world as always. She doesn't like to stay on the mountain because there are too many shit and mess in Gain's family. There are only two kinds of people in that family. One is the enemy, the other is the enemy. Hestia's mood becomes extremely bad every time she goes home. It is true that those siblings, nephews, nieces, and siblings make her feel so troubled, so they simply stay in the mortal world to be invisible. In her opinion, compared with relatives with pure blood, only half of the illegitimate children of Zeus' blood are more worthy of friendship, such as Hercules, Diana, and Helen. Now she lives in the foggy capital of England with her niece Helen. Speaking of Helen, she was taken to modern society before she experienced the original fate of her life and was sent to Paradise Island by a time traveler. She left Paradise Island in 1948 and has been living alone since then until 1961, when she met her Aunt Hestia in England. Since then, the two have been wandering around the mortal world. Whenever they arrive, if they think it is good, they will live for a few years until now. Hestia didn't have the air of being a god. He didn't steal or rob him. When he was short of money, he went to work. It was extremely harmless to humans and animals. In the past few years, Helen followed Hestia. She was stunned from the original Amazonian warrior style to become an honest girl. On this day, Hestia was working as a waiter in a restaurant. Suddenly, the prayers of the old Amazon priest sounded in his head, saying a lot of bad things about the Amazon queen, and even said that the queen had a man outside. Hestia silently raised her forehead. "Can you keep me quiet? I really don't want to care about this kind of mess." "And what's the matter with you?" Helen, who also works here as a waiter, saw Hestia's expression and thought she was sick. "It's a matter of Paradise Island. I'll go over and take a look." "I will go with you, and there are my friends on Paradise Island." Paradise Island, the big relocation is still going on. Yibai has been paying attention to his surroundings and looking forward to Hestia's arrival. I quickly discovered the other party. The other party is different from Al Venezia, who likes high profile, but low-key to the extreme. She and Helen teleported to Paradise Island and then merged into the Amazon crowd. Yibai looked at them in the crowd not far away and they waved. Knowing that Hestia had been discovered, Hestia simply took Helen to Yibai's body. Ignoring the actual age factor, Hestia is a white-haired girl. Her temperament can bring family-like warmth to the people around her. Her honesty of the holy flame will put an end to the lies of people around her. People near her are basically unable to lie. "I'm Hestia. Someone reported to me that your intentions toward Amazons are unruly. Can you explain it?" he asked. Yibai did not answer the question, but first looked at Helen and said to her, "Helen, do you remember Z?" "Hey, do you know Z?" Helen said differently. She definitely knew Z. Z is one of her good friends and a very good fortune teller, but she has been missing for many years. "Because I am Z." Yibai took the purple doll out of his pocket and put it next to him. When Helen saw this familiar girl, her mouth opened wide. The purple puppet was controlled by Yibai and smiled at Mimi to greet her roar. "Helen, long time no see." You. She was stunned. "Actually, I am the doll made by Yi." Doll Z introduced Helen about her origins. Yibai looked at Hestia and said, "Because of Zeus and Athena's calculations, Hera will know Diana's life experience and then the relationship between Hippolyte and her husband. I told Di about this. Diana wants me to transfer her people to my world for protection. That's why." Facing Hestia, Yibai didn't use the way of betting and fooling around. She knew that the other party was one of the rare Greek gods who could play with mortals. "It seems that I misunderstood. Can I go to your world to visit it?" Hestia asked. "Definitely, the Chai doll will act as your guide." So Hestia and Helen followed the purple doll through the gap and went into the pocket fairy world to visit. Yibai took this opportunity to shamelessly register these two as VIP privileged residents. Starting today, these two are also his own. Not far away, observing the sacrifice here in secret, once again dumbfounded. Could it be that the man is really not malicious, but they're here in the heart of a villain? They still didn't give up. It was the old priest who spoke before, and she said, "Try again. If it still doesn't work, then give up." Another sacrifice asked, "Who do we pray to?" The old priest said, "This time we will tell your majesty Hera directly." The other sacrifices looked at each other, and finally nodded, gritted their teeth and made up their minds. "Okay, just do it." Beside the gap, Yibai's expression is weird. Wouldn't these good sacrificing teammates really summon Hera? If the Queen Hera becomes her own, there is no need to grab the mountain. Now that Zeus pretends to be dead, the thing is directly owned by her. The stars are shining above the Olympus mountain. This is a place where people can feel the boundless majesty. But Hera, who was blonde and dressed in peacock clothing, was not very happy at the moment. Zeus had been missing for so many years, and rumors of Zeus's death began to spread on the sacred mountain. The throne of the king of God was vacant, and Apollo looked forward to it. Before, Apollo actually came here with her sister Artemis and asked Zeus whether she was really dead, which is totally unreasonable. At this moment, a stubborn hippie woman walked up to Hera with a slut and said cool words, "Mother, you are really less and less majestic. If this continues, you may the tragedy of becoming a country that is sweeping the ground with majesty and being driven out of the sacred mountain by disrespectful people." Hera squinted her eyes and looked at this daughter who was afraid that the world would not be chaotic. Eris, what happened to what I asked you to investigate? After the investigation, before my father disappeared, he really made a sad mortal pregnant again. Her name is Zola and she lives on a farm in Virginia. Eris told her, Zhao's good, what she had investigated. Make a look like hesitating and stopping. What else, say? Okay, mother, you are really impatient. I heard that I also have a little sister. Her mother is Hippolyte, who was born on Paradise Island and is an Amazon princess. Eris sneered. As the goddess of discord, it is her characteristic that she has nothing to do with her, and she feels uncomfortable if she doesn't make trouble for a day. She is the description of a person like her. When Hera heard that Zeus had wild species, and he was born with his most faithful believer, Hippolyte, her lungs were almost blown up. The Amazonian is a powerful female mortal who is grateful for the low status of mortal women and wanted to have some extra income from faith. She took the initiative to take the lead in joining with other goddesses to gather the female souls in the hands of men who died tragically in the mortal world and squeeze them out of the powerful female mortals. The first Amazons, such as Hippolyte and Antiope, were all made by Hera himself. Now that she heard that Hippolyte had actually hooked up her husband, she was furious. When the Queen Hera was angry, the voices of the old priests from the Amazons on Paradise Island came into Hera's ears. Upon listening to the content, an angry Hera got up immediately after learning that the Amazons were going to move. Over the Paradise Island, suddenly dark clouds were covered with lightning and thunder. Above the sky, dark clouds formed a spiral shape, and the thunder exploded more intensely, as if the sky was angry. On the square, the Amazons, including Yi Bai, looked up at the sky. Beside Yi Bai, Hippolyte shuddered, because she knew that Zeus and Hera were the only ones who could cause this kind of power. It is impossible for Zeus to vent his anger to the Paradise Island, so the only one who can do this is his goddess Hera. In other words, Hera is coming. Compared with Hippolyte's fear, Yi Bai was much calmer. He looked at the sky that seemed to be angry and thought of a line in a certain novel inexplicably. What is the content? It seems to be, I know that the sky will be angry if people offend its majesty. But does God know that people can also be angry? If he is nothing. When I begged, you sneered arrogantly. When I cried bitterly, you were indifferent. Now I am angry. I want to hear the cry of heaven. I want to hear the begging of God. I know that the sky can be angry, but do you know that the sky can also tremble? This line is very domineering. If Hippolyte could read this line, it would be very suitable. It's a pity that Hippolyte has already been frightened for 733, his face pale and trembling all over. Yi Bai sighed helplessly, walked to the mother-in-law, put a hand on her shoulder, and released a soothing technique, allowing her to temporarily suppress the fear. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Bai stepped, standing in front of Hippolyte, looking straight at the high-altitude dark cloud vortex, and the blonde woman in peacock clothing was gradually falling down. Hippolyte looked at Yi Bai's tall figure blankly, thinking of the other side's mighty power that created the world, and suddenly he was no longer afraid. My son-in-law is so strong, I'm still afraid of Hera. But I am not afraid, but the respect she deserves for Hera cannot be less. Hera is the creator of their Amazons and a mother-like existence. The mother has to punish her daughter for justice. Below, Amazonians have recognized that the person is Hera, but the other party is obviously unkind. The Amazonians don't know the reason and seem very confused. Hera descended from the palace to the ground and walked arrogantly towards Hippolyte. Hippolyte walked out from behind Yi Bai and knelt to Hera on one knee. That was definitely not my intention, my goddess. You did that kind of thing, now you know to respect me? Save it, Hippolyte. Hera suppressed her anger. The reason for hiding you is to protect my daughter. Hippolyte's head underground. It was my husband's wild species. I was after the gods, God's girls, but after all I was a woman. I do not care about your intention, but the fact that you caused me nan-e hearts of anger, and why, Hippolyte, why are you doing this to me? What sweet words did he use to drag you into love? What should I do to make him? Hera's words were interrupted, and Yi Bai, who is next to Hippolyte, spoke at this moment. Your Excellency Hera, I'm Yibai. Do you know the reason why Zeus disappeared? Because you and his eldest son are about to break ground. He filled with pernicious to bring back. Theocracy was about to capsize. Titan II has been eyeing on the mountain. The slightest mistake, Ragnarok will come instantly. Now is not a good time to liquidate. Hera stopped and squinted his eyes to look at the man in front of Hippolyte. Just as Artemis could perceive the exaggerated power of faith in Yibai, so Hera could naturally detect it. Have such strong faith. This child is not necessarily weak, possibly even better than everyone else. After all, in this era, there are not many people who truly believe in gods. The gods of Olympus are all gods of the old age and need to rely on faith to maintain their strength. People like the moon and the sun gods can still have faith in this era. Family and marriage, love and beauty are also clergy. Can survive. But such gods as wars, disputes, and forging are seriously lacking in faith. Such as Ares, now the old are about to fall into the ground. Nowadays, seeing a faith that is not only lacking in the country, but full of existence that is about to overflow, Hera can't think of the other party as a passerby, so she has to pay attention to it. However, she came to Paradise Island with a lot of anger and came to play as a junior. If she easily exposes this matter and loses face, she needs a step up. Yibai is so smart that he saw this and took the initiative to say what he said before. Tell me what you know, Hera said. Are you sure you want me to speak here? Why don't you let me go to a quiet place? Yibai opened the Taoist room beside him and invited Hera. Sidi. Hera doesn't know Yibai's details, so she can only walk along the step. She glared at Hippolyte, snorted coldly, and walked into Yibai's gap. Yibai gave Hippolyte a look that was assured of me, and followed Hera into it, closing the gap. But the big gap is still there. Hippolyte said to the Amazons, "The relocation continues. Pocket Castle area, outside the courtyard." In order to improve the surrounding environment, Yibai once ordered the maid in the castle to plant trees outside the castle. The area around the castle was transformed into a fairy tale style, with mountains and rivers and forests, and roads paved with flowers on both sides. Hera is very knowledgeable and doesn't care much about the beautiful environment here. It's not that she has never seen a more beautiful place. The environment here can only be said to be pretty good in her opinion. The two appeared on the flower road. Tell me, the situation of my first child and my husband has gone. Hera stared at Yibai and asked about it. Yibai smiled slightly and began to flicker Dafa. Your Excellency Hera, if the legend is not wrong, you are the seventh wife of Zeus. Back then, Zeus became a wet cuckoo and flew to you for help. With compassion, he put it in his chest to warm him. He returned to his original shape and forcibly occupied you when you were in a panic. Afterwards, you had no choice but to accept him and get her promise to be the only queen to share power together. When mentioned about the old past that she did not want to recall, Hera raised her eyebrows, and her eyes gradually turned hostile when she looked at Yibai. What are you trying to say? I want to say that your feelings for Zeus are not, nor are your brother-in-law affection. Please think about this question. Do you have any feelings for him? I don't think it is necessary. Yibai began to distort the concept again. He knows that people who are bound to be residents here cannot fall in love with others except themselves. Even if they have loved deeply, they will lose that feeling when they come here. The reason why I said this to Hera was to make her realize that she had only deceived herself and others during the years she spent with Zeus. Hera really followed Yibai's guidance and thought about the relationship with Zeus. Don't want to know. Once she thinks about feelings, she is shocked to find that she does not seem to have feelings for Zeus. When the other party messes around outside, she only feels that she has lost face as a regular wife, so she seems jealous, not because of emotional factors. Thinking deeply about it, after being forcibly occupied by that old pervert, he wanted to kill Zeus in his heart. Only because the other party promised to become a queen and share power together, I chose to compromise. I, Hera, love power, not Zeus. Seeing Hera seems to have figured out something, Yibai strikes while the iron is hot. You Zeus and the first child. He hates his father, but he doesn't hate you who pleaded for him. Now, your eldest son has become even better than Zeus. Powerful, about to crawl out of the depths of the earth. Zeus was so scared to hide, deliberately spreading rumors that he was dead on the mountain, and even you almost believed that he was really dead. Hera, why don't you take this opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity? Go to sit on the top of the mountain. Hera's expression was complicated when her eldest son was about to be unearthed. Hearing that the husband who couldn't control his lower body was scared to run away by his son, Hera cursed the bastard as shameless in her heart. Hearing the last sentence, Hera was shocked. Are you kidding? I was serious. I'm serious. Are you willing to wait for Zeus sat back in that position continues to bother? Now that he pretended to be dead to hide, why do not we let him disappear forever? Yi Bai said. Yes, he wants to kill Zeus. Zeus now is the most vulnerable time. Only Athena waited at the side of Zeus. Zeus only rely on safe, that no one know about it. Once information leaks, easy life is not better than Zeus. Far from dead, as long as there are people who believe in him, he will not die. But when he was to kill people, the power of faith in the body will be lost in an instant, and other faith regrouped Zeus' resurrection, that do not know how many years of things. The gods in modern society cannot mix the old days. Not everyone has the Yi Bai kind of plug. Hera silence, she was thinking. She would think that she would have heart. 830 Yi Bai continued to build confused. Hera, I have 3 realms, where we are in this sector. An area of about 100,000 square kilometers is the place where I live. There are usually 2 circles, each about 250 million square kilometers, equal to approximately half the surface area of the Earth's satellites. Adding 3 realms can exceed the total area of the Earth. I am ready to go where immigrants facilitate the collection of beliefs. I hope you and Olympus Mountain moved into them. I promise you'll get even more faith than you most peak. Hera surprised to see him say these words. The other side actually has such a huge 3 different space? This thing looks weird enough even in her Hera. Yi Bai privilege throw her a ring, said, take it, you can personally feel. Hera took skeptical when first time to wear on the ring, and then into the perception Yi Bai mouth all 3 realms. A long time, she looked at Yi Bai, he asks, what can you get in this matter? I opened the department of God alone belongs to me. I was the 3 realms of the God of creation. Need someone to help me manage the next 2 circles. Now, to see if you want to be a God King Hera. Yi Bai smiling at she. Hera narrowed his eyes. How do you prove that the world is your creation, rather than good luck it picked up? Yi Bai feel that their time and loaded to force arrived. He held out his hand and said to Hera, come, take my hand. Hera his delicate hand, taken the hands of Yi Bai. Her consciousness was Yi Bai brought higher dimensions. 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional, 7-dimensional. When Hera found his hands were loosened, consciousness has returned to the body. She has been shocked to speak. It just leaves her to show those to overturn her 3 outlooks. If she had qualified for Yi Bai open world, creating new pantheon no longer in doubt. The other, Zeus's far more powerful presence. This time, Hera, no hesitation, nodded and said, well, I agree. In the afternoon, the outside world, Mount Olympus. Hera as a daze, all the gods on Mount Kinabalu sent to all mortal. She used the grounds that the Egyptian pantheon Isis to resurrect his son Horus. Hera led this group of people on the mountain to Egypt to destroy Nagianran Egyptian pantheon spawned recovery plan. Dionysus, the god of war Ares, Apollo, the god Hermes, substandard goddess Eris, Vulcan Hephaestus, the goddess of love and beauty Aphrodite, the goddess of agriculture Ink Stewart, goddess of youth Hebe, as well as a bunch of mess of god. Demigods have been fooled out of the mountain. Finally, to get on the mountain on the left and Hera hidden in Yi Bai next. Hera is also ruthless, and even his own son to go pro-women are hoodwinked. See, people are gone. Yi Bai a crevice drilled, he said. Since people are gone, here we go, Hera. Good. Hera nodded. She used her privileged days, lifting the ban all the magic of the mountain. There are magic care, impregnable mountain, there is not even reality. Magic did not care. The mountain is a scenic hill, but also located in the territory of Greece's mountain. Yi Bai and floating on top of the mountain, the whole body scarlet eyes become like a demonic eyes, Pupil force Mojang realm of wanton release, catharsis throughout the whole mountain, quickly enveloped it. A moment, Yibai shouted, heaven and earth is the realm of outsider flip. La, a moment, heaven and earth to reverse the mountain, to flip pocket once upon a time, while a mountain pocket once upon a time, while flipping to the reality. Hera cooked in Yibai far, the moment he saw the outsider flip replace reality, exclaimed some other means. This degree the amount of things, Hera is not impossible, but it requires a lot of time to arrange magic mountain surroundings, and can be reached in another outsider also arrange some. The big magic resorted to a similar type of flip outsider, a conservative estimate, under adequate material circumstances have to busy few days, compete with established contractors compared with Yibai. Starting today, Olympus Mountain disappear above the earth. Yibai prompts to complete the task. Mission: to seek towards the throne has been completed. Alchemical rating: upgrade your doll to LV2. Skills: doll alchemy LV2. Types: truth alchemy. Alchemy has no need to array. Ability 1: excel life, can be refined. Any life exists in theory. If life is supernatural or will go beyond conventional life, you need to first obtain such life body tissue, such as hair, nails, body cells. Ability 2: super enchant, the alchemy by itself a master ability, enchant onto any living, not dolls. LV2 alchemy little things. It seems to be using it to do many interesting things. He wanted to be 3.8 not deep down. Hera's voice interrupted his surprise. Yi, I'm going to the mountain held the throne ceremony. I was the only one. Ceremony will be slower, but also the most profitable. Probably needs a period of time. Oh, then you go, Yibai said. Hera nodded. Privileges ring back pocket once upon Olympus Mountain to mountain as a god king went to the ceremony field achievements. Olympus Mountain, which originally is a massive convergence of faith. It is only God King eligible to call that part of the faith God transformation. Hera, once become the king of God, her divine will instantly fill, and far more than the blessing to the strength of her originally. Do you think this Zeus brothers and sisters in the youngest, for the hair to become the queen of God, has become the strongest brothers and sisters? He cannot call the mountain the power of faith? Watching Hera leave, Yibai turned his attention back to puppet alchemy. Although the name of the skill is still called puppet training, at the level of LV2, the refined will no longer be a puppet, but a real life. Yibai is now able to pat his chest and tell people that we can also learn from Nuwa and make people. Moreover, it is not only humans that can be made, but theoretically all possible natural life can be made, such as humans, animals, plants, insects, microbes, aliens, and so on. Definitely, not all life can be created. Supernatural creatures such as angel and demons, vampires, and werewolves cannot. There are also gastronomy, Martians, Daxamites, eternal races, mutants, and other transcendences. To create these, you need sample tissues. If she wants to create a gas star, she must first get some samples from Superman or Supergirl. The samples are disposable consumables and don't have to be used up. LV2 Doll Alchemy. The second ability bestowed on Yibai is Ability Endowment. From now on, she can endow anyone with super ability. The limitation is that each person can only be given one ability, and ability can be replaced, but two cannot exist at the same time. The given ability must be originally obtained by oneself, and the ability which one does not have cannot be given to others. He returned to the 28 Pocket Castle, summoned the doll Z, who was walking around in the pocket world Aurora, and prepared to experiment with new ability on her. This doll was once given by Wanda the ability to control the gap and control the dream. The source of the ability has nothing to do with Yibai, so Yibai can also give the doll a new ability on the basis of it. But before that, he launched LV2 Alchemy to upgrade the doll Miss ZZ from the doll state to a real-life form. He asked her, Z, feel what is different from before? She blinked and felt it for a while. She was not sure and said, I feel that many things that I didn't understand before cannot be understood. Moreover, I have many new ideas. Yibai smiled and said, Congratulations, Z, you are no longer a puppet. From today onwards, you are a real life, with everything that a life should have. Z nodded as if she didn't understand. She hadn't figured out what it meant. Next, Yi Bai once again used puppet alchemy to give her the ability of his own control realm. The strength of the realm plus the gap. This is the real Yakumo purple template. Maybe if she was thrown into Gensokyo world, she could be a good sister with the real Yakumo Z. At dusk, Wisconsin Fawcett, an amusement park. Under Dr. Shyvana's lust, Billy Batson divided his Shazam power among his friends, and the Shazam family was officially born. At the moment, they are fighting against Dr. Shyvana and the 7 deadly sins. After experimenting with the new ability, Yi Bai noticed what happened here from the timeline and rushed over to join in the fun. Seeing these unreliable guys who suddenly changed from children to adults, Yi Bai sighed with grief in his heart. The power of Shazam. It is the ability created by the necromancers, imitating the power of the gods that existed in the ancient times of the Eternal Council. The English spelling of Shazam is Shazam. S stands for Solomon's wisdom, H stands for Hercules' power, A stands for Atlas's endurance, Z stands for Zeus's divine power, A stands for Achilles' courage, and M stands for Mercury's speed. If Yi Bai has the power, he will never share his power with others at the cost of weakening himself. But Billy Batson, these two forces are easy to come by and don't know how to cherish them. He actually gave most of the power to his friends, which is not enough to describe with a single sentence of brain damage. Yi Bai shook his head instead of thinking about this painful problem. He began to observe the battlefield. Different from Thunder Shazam's movie, the arrogance in the 7 deadly sins is the same as the image in the comic 3-Body War, Branch Line, Original Sin, 3-Body Pandora, a cold flaming, proud, and beautiful Wani-san. In the battlefield, there is a character that is not in the movie. She is Pandora, one of the original sins. This is a woman with a red hooded cloak and scars on her face. This woman was born around 8,000 years before the park, 10,000 years ago. Because she picked up a 3-eyed skull, she was accused by the autistic and justice guys headed by Shazam and the Eternal Council. Betrayed her as the worst of mankind, not only ruined her face, but also cursed her to suffer forever alive. The guys in the Eternal Council are really arrogant. They don't know what the skeleton is. They only get out of the skeleton with the 7 deadly sins. They definitely treat it as a magic box and judge the innocent girl Pandora. And the 3-eyed skull is called Pandora's box because of this. Pandora didn't understand anything, thought that what the Eternal Council was saying was the truth, and thought that he was the worst person who brought the 7 deadly sins to the world. For more than 10,000 years, she has always regarded the 7 deadly sins as her fault and tried to kill them. In order to kill the 7 deadly sins, she learned the way of druids in a forest in Antrim in 44 in the park, martial arts in Jerusalem in 113 in the park, became a medical warlock in Nepal in 280 in the park, and learned in Songhan in 1328. Swordsmanship. The park studied judo in Osaka in 1418. Nancy learned bow and arrow in the park in 1590. Flensburg learned magic in the park in 1705 and spearmanship in 2013. The long time has given her an erudite talent. While she is learning, she fights wits and courage with the 7 deadly sins. But to be honest, she was erudite and right. If she wanted to say how strong she was, then hee. This may be a problem of ability. Someone can go a long way with magic, but even if more people learn how to learn, the upper limit of achievement is there. 873. Obviously, Pandora's talents in the supernatural field are very average, and it is barely better than Constantine. She can win against a single crime, and she has a chance to win against 2. Once she has dealt with 3, she will immediately lose the wind. At the moment, arrogance, jealousy, and plague are besieging Marvelous Mary, and Pandora is here to help her and fight alongside her. The rest of the Shazam family members are entangled by Dr. Shyvana and rage, laziness, greed, and gluttony. Pandora and Wonder Mary are both underwhelmed. The 7 deadly sins will not kill Pandora, the mother, but they show no mercy to Wonder Mary. In order to save this righteous child, Pandora kept saving the field. The two were in a difficult situation and nearly survived. I don't know what the principle of Shazam's divine power is. After being transferred to the little girl Mary Batson, the gods of the power of the six gods have changed. Although the initials are still Shazam, the gods have become the moon goddess Selena, Amazon queen Hippolyta, Minotaur's daughter Ariadne, Zephyrus, the goddess of the west wind, Aurora, the goddess of dawn, Minerva, the goddess of wisdom. These six initials are also Shazam. To be honest, Mary Batterson, Wonder Mary, has Hippolyte in the power of the six gods, and Yi Bai is very speechless. However, Hippolyte is indeed very strong, at least in martial arts. Yi Bai speculates that Ms. Siwa, who is known as the #1 killer on the earth, has defeated Batman many times, and she may not be able to do anything to face Hippolyte. Hippolyte is not a god, but has a bit of supernatural ability, but not many and not often used. In her peak period, her ability was mostly derived from the outfit Diana is now wearing. Since Diana left the island, the equipment naturally followed her daughter. However, since Yi Bai copied the Wonder Woman set, the original set was returned to his mother by Diana. Therefore, Hippolyte's combat effectiveness is actually similar to that of Diana, who does not lift the seal of the Guardian Silver Bracelet. In fact, even without this set of equipment, Hippolyte is not weak, definitely several times stronger than the Ninja Master Lars Al Ghul in the Nandleback League of Assassins. The Ninja Master can wield the sword and block all the bullets that the submachine gun shoots at him. Hippolyte was the first Amazonian created by Hera, and his strength was much higher than that of the average Amazon. Most of her strength comes from martial arts, not physical fitness. The Ninja Master lived by the demon Lazarus for 800 years and has trained in such a terrible martial arts. And what about Hippolyte? She has lived from the ancient Greek period to the present, and her martial arts can be seen in general. Well, the topic is far off. Mary Batson, Billy's Li Xing's sister, after their parents were killed, a nurse adopted Mary and changed her name to Mary Bromfield. Until the recent encounter, Billy and Mary recognized each other by the necklace left by their parents. Using comic settings here. Just when Pandora's rescue was not in time, and when the magical Mary was about to be killed by arrogance, jealousy, and plague, in the shadow of the ground in front of Mary, countless shadows rose up, turning into a large number of fireballs, ice cones, wind blades, and arcs to turn the enemy. Retreat. This is Yi Bai's shadow spell of the illusion system. Yi Bai put his hands in his pockets and walked out from the shadows step by step, with a lazy expression on his face and a faint voice from his mouth. The injured here will be healed. Accompanied by Yen Ling, Yi Bai's divine power vented to the ground, spreading across the playground in a flash. Within the scope, all injured people, including Pandora, Wonder Mary, Captain Wonder, and several other members of the Shazam family, their wounds healed quickly. Yi Bai's footsteps did not stop, and the voice continued from his mouth. It's time to punish the gods, go to sleep peacefully, and put everything to nothing. Please don't blame me. Above the sky, there was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and the divine punishment technique was urged. The thunder instantly illuminated the entire Fawcett City. 8 lines of thunder that humans could not see directly fell below, and the 7 sins and Shavana were struck by lightning at the same time. The 7 sins have no substance, they are directly split to vanish. But as long as there are desires in the world, they will be reborn sooner or later. Dr. Shavana used Shazam's staff snatched from the Rock of Eternity to block this wave of punishment and save a small life, but Shazam's power was shattered by the Thunder God's punishment. He no longer had to fight with Captain Marvel, Billy Batson, and looked at the person who lowered the divine punishment in terror, combined with what the opponent said before, and then added the divine punishment to actually come down, and immediately realized that the person might be a legend. The gods dared not stay where they were and turned around and ran. Yi Bai didn't rush to exterminate him. Since Dr. Shavana can evade his trick, it doesn't hurt to keep him alive. The opponent is the enemy of the Shazam family, not his enemy. As for worrying about the other party's 30 years of Hadong, 30 years of Hushi's revenge? It's not that Yi Bai underestimated him, wait until he can surpass the highest. Yi Bai's previous line that started with going to cast down the punishment was just that he chanted casually, which had nothing to do with the divine punishment technique originally. That was actually the line that the goddess Athena would say when she zoomed in a certain Saint Seiya fighting game. He felt that this line was very suitable for the divine punishment technique, so he used it. Pandora and the members of the Shazam family, at the moment, the attention was not on the escaping Dr. Shyvana, but all focused on only 2 sentences to overturn Yi Bai, who had made them tricky enemies before. Someone walked up to Pandora and Wonder Mary. He looked at Pandora and said, "God's punishment is only for sin. It doesn't hack you and prove that you are not guilty. The guys in the Eternal Council are still as self-righteous as they have always been. You little girl has been burdened with a sin that doesn't exist for so long." His words stunned Pandora. She trembled, not because of fear, but because it was the first time in 10,000 years that someone said that she was not the original sin, and the meaning of this to her was unintentional to the gloomy and desperate life. In a mode of light. I'm really not guilty? But 7 deadly sins. That's just a coincidence. Even without you, the 3-eyed skeleton would be snatched by others. You are just unlucky. I will show you a clear way to find Madame Du. Her real name is Ni Wando. Don't ask me where she is. As long as you want to find her, you will be able to find her. Say it all. Yi Bai turned and left after speaking. Madame Xanadu is a remnant of ancient times. In the ancient times, before humans, there were other civilizations for several seasons. The lady was one of them. Civilization fell. She became a remnant and has been living in the world, leaving many legends, such as the lake in the story of King Arthur. The 3 sisters of the goddess, she is one of them. In this day and age, Madame Xanadu has become a fortune teller, relying on a set of tarot cards to travel the world. She will lead the establishment of the Dark Justice League in the future, and Pandora will become one of them. Yi Bai is not interested in Pandora. As for the Wonder Mary, pretty is beautiful, and she has a great body, but although she is a big beauty with a front convex and backwards, in fact, she is just a transformation of Shazam, and is essentially a 12 or 3-year-old girl. Yi Bai is not interested in little girls, so let's wait a few years. Captain Fantastic, Marvelous Mary, and others wanted to call him to ask who he was. But as Yi Bai walked, his body became thinner and more transparent, and after taking a few steps, he disappeared into the air. After he left, Pandora glanced at the Shazam family with complicated eyes and finally sighed. "If you see old Shazam in the future, please send him a word for me to NM. The old lady will not played." Pandora turned and left after speaking. Since the 7 deadly sins have nothing to do with him, and she was forced to endure 10,000 years of pain, the grievances in her heart were almost overflowing into substance. I promised it. Not blackened directly, it is a long time to grind. Strong endurance. Several friends of the Shazam family look at each other. Marvel World, New York, New Hellfire Club, bar area. Little Pepper and Artenis, who just came here, are chatting here. Al Venice, after she was fooled into the pocket space by Yi Bai, the first thing she encountered was Little Pepper. Little Chili is a very talkative temperament. These days they come and go, and the two become friends. She was invited by the other party to visit the other party's world. Through the extra-dimensional characteristics of the pocket space, Artenis came to a new worldview. To be honest, it really made her look up. Although the overall environment here is similar to that of her world, she is quite shocked by this kind of transcendence. Do you like urban legends? Here is an interesting urban legend. Little Pepper is starting her urban legend again. Do you like urban legends? There is an interesting urban legend here at 112 Ocean Avenue. It is rumored that there is a haunted house. I planned to go over and take a look at it recently. Would you like to come together? Little Chili asked her new partner Artenis. Even now, Little Chili didn't realize the fact that her new friend was not simple, and thought that the other person was just like herself, an ordinary person who was in contact with supernatural powers. Little Pepper's new friend, Artenis, is not at all interested in these fascinating things. As long as you see a lot of things, it's hard to get interested anymore. But Xiaojiao, as a mortal friend she had rarely made, didn't want to discourage her, so she asked, "Tell me in detail." So Little Pepper told her about the haunted house at 112 Ocean Avenue in New York. The story first happened in the early morning of November 13th, 1974. There was a young man who did a frantic thing in this house and brutally killed his own mother and 4 siblings. After the incident, he was prosecuted by the police station. In the courtroom, he said that she was controlled by a voice on the day of the incident, and that he did such a thing under the order of that voice. 1 year later, this house had a new occupant. It was a couple. They moved here with their children. The supernatural incident happened again. They moved in for less than 95,328 days and were scared away. Another month later, 4 female college students from the medical school were looking for a room outside. They learned that there was a cheap and very spacious house for rent, so they moved in here. Among the 4 female college students, one was named Nina. She had a congenital heart disease. On the 3rd night of the stay, she forgot to take medicine, suffered a heart attack late at night, and fell into a state of dying. She survived, but found her 3 companions at dawn the next day, saying that she was dying of a heart attack last night. In that state, her soul went to another world. Nina's 3 classmates and friends, in order to verify the so-called other world in Nina's mouth, they obtained some medicines from the medical school that can make people fall into suspended animation, diluted them and injected them into suspended animation. To verify what Nina said, Nina is responsible for several people were awakened by manual pacing after cardiac arrest. Half a month later, 4 female college students checked out and left number 112 Ocean Avenue. Afterwards, in the reporter's interview with them, all 4 said that after death, they would indeed go to another world. Little Chili said this, adding, "The other world in their mouth is not the same as ours, but the real world of the dead. It may be heaven or, CD, hell." I dragged me to the Manhattan hospital. My friend helped me prepare the diluted medicine. I plan to go there and try it. You will go with me, right? She looked at Alvunis expectantly. Ernest looked at the new friend in front of him speechlessly and sighed that she was really ignorant and fearless. When a person is on the verge of death, the soul does leave the body, and Artenis knows this very well. After the body is dying and the soul is separated, the soul will gradually drift to the realm of death. Until the dying body is cured, the soul will return to the body. But it will also bring back something from the dead world. No matter what is brought back, it means unknown. Pepper, are you serious? Artenis, aren't you curious? No, I'm not curious at all. But I still want to give it a try. Little Pepper issued a death declaration. This, okay. Artenis felt that he couldn't persuade the other party. In order not to let the mortal friend whom he had made rare to die, he still let the other party experience the situation in person and take a long time. Be wise. Anyway, no matter what the other party brought back from the death realm in the state of suspended animation, she felt that she would be able to cover it. The 2 agreed to go to 112 Ocean Avenue in New York early tomorrow morning. That night, Pocket Space Castle Private Bar. Ernest and Little Pepper are drinking and chatting here to pass the time. Yi Bai is also here, chatting with the 2, and heard that they're going to explore the haunted house tomorrow to prove whether the world of death exists. Tomorrow Yi Bai has nothing to do and decides to accompany them. Because he is also very interested in the world of death. Whether it is Marvel or DC, the concept of death is personified. For example, on Marvel's side, the Death Sister, who has an unclear relationship with Thanos and Deadpool. Like DC, the second sister in the Endless family is also dead. So the next day, a 3-person team came to 112 Ocean Avenue. This villa is being listed for rent. The rent is unexpectedly cheap. The rent for the first month is free, but you need to pay the rent for the second month before you can move in. 1 month's rent can live for 2 months, and the rent is only $120 a month, which is almost a cabbage price in this place in New York. That's the case, the house is still standing here alone, no one comes at all. The reason for this is that since 1974, Too many people have come in without believing in that evil dwelling, and then they have been scared away, and there have even been many deaths of residents. Until now, no one dared to live it, and even this has become a bizarre news event. Little Chili didn't dare to come, but since she became a part of her pocket space, she has become more courageous. Little Chili took out the phone, dialed the phone number on the sign with the words rental, and contacted the owner. The owner lived not far from the house and walked in a short time. "You want to live here?" The owner looked at the three of them. She was a haggard-looking middle-aged woman with dark circles under her eyes. She knew at first glance that she hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Little Pepper nodded and said, "Yes, it's us." When Xiaojiao discussed the house lease agreement with the owner, Yi Bai observed the villa. Not only observation, but also observation from a high dimension. It's hard to say whether there is really dirty stuff in it, but it's really unusual here. The reality dimension barrier is very weak here, and it is barely isolated by the maintenance of the Ancient One's holy place barrier in New York. Something has been trying to come from the other side, which caused the breath of the other side to gradually diffuse into the villa. Following the high-latitude perspective and penetrating the dimensional barrier, Yi Bai's consciousness spread to the other side. Blood, bones, undead, gunpowder smoke, blood-red sky, decayed earth, flowing magma, and the smell of sulfur filled the square. It was a hell scene. This place is by no means a realm of death. It is more like a hell of a small size, and its area is a little larger than the border of the hell, approximately equal to the area of New York City. Let's call it a little hell here. Yi Bai took less than 10 minutes to observe all parts of the little hell. Did not find the will of this hell. There is no lord of hell and no devil here. Here, most of them are ordinary undead, such as wandering ghosts and walking skeletons. Withdrawing Gowei's sight, at the moment Xiaojiao has signed the lease contract with the owner and paid the rent. In the next 2 months, 112, Ocean Avenue will belong to Little Pepper. When the owner left, Little Pepper said excitedly, "Let's go in." Entering the house, Artenis loves his eyebrows. The space here is very weak, with the atmosphere of hell. Obviously, she also found an anomaly, but it was not as detailed as Yi Bai. "Hell? Does that kind of place really exist?" Little Chili asked hurriedly. During this period of time, although she has seen a lot of supernatural powers, she still has some doubts about some legends, such as heaven and hell, angel demon, etc. She doesn't believe it very much. Yi Bai said, "You think of hell as a different dimensional space in which the brutal beast lives. It won't be weird. A space like yours? More or less. Will people really go to heaven and hell after death? I still don't believe it." Yi Bai shrugged and didn't catch up. He was thinking about a problem. There are many talents in the family, but they lack rare varieties such as angel and devil. Now that he found a little hell without an owner, his mind immediately became alive. He was thinking whether to use that little hell to cultivate a hell lord, such as Little Pepper. Hell Lord Great Demon Pepper Potts. This title feels inexplicable just thinking about it. It is not easy for ordinary people to become the Lord of Hell. There are too many prerequisites and too difficult. There are not many ordinary people who can reach the standard. Hell is not the power of order. If ordinary people come into contact with them, their temperament will change a lot. Don't be surprised. Yi Bai asked Little Chili, "There is a hell connected here, and it is a hell without a master. Little Chili, are you interested in being a witch and become the lord of that hell? You will gain the power of hell, master many supernatural powers, and hell will not be destroyed. You will not die. Even if you are killed, you will be resurrected in hell. If it is an average person, it is estimated that it will be as far as possible to go to hell. But Xiao Chili is different. She knows that you will not harm herself. Since the other party said so, it is mostly good for herself. Being a devil, can I still stay on Earth? Will there be an angel to attack me? Will I become like a ghost with blue-faced fangs?" Sheepa Labala asked a lot of questions. "I will purify the power of hell chaos. Believe me, you will not be crooked." The reason why demons rarely come to Earth is not that they don't want to come, but that they are blocked by the 3 holy place dimensional barriers of Ancient One Magician. Ancient One is the person on our side. She will not expel you. You can continue to stay on the Earth. You haven't said angel yet. Yi Bai is not sure whether there is heaven and angel in the movie universe, but since Ghost Rider exists, heaven should also exist, right? Once you meet Angel, just hide in my space, they will never get in. Yi Bai said. Little Chili struggled, and finally got the upper hand with boldness and curiosity, and agreed to Yi Bai's proposal to make herself a witch. A gap leading to a little hell was opened. Yi Bai recruited Roarpepper and Alvenezia and said, "Let's go. Go and take a look over there." Entering it, Little Chili's body was put on in a position by Yi Bai to avoid her being injured by the harsh environment here that is not suitable for human survival. Seeing the scene of hell full of corpses and undead, Little Pepper was stunned. Alvinus is very calm. She has seen Hades's underworld, where everything is paved with soul illusion, which is much crueler than here, and the scene here cannot hear her. On the contrary, I feel that the undead here are weak, and she can shoot a group of candied haws with one arrow. In order to purify the environment here, Yi Bai took out a seed of the sacred tree from Huey, planted a tree here, and used the characteristics of the sacred tree to purify the power of the evil and chaotic here. He buried the seeds in the decaying ground ahead. Seeds of ordinary plants are absolutely impossible to grow in this place. But the sacred tree is different. It is very domineering and will plunder all the energy that can be plundered. Hell energy should not be a problem. After seeing the seed in the soil, it was stunned by Artemis, and the little pepper continued to be dumbfounded, taking root and germinating rapidly, and began to grow wildly. In the nourishment of hell energy, the sacred tree mutates, and its whole body is blood red. As for the surrounding environment, the sacred tree turned the chaotic will into nourishment and became less terrifying, and the environment seemed to be a little better, at least it felt so. It took 10 minutes for the blood-red sacred tree to grow into a hell plant with a height of 100 meters, and it continued to purify the place. Surrounded by the undead, they were scared to flee. None of them dared to approach the sacred tree, afraid of being swallowed by that horrible plant. Yi Bai stepped forward and put his hand on the trunk of the sacred tree, feeling the inside of the sacred tree. He found that the mutant sacred tree gradually became the center of this little hell, so that it could give birth to consciousness and become the master of this space every minute. In other words, whoever becomes the human pillar of this mutant sacred tree is the hell lord of this little hell. Yi Bai said to Little Chili, "Are you ready?" "Me? What should I do?" Little Chili was very nervous. "Look at me." He walked behind Little Pepper, put his hands on her shoulders, and poured power into her. Little Chili suddenly realized that his body was not at his disposal. Her body was flooded with an inexplicable power that controlled his body. Her hands were raised automatically, the seal was quickly formed, and the super powerful sealing technique was performed. Seeing that the whole magical technique seemed to have encountered a black hole and was sucked into the body of Little Pepper. Little Chili watched this scene blankly, thinking about how such a towering tree got into his tiny body. This is unscientific. Well, it is very unscientific to talk about science in such a place. In the end, she didn't bother to think about it, so she left everything to Yi. She trusted him very much and believed that he would not harm herself. Soon, the mutant sacred tree completely merged into the top of Little Pepper's abdomen and formed a pattern of ninja mantra combined with 6 pointed stars there. It is not difficult to see from this spell that this seal combines the dual characteristics of chakra sealing technique and magic, which greatly strengthens the strength of the seal. Even ordinary people like Xiaojiao can safely withstand the power carried by the mutant sacred tree. At the moment, the appearance and image of the Little Pepper has changed to a certain extent. It is not a demon, and the eyes are not alienated, but the hair is rendered black. Except for the hair color, the appearance is still the same, but the race is not human anymore. On the contrary, she felt a little bit of angel, as if she was going to shine with the holy light, and she looked particularly holy. Yi Bai was dumbfounded. Artemis was also surprised. No matter what she has become, her image is by no means the Lord of Hell, which may be related to the mutant sacred tree. Small. How do you feel? Yi Bai asked her with a weird expression. Little Chili blinked, felt it, and shook his head. It doesn't feel much. Early calculation, carefully, look. He stared at Little Pepper and looked at her from a higher dimension, what kind of future possibilities there would be, and from the possibility, he must be able to see the other party's state. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, his expression becomes even more weird. The other party did not become the Lord of Hell. Instead, because the mutant tree was in the Little Pepper, it kept absorbing the power of the Little Hell, purifying the place more and more clean, quite a feeling of the hell is not empty and you can't become a Buddha. As she purifies the Little Hell more and more, she will become more holy. The mutated sacred tree in the body will help her purify the Little Hell power she sucked and return it to 970 to the Little Hell. In the end, the Little Hell is no longer a hell, it will transform from the hell dimension to the light dimension. The undead here will be expelled by the light and report to the dead. During this process, Little Pepper will gradually gain some ability similar to Angel. God tree plus hell equals heaven? This is really a subtle formula. What do you see? Artenis didn't see the current state of Pepper. Seeing Yibai's expression became more and more subtle, he knew what he found. The person involved, Xiaojiao, stared at Yibai nervously and expectantly. After all, things are about herself and she wants to know what she will become. This space, because of the relationship between the sacred tree, has become a part of you, and the sacred tree will continue to purify this place for no more than a month, and it will no longer be hell. Have you heard that the extreme of things must be reversed? When a thing reaches extremes, tends to become the other extreme. The extreme of darkness is light. This place will gradually become a paradise that belongs to you alone, and you will master something similar to Angel's ability. Yibai will find out and tell Little Chili. Little Chili was dumbfounded at first, then ecstatic. She thought that she would be the style of the waste girl in the future, but she suddenly learned that it was the style of the saint woman. How could she be surprised? Next, the three of them wandered around this place together, and the demons evaded wherever they went. No undead dared to approach them, to be precise. They did not dare to approach Little Pepper. The sacred tree absorbs the characteristics of this dimensional energy and has been transferred to Xiaojiao. As long as the ordinary undead approaches her, all the undead energy will be sucked away in an instant, and it will disappear in ashes. As I wandered around, I found that the scenery here is really not so good. After all, it is a hell painting style. If you want to completely transform this place, you have to wait a month before the power of hell is completely opened up. Before leaving here, Yibai helped Xiaojiao build a villa here, as her foothold here. Before the thorough purification here, Little Chili needs to stay in the Little Hell in order to continuously purify this place. You can't do this when you are outside. Knowing that she was going to stay in this ghostly place for so long, Xiaojiao was very scared. It was okay to have Yibai and Artenis with her. She didn't dare to leave her alone. Seeing her frightened look, Yibai thought for a while and got an idea. This Little Hell is full of biological bones. A small number of bones are undead, which can wander around in the form of skeletons, but more are still lifeless bones. These bones are not all humans. There are also a few magical creatures, such as Pegasus and unicorns. Yibai collected all the magical creatures, enriched his gene bank of magical creatures, and picked 2 non-evil creatures from them. Using LV2 alchemy, the magical creatures were refined out of thin air. There are unicorns, Pegasus, and several female humans. And instilled some memories into them to form self and personality. Let them stay here to accompany Xiaojiao. Little Chili fell in love with legendary creatures like unicorns and Pegasus. Leaving the Little Hell, Artenis transferred through the pocket space and returned to DC. Time flies and January is fleeting. Yibai once again came to Little Hell. After a month of absorption by Little Pepper, Little Hell has completely lost the power of the Hell dimension. It is replaced by the power of warm and harmonious holy light. The holy light shines from the heaven and shines. Fill the entire dimensional space. On the ground, the undead disappeared. The skeletons turned into ashes and merged into the surface, and the flowing magma cooled down and no longer polluted the air here. Now here, as long as it is remodeled, it can be transformed into a paradise that belongs to Little Chili. At the moment, little Chili was boring. She was playing cards with 3 maids in the villa that Yi Bai built for her. This was her only entertainment here. Unicorns and Pegasus surrounded the villa, here in Asgardian. In fact, there is no need for guarding. The undead here have died clean a few days ago. Even if they are not dead, they dare not go to Xiaojiao. The reason why Xiaojiao they keep guarding around is nothing more than a psychological comfort. After all, this place had a skeleton frame where Ghost participated in the event not long ago. Normal people live in this place, and fear is the normal reaction. Yi Bai opened the door and walked into the villa. Hearing the movement, little Chili turned around and saw that it was Yi Bai. He got up and came forward in surprise. "You are finally here. Do you know how bored and scared I am this month?" "Okay, it's okay now. I have checked and there is nothing dirty in this place. Come on, let's go out and remodel this place." Next, under the expectation of Xiaojiao and her 3 maids, Yi Bai used the earth to move all the underground stones and move them to nearby mountains to renovate the land. Wood escapes are used to create forests, grasslands, and seas of flowers here, and rivers and waterfalls are created with water. With the sway of his ability, this space gradually became vibrant and beautiful. Little Chili watched this scene. On the one hand, 3.8 was amazed at Yi Bai's ability to change the world, and on the other hand, he was excited about the beauty of his world. As the world becomes more and more vibrant, Xiaojiao gradually feels the difference in her body. She has a feeling that she is the world and can do some incredible things here. Following her thoughts, behind her, the holy light gathered and turned into a semi-physical substance, forming a pair of holy angel wings, and the body floated while the wings were flapping. This kind of novel experience made her happily flying everywhere, looking down from a high altitude to the entire space that was turned upside down. She flew to Yi Bai and said to him excitedly, "Yi, have you seen it? I'm an angel." Yi Bai looked at him with a smile and nodded. Although the other person is not a real angel, his holy appearance really has the feeling of angel. Time flies, and time has passed unconsciously for a few years, and came to 2009. Stark became Iron Man this year, and not long ago, he disappeared in Afghanistan. Many things have happened in these years. The first thing is that Veronica is 14 years old. As Tu hails erudite lowly, she has skipped grades in succession over the years. Not long ago, the Empire graduated from a state university. Stark, the adoptive father, is very proud of his genius adopted daughter, and he almost spoils her. The second thing, Yi Bai used his own dimension ability to adjust the time on both sides of Marvel DC. Many years have passed on Marvel, and less than 3 months have passed on DC. The third thing is that Pepper resigned from Stark Group and currently serves as CEO of Marvel Technology Group. However, she has learned a lot of new abilities. She usually relies on the mind to work there. She is originally running her own paradise, receiving the souls of some female noble people after death through Yi Bai's doll alchemy. Ability: turn them into angel that belongs to her alone. No matter how old people are after death, they will regain their youth and become extremely beautiful after being reincarnated into Tion 28. As for why there are only female souls and no males, Yi Bai can't say there are, and naturally there won't be. In fact, these angels are just superficial. What distinguishes them from others is that they don't age, and they have a pair of wings to fly. They didn't originally have angel ability. But well, Little Chili opened a magic school in her own paradise. Little Chili, a half-hearted female god, personally taught her angels the power of mysticism. Occasionally, when Wanda is bored, he will come to Pepper's paradise as a guest occult lecturer. The fourth thing, Hera became the king of gods and began to help Yi Bai manage the Pocket Mortal World and Pocket Fairy World. Not to mention the Pocket Mortal World, the Pocket Fairy World has been successively attracted by Yi Bai's power over the years. The souls of believers in different worlds after death are here, and they have been given new life by Yi Bai's goddess. They are the so-called believers in me. To have eternal life, this is probably the description. The population of Pocket Fairy is growing day by day and needs someone to manage it. Yi Bai is too lazy to care, and those in her family don't have much interest in it. Hera, the queen of the Olympus Mountain, has become a manager who is not allowed to do her part, and by the way, Yi Bai, some of the believers believe in her own body. The fifth thing is that Nat was intercepted by Yi Bai and did not join S.H.I.E.L.D. But another Black Widow joined. Her name was Yelena Belova, who was also an agent trained by the Red Room. She also betrayed the organization. She sought the asylum of S.H.I.L.D. and became the Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sixth thing is that Yi Bai has received more and more beliefs in these years. Not long ago, his supernatural power reached the standard, his cultivation level was improved, and his pocket space was elevated as the kingdom of God, and he stepped into a new level of life. He was able to do many things when he held up the stage of the kingdom of God. If Wanda rewrites the reality ability, he can do it by his own strength, and the power is not inferior. He can not only rewrite reality, but also has the abilities of time, space, soul, power, and soul. Each power is equivalent to a single infinite gems, but it is far less than the sum of all infinite gems. When these powers are released, they will also consume divine power, which can only be transformed by faith. Now his strength has touched the ceiling of the single universe. As long as he understands his own rules, he can jump out of the worldview and step into the multi-universe level from the level single universe. The seventh thing, the Greek goddesses such as Arnis, Hestia, Heber, Aphrodite, are now settled in the sacred mountain of the pocket fairy world, together with Hera. Among them, Hebe and Aphrodite were found by Hera personally when she felt that there was not enough manpower. That night, the stars in the sky of Pocket Space Castle were shining. On the swing in the courtyard, Yi Bai sat here with his eyes closed and reading articles, consciously observing the different multi-universes of Marvel. At this moment, his consciousness is observing the X-Men movie universe, seeing the story of Wolverine, and then seeing Silver Fox, which is very similar to Emma's sister Adrienne, and another Emma that is very similar to Emma himself. These two are sisters. The former is controlled through physical contact and the latter can be diamondized plus telepathy. My sister's name is Kayla. My sister's name is Emma, and the personality is inspired by Emma Frost. It's the same as her sister Adrienne Frost and ability. There are also differences. In terms of sisterhood, Kira has a very good relationship with her sister. In order to save her sister who is imprisoned by William Stryker, she went undercover to Wolverine's side and became his wife. She monitored Wolverine for 6 years. In the end, it was quite tragic. Wolverine was struck by 2 adamantium bullets by Stryker to amnesia. The dead Kira was forgotten by Wolverine. In the end, even the corpse was not taken away and was left in Stryker's base. Yi Bai opened his eyes and called Emma in the castle with his spiritual ability. Today's Emma is wearing a very casual style of clothes, a camisole plus frayed hot pants plus flat sandals. She came to the small forest swing chair in the courtyard, sat next to Yi Bai, and asked him, "What do you want me to do?" Yi Bai enters the storytelling mode. There is a pair of sisters. My sister is called Kayla. My sister is called Emma. They are mutant. Kayla has the ability to control the mind of others through physical touch. And my sister has a telepathy body that can be turned into diamonds. Emma interrupted his narration, dissatisfied. Are you using my sister and me to tell the story? And my sister is not called Kayla. Don't worry, keep listening. Yi Bai continued, 6 years ago, my sister Emma was caught by General William Stryker. In order to prevent her sister from being cruelly experimented by Stryker, her sister Kayla had to obey Stryker's orders and go undercover. By the side of Wolverine, who hadn't lost her memory at the time. The story told by Yi Bai not only includes Stryker, Wolverine, Sabretooth, but also 970 Emperor, Deadpool, Professor X, and other people familiar to Emma, but the content of the story makes her very strange. Gradually, Emma realized that what Yi Bai was telling was not the story of her original world, but the story of the parallel world. After listening to the story of Kira and her sister, Emma felt a lot of feelings and remembered what happened when she was a child. Before she was 10 years old, her relationship with her sister Adrienne was actually quite good, and it was not as incompatible as later. Until Ed Lien learned to dress up, chased fashion, and became more and more beautiful, and she was still the ugly duckling in the family at that time, Ed Lien began to alienate himself gradually. Until her brother Christine was forced by his father to break up with his gay boyfriend, he attempted suicide in pain, took drugs, and even went crazy. Emma's sister Adrienne feels that the heir to the Frost family business will be born among her, Emma, and her little sister Claudia. Emma didn't care about the position of the family inheritance at first, but couldn't bear Ed Lien's eyes on her. Not surprisingly, a family group battle for succession began, and sisters fell in love and killed each other. Ed, Ryan, and Claudia are both losers, and the one who inherits the Frost family company is Emma. Yi Bai's story reminded her of the harmonious relationship between her and Ed Lien before the age of 10, and how beautiful everything was at that time. Nowadays, it is heard that there is a pair of sisters who are similar to her and Adrienne, but who are in love, so that Emma is interested. There are 3 origin stories of White Queen Emma. In the story of Higher Education, she was originally an ugly duckling with mediocre academic performance. She was bullied in school, had no sense of existence at home, and was often reprimanded by her father. In this story, after her ability gradually awakening, she began to make herself a white swan step by step and fell in love with her sister Ed Lien. In the story of Mind Game, she got the inheritance right of the family business, but voluntarily gave up. She encountered danger when she ran away from home and gradually became familiar with her own ability in the process. The story of White Queen tells that he went to school at Imperial Jolie University and was finally recruited by Sebastian Shaw to the Hellfire Club. When she was in high school, because she had a crush on the male teacher Ian Kenda in the school, she had the dream of becoming a teacher when she grew up. This dream is still there today. For example, she occasionally goes to the Cheen Gray Youth Ability School as a guest teacher to teach the orphans there. Who can imagine that she, who is noble and cold to the outside world, is scheming about things, is very vicious to the enemy, and can eat people like a capital crocodile without spitting bones? Will she have such a simple dream? This is perhaps the most correct interpretation of everyone's inner softness, just as she would be touched by the story of Silver Fox and her younger sister Emma. "Want to go and have a look?" Yi asked her. "Yeah," Emma meant it. The two got up, Yi Bai picked her up, read the transmission ability started, and went to the X-Men movie. Time, before Wolverine returned to Canada to become a lumberjack and met Kayla. William Stryker was built in a secret base in Canada. At the moment, Stryker was taking Silver Fox to visit the cruelty of the laboratory, and the experiments here made Silver Fox shocking. "You and your sister are both mutants, but your ability is useful to me and work for me. I don't need to use your sister as an experiment, otherwise these people will be your sister's fate." William Stryker's tone did not fluctuate. Calmly seems to be talking about what to eat tonight. Silver Fox Kayla, she is a beautiful girl of 18 or 9 years old. She was born in the Boston area of Massachusetts in M Country. Have house, have car. I thought that such a good day would continue until I was accidentally seen using ability. It didn't take long for the two sisters to be attacked by a group of heavily armed people with anesthesia guns, and they had already appeared at this base when they were conscious again. Looking at the cruelly mutilated mutants in this laboratory with their organs and glassware, she couldn't imagine her sister becoming like this. She was prepared to nod in agreement with the huge amounts of fear in her heart. However, at this moment, an alarm sounded from the base. Stryker frowned. He said to Silver Fox Kayla, "Come with me." The two came to the monitoring room and looked at the monitoring screen. They saw a man and a woman breaking in all the way outside the base. The man is an Asian, and the woman is a diamond man. Seeing this diamond man, Kayla opened her mouth in surprise. "Is that Sister Emma?" Apparently she had admitted the wrong person. A bullet, grenade, and grenade were fired from the surroundings, and the two of them kept walking. Yi Bai's eyes changed in appearance and turned scarlet, and the control realm directly reversed the concept of spatial direction, where the attack came from and where it went back. Suddenly, the defenders at the base that besieged the two suffered many casualties. Yi Bai waved his hand again. opening his mouth and uttering the spirit to bless the power of the realm. The lavender boundary line covered the entire base, including several kilometers up and down. Sparse and dense realm. Within the range, the air began to become viscous and everyone's actions became slow and difficult. Emma was not idle either. While walking and sneaking, the middle finger of his right hand was pressed on the right temple, and the huge spiritual ability burst out, and the people around him, one by one, stopped thinking, staying motionless. General, the detection equipment shows that the energy in the two mutants is very powerful. A striker subordinate reported in horror. They have been studying mutant for many years, and they know very well what a powerful mutant means. Seeing the horror of their subordinates, they know that it is hard to resist. This year, Charles has not graded mutants, otherwise Striker's subordinates will say that they are two mutants that are suspected of being Omega class. Striker just wanted to say something and saw Silver Fox Kira, who had escaped. She immediately took a step forward and put her hand on the shoulders of Striker and his men next to him, directly controlling them. "Where is my sister being held?" Kira asked. Striker, who was charged with the heart, had a dull expression, telling the truth, and told her where she was being held. After getting the address, she ordered the two of them, "Use your head to hit the wall and hit the stars." After speaking, she let go, ran out of the monitoring room, and went to the cell where her sister was being held. And Striker and his men began to hit the wall with their heads. Unfortunately, Kayla is still inexperienced, and her own limited knowledge of ability makes it very problematic for people to hit the wall. No, William Striker woke up from being in a state of mind control just after his head made two close contacts with the wall. "Damn it!" he yelled, but he also understood that it was not Kayla who was running away, but the two powerful mutants who were about to pour into the base. He stared at the monitor for more than 10 seconds, analyzed it, and felt the increasingly viscous air, knowing that the armed forces in the base could not stop the two. Regarding his life, he decisively turned and evacuated, not even the man next to him who was still slamming his head against the wall. Outside, Kayla, who ran out of the monitoring room, was originally slow. Suddenly her body lightened, and the dense air in the road in front of her began to fade, allowing her to move normally, while the surrounding area was still there, Nuokienho. Kind of state. She didn't even know that the two people who had invaded outside were helping her. She ran faster while being grateful. She would stretch out her hand to touch everyone she met along the way and let them hit the wall with her heart. Emma, who just broke into the base, perceives Kayla's actions to make people hit the wall through the power of the soul, and is speechless. Even if you order them to stand still, it is better than hitting the wall. The fox wakes up after hitting it. The two people's course of action was the same as Kayla, and the speed was faster than Kayla. After 10 minutes, the two sides reached the prison where Mutant was held. Kayla's sister is locked here. Besides her sister, there are some other mutants locked here. Yibai didn't see the shooting eyes in the juvenile version, probably because it was 6 years ago when Wolverine broke into here to save people. 6 years ago, Cyclops is probably still in his hometown. Whether ability awakening is unknown or not. Near the mutant prison, there are many soldiers armed with guns and live ammunition guarding them. Yibai and Emma, as well as Silver Fox Kayla running from another passage, were spotted by soldiers defending here, and the soldiers raised their guns and were about to shoot. Emma saw this, snorted coldly, pressed her right index finger to the temple, and activated her spiritual ability. Under the effect of her ability, all the soldiers around were fixed in place at the same time, as if the pause button was pressed. Silver Fox Kayla, she stared at the Diamond Man, Emma blankly, thinking that this was her own sister, because her sister could also become a Diamond Man, and she also had spiritual ability, also called Emma. It's just that this person who is suspected of her sister's telepathy ability is a bit too strong. Before being caught here, her sister was obviously not so strong. "Are you Emma?" she asked uncertainly. Emma lifted the diamond state, revealed her true face, and pointed to a cell in the prison and said, "Your sister is in prison." Emma's diamond ability once could not be used together with soul ability. If you want to use soul ability, You must remove the diamondization state. 983. Today's Emma has become much stronger than before, and there is no conflict between the two ability. And her ability originally was stronger than before she met Yi Bai. Although she hasn't reached the Omega level, she is not far from that level. When will she be able to spread the spiritual power to the world? When will she be Omega Mutant? Seeing Emma's appearance, Kayla realized that she had recognized the wrong person, and her cheeks were a little red. Regardless of being shy, she nodded and thanked Emma and Yi Bai, and ran to the prison to find her sister. The cells in the prison are specially made for mutant, and it is difficult for ordinary people to escape when they are locked in. Yi Bai and Emma walked in and looked around. The former raised his left foot and stepped on the ground forcefully. The moment he stepped on the ground, centered on the footing point, the dark red magic circle spread out and spread to the entire prison floor, walls, and ceiling in a flash. This is an alchemy formation, and after it spreads out, alchemy is activated. I saw that the cells in the prison were quickly decomposed and turned into metal sand. The mutants detained here saw the scene and realized that someone was coming to save themselves. They were all excited and ran towards the two who had saved them. And Kayla, she had found her little sister Emma among the group of people, and she was relieved to see her safe and sound. The two sisters hugged each other, very excited. The two knew that it was dangerous here. They just hugged and followed the crowd to the direction of the two benefactors. Emma looked at this group of compatriots and suddenly remembered something in the original world. In that world, Mutant's situation was also terrible. Mutant is in the common people group, just like a mouse crossing the street. Everyone shouts and beats. Parents who are more extreme, they find that their children become mutant, and they will even shoot their children to death. This shows that mutant is deeply contradictory with ordinary people. Obviously, this is the same in this world. In her telepathy, it was discovered that more mutants were dissected and the organs were soaked in bottles and jars. With this shocking scene, it is impossible to say that she is not angry. She said to Yi Bai's soul, "Yi, what do I want to do for these children? What are you going to do? Talk to Charles in this world." Good. Yi Bai waved his hand to open the gap between the roads and said to the mutant children in front who looked so haggard because of being held for a long time, "All come in, let's leave here." Seeing this weird space crack, especially dense red eyes faintly visible in the crack, scared the group of children, and no one wanted to be the first to go in. It was Kayla taking the lead, and Cede walked in with his sister Emma first, and then the children bite the bullet and followed in. Yi Bai and Emma finally walked in, the gap closed and disappeared. This is a space full of purple, filled with red eyes floating around. These eyes are still alive, staring at the children, and they are all hairy. Emma went to appease the children. Yi Bai saw how hungry the guys looked, so he took out food and water and asked everyone in Roar to eat first. Country M, New York, Westchester County, Xavier Manor. Now this is not mutant school, it's just Charles Xavier's home. Charles is now 19 years old, a boy with long hair. There is no doubt that Charles is an intellectual mutant. He graduated from Harvard University at the age of 16 and also attended Oxford University and Columbia University. He has received multiple PhD degrees in genetics, biophysics, and psychology. Currently, he lives in this manor with Mystique Raven, and they are about the same age. So far, Charles has not found other mutants besides him and Rue Yao, but he firmly believes that there must be many people like them in this world, and he is looking for them. Today, two guests came to Xavier Manor. Charles heard the doorbell, walked to the gate of the manor, and saw a man and a woman outside. It was Yi Bai and Emma who came here to visit. He separated the iron fence gate and the two people outside. "Who are you looking for?" Yi Bai introduced himself. "I have heard about the name of Professor Xavier, a young genius in New York. I am Yi, and she is my female companion, Emma Frost. Come here to visit the professor." Charles used ability to activate ability, but was surprised to find that ability failed against Yi Bai, and when he faced Emma, he felt a sting in his head, as if the other person's heart was full of spikes and he was piercing himself. Don't you guys?" He rubbed his head and looked at the two in disbelief. Professor Xavier, you guessed right, we are of the same kind as you, Emma said with a smile. To be honest, Emma found it very fresh to see Charles, who is not in a wheelchair with long hair. Charles's head gradually became less painful. His focus now is on his new classmates. He opened the door and invited the two to enter the manor as guests. Entering the living room of the manor, Raven was sitting on the sofa watching TV. He saw Charles walking in with two strangers and asked casually, "Are they?" Charles said excitedly, "It's our kind, Raven, I guess it's right. Besides us, there really are mutants in this world." Rue wanted to listen. She became interested and didn't watch the TV. She got up and walked in front of the two with bright eyes. She curiously asked, "What abilities do you all have? What abilities do you guys have?" Raven, with a Hollywood star face, asked the two of them. Yibai stared at Raven's eyes, and the illusion was activated. Rue wants to feel that he has come to a waterfall in the mountains and wild, where there are many magical animals. When they saw her, they came around curiously. Seeing these cute creatures, she curiously grabbed a winged humanoid goblin in front of her and stared at it with big eyes. But soon, she found that the surrounding environment had recovered and her hands were empty-like. "Is it my hallucination just now? What did you see?" Charles asked her. Raven described what he had seen before. Yibai explained from the side, "That is my ability, which makes people hallucinate to see what I want them to see." The two of them suddenly looked at Emma. Emma said, "My ability, like Professor Xavier, can see the inner thoughts of others." Knowing that Emma's ability is the same as Charles, Raven's expression froze. There is a Charles at home who can see through people's hearts, which makes Raven very uncomfortable. Now there is another one? She feels that this day can't be passed. Next, everyone sat face to face on the sofa. Emma began to talk to Charles about the X-Weapon Project base in Canada. In order to let Charles and Rue understand more intuitively, Yibai used illusion magic to open a magic light curtain in the living room and show what happened in that base in the form of a screen. They saw the dissected mutants, the organs placed in various bottles and jars, and the mutant children detained in prison. The pictures were shocking. "I don't know if showing this to the young Charles, will it cause Professor X Blacken to learn Magneto to engage in terrorism? It's shocking." Emma continued, "The number of mutants has increased in recent years. According to the theory of evolution, we stand out from humans and are the first to evolve. Throughout the ages, advanced ones have always eliminated those that have not evolved. The government has analyzed this point. Some of them are afraid that mutant will eventually replace humans one day. They study us in an attempt to understand our strength. If they fail to gain our strength, they will destroy us." Charles grabbed a handful of his hair with a bitter expression on his face. He asked the two of them, "You came to me not just to tell me about it, right? We saved some mutant children from that base and hope that the professor can use your manor to open a mutant school, teach these children, and gather more mutant children." Emma said the intention. "What then? Teach the kids how to participate in race wars? No, I won't do this kind of thing." Charles thought that was the purpose of Emma and Yi. War doesn't need children unless we adults are all dead. Emma shook her head and listened to her to continue. "I just hope that the children can go to school normally and become talented people instead of being mutant illiterate. Now they are not. In ancient times, knowledge was power." Yibai followed, gathering mutant children who are immature and easy to lose control, and unified teaching can also reduce a lot of trouble. The two of you have one sentence, and the central idea is one, so that the Xavier Youth Abilities School will be established ahead of schedule. Charles, before today, he was still looking for similar people everywhere, and he believed that mutant was the embodiment of human evolution, and that a new era would begin, but he didn't think much about it other than that. Now, not only saw the same kind, but also was told about these things, which made him feel that the world has become so fast. Yibai said to Charles again, "I have an ability that can give others super ability, including but not limited to mutant and ordinary people. Imagine that once people from the military, political, and business sectors all possess super ability and become mutants. Will they still devote themselves to studying mutants? I am afraid that similar proposals will fail. That's right, Yi Bai wants to make trouble again. To prove this, Yi Bai smiled and asked Charles and Raven, "Do you want to try multiple new abilities? Send, can you?" Remy pointed at himself, not daring to say anything. "For flowers. Definitely, come and grab my hand." Yi Bai reached out to her. Raven got up and walked, putting his hand on his. Charles looked curiously. If it was what Yi Bai said, maybe it would really solve the problem peacefully. He didn't want the racial war to break out. I saw the place where Yi Bai and Rui Mai's hands were in contact. A red light gradually appeared, and the light spread all over Rui Ling's body. "Raven, how do you feel?" Charles asked, concerned. "It's warm and very comfortable." Raven squinted his eyes with a look of enjoyment. The feeling of comfort filled the whole body, and even her shape-shifting state was not maintained, and her red-haired blue skin was restored. This process lasted for half a minute. When Yi Bai took his hand back, Rui Yao successfully obtained a new ability. "Well, try your new ability," Yi Bai reminded. Being released, Raven was a little bit lost. The feeling just now was really very comfortable. It was as warm as returning to her mother's arms, and she didn't want to end so soon. But soon the feeling of reluctance was replaced by the strangeness of what ability would be gained, and she began to feel the changes in her body. Charles also watched nervously. He was very curious about what new ability he would get. I saw Raven's eyes gradually lose their color and become white. At a certain moment, the meridians around her eyes bulged. Rui suddenly realized that his eyes could see objects in 360 degrees, and everything within a 5-kilometer radius could ignore obstacles and see clearly. That's right, the ability that Yi Bai gave her was to roll his eyes. Someone is about to ask here, isn't it just to give others the ability that Yi Bai originally mastered? He didn't roll his eyes. The fact is also true. But there are loopholes that can be drilled. At the moment De Tongmu Hui happened to be sitting on a chair in the shared room, and Yi Bai borrowed her ability. Through this state, he gave Hui's ability to others. Once Mystique has the very prominent white eyes of detective ability, coupled with her shape-shifting ability, in the future, no matter where she wants to sneak into, it will become more handy. In her eyes, it is a plug-in for investigation. Small. Rui told Charles about the effect of his new ability, and he was amazed by it. Yi Neng gave others ability casually, which made Charles feel that mutants suddenly became worthless. Yi Bai looked at Charles and asked him with a smile, "Do you want a new ability?" Today, Charles is only 19 years old, with a juvenile mind, and he is curious about any novelty. He would not refuse to obtain a new ability for himself. So under Bai's one pass, he treated the magical phantom technique of the illusion system as a super ability and gave it to Charles. Phantom art can release a phantom that is exactly the same as one's own. The phantom, like a real person, can speak but cannot be touched. This ability can cooperate with Charles's mental ability, and within the coverage of his ability, the phantom technique 983 can be projected. Assuming Charles wears a brainwave amplifier, the Phantom Charles can appear anywhere in the world. Whether it is used to frighten people or to communicate with others more intuitively, it will be very practical. Charles learned the new ability. He made a phantom around him. He was exactly the same as Charles, and he looked the same as the real one. Rui was curious about the meeting and stepped forward and touched the shoulder of the new Charles. As a result, the hand penetrated the past and did not find it, as if the person standing in front of him was a ghost. I thought it was duplication, but the result was just a phantom effect. Raven was a little disappointed. If it were duplication, she thought it would be more interesting. Charles controlled the phantom and said, "This ability is not like a mirage. It feels like some kind of hypnotic ability that acts on the hearts of the people around you. Yes, it is essentially an illusion, supplemented by your mental ability. You can project the phantom anywhere in the mental envelope. Maybe you can develop some new uses of ability based on this principle," Yi Bai prompted. In Yi Bai's view, Charles's mental ability can completely perform illusion projections, projecting a mental entanglement point that can interfere with others to any place, and using that point as the center to affect the surrounding people, which is more high-end than directly using the mental ability. Next, Charles thought carefully about Emma's previous mutant school proposal and finally nodded in agreement. Yibai took the opportunity to release the dozens of mutant children he had rescued. The oldest of these children is Kayla, who is the same age as Charles. The youngest is a small Zhengtai, only 7 years old. Don't worry about the rest of Yibai. Charles will place them, and Emma will stay and help for a few days. Yibai, who has nothing to do, intends to hang out, and Raven expresses his willingness to act as his tour guide. The point is that there are too many people in the family, and Raven wants to go out and be clean. Walking in Westchester County, Yibai asked Raven, "Do you like to roll your eyes? Is it called white eyes?" "Very good ability, thank you." Reme said she is now looking around with white eyes. When Rue wants to use white eyes, he can use shape-shifting ability to conceal the characteristics of white eyes. Even the raised meridians around the eyes can be concealed when the eyes are open. The seemingly normal girl with a star face, who knows that her seemingly ordinary eyes can see everything within a radius of 5,000 meters centered on her. It's a pity that this is not the kind of see-through eye in the legend. Although it can see through obstacles, it is better than the eyes to see through others warmly. Yibai suddenly thought. She passed an image to Reme's mind and asked her, "Can you become like this?" Rue Bien found that there was an impression of a woman in her head, and when she heard Yibai's words, she knew that the other party had passed it on to her. She nodded and became like that. Raven's shapeshifting is very thorough. Even the clothes have changed. In other words, Raven didn't wear clothes at all. The clothes on her body are made of clothes material imitated on the body surface with shape-shifting ability. In essence, she has always been fruitful. Think about it in another way. If Yibai were Raven, it would be hard for him to imagine walking on the street without clothes. Even if he imitated the texture of the clothes with ability, he would definitely be awkward. The image Yibai made her change is the same as Juanla in the Aquaman movie, sexy, charming, and vivid. Should I say, is it Mystique? There is a saying, you should marry Mystique when you marry a wife and experience being a bridegroom every night. Does it look good? Raven turned around and showed him to someone. It looks good. What type do you prefer? I will change it for you too. Yibai said with a smile. Do you also shapeshifting? Raven said differently. She now feels that Yibai's ability is a bit too much. Illusion, granting others ability. Before he opened a space gap to release a lot of mutant children, now the other party is performing shape-shifting again. Don't forget that my ability is an illusion of manipulation. I hope you become more beautiful, female look. Raven said. Yibai's mouth twitched and he vomited. You shouldn't. Rue Bien blushed and turned her head to the side, not embarrassed to pick it up. Mystique is Lala, and this seems to be possible. Remember that in the comics, Mystique in a certain period has a special relationship with Destiny. Yibai decided to abandon morals in order to tease his sister. He changed his body into a purple doll. It's not illusion, but shapeshifting, which is similar to Rue Bien's super ability. Realizing that she has changed, Rue wants to turn her head around again and see Yibai's new image, only to feel very beautiful. Does it look good? Yibai asked the other party the question he had asked himself again. It looks good, Raven said. Yibai smiled and stretched out her hand. Rue wanted to put her hand on her naturally. Hang out with friends upgrade to hang out with hands. Someone based on years of experience in smelting sisters and applying what he has learned along the way, Raven's favorability for him is getting higher and higher. 3.8 After seeing a movie in a movie theater, Remax asked him, well, would Emma mind if we do this? She won't mind. Someone in the new image is pulling the Rue Yao in the new image all the way to an uninhabited grove. They stayed in the grove for 3 hours before they walked out together. It can be seen that the two are a little different from before. Yibai is refreshed and Raven's cheeks are rosy. The latter walks a little unnaturally, as if injured. A few days later, Xavier Manor officially changed its name to Xavier Youth Ability School. Yibai and Emma have lived in Xavier for these 2 days. Emma sees that Yibai and Rue are going very close. It's no wonder that, on the contrary, Raven feels strange to see Emma so calm. I snatched your boyfriend, how can you be so calm? When Yibai and Emma were playing in the X-Men universe, in the Pocket Castle, This morning, Dark Phoenix went offline, Jean Grey logged in, and Jean regained control of his body. Marvel Movie Universe is today Saturday. The students in the school are on holiday. Jean does not need to put too much energy on the substitutes over there and let him do his own activities. She has nothing to do and plans to watch the live broadcast in the shared room. Early in the morning, there were not a few people in the shared room. Only Katie, Wanda, and Jenny were here, controlling the stand-in who I don't know in which world. Jean didn't bother a few people. She turned on the TV and used the remote control to switch channels. Speaking of, this TV has more and more functions. In the past, there was only one live broadcast station, but now the live broadcast perspective is bound to everyone here, and you can see what everyone is doing through this TV. For example, in the DC world, because of jet lag, Kayla's double was not controlled by the body, and it was moving on its own. He had just returned home from school and was eating dinner at home. For example, Diana, she is not in the DC world. She stayed in Marvel after the Dimensional War, and currently lives with Circe of the Eternal Race in an ontological way. Obviously, it is incompatible with the other Circe on the DC side, but getting along with Circe on Marvel's side is surprisingly happy. I have to say that this is really interesting. At the moment, Diana is having breakfast with Circe. Jean changed the channel again, this time switched to Yi-Bai, and was surprised to find that the place where Yi-Bai was located was a bit familiar. Isn't it the Xavier Youth Ability School? She adjusted the perspective of the live broadcast through the remote control and saw a long-haired man, who was Professor. Hey, he is very similar to the Professor. Shadow at Katie in the shared chair opened her eyes and saw the person in the picture for the first time. He may really be a professor from a young age, Jean said. Gradually, the two learned through live TV in the shared room that Yi-Bai and Emma had gone to a parallel world and were a guest with Professor Charles Xavier. As far as Charles and the two were concerned, they existed like a father. Although they all knew that the professor was dead, he in the parallel world was not the one he knew well. But how can you be relieved of this kind of thing by knowing it? It's fine if you haven't seen it before. Now that you have seen it, the two of them discussed it and decided to go to that world to meet the young professor. As Katie's friend, Aurora Jenny learns that the two are going to see Professor X in Parallel World, and she will also follow. Wanda walked into the shared room at this time, heard about this, and said that she would go too, because she also knew the professor. A group of 4 people came to the X-Men movie universe by recording the coordinates of the new world in the castle. This morning, Charles got up early and was doing morning exercises in the yard. During the morning exercise, he saw 4 beautiful young women walking on the road outside the manor. He habitually explored the past with spiritual abilities and was surprised to find that his abilities did not work for those people. By the way, are there a lot of people who have been immune to ability recently? Are they mutant? Charles felt that since he met Yi-Bai and Emma, the peaceful days are getting farther and farther away from him. He walked to the gate, put on a look that he considered to be a handsome gentleman, smiled, and looked for the 4 women walking outside the door. "Good morning, beautiful ladies. I wonder if you are here?" When the 4 girls saw this professor who was dissatisfied with the 20th version with fluttering hair, her mood was always complicated. "Professor, this is Kathleen Pride. The 3 of them are my companions, and we are all mutant." When the women were in a complicated mood, Yi-Bai found Caitlin Snow, a PhD in biogens and medicinal chemistry at DC, and opened a laboratory underneath the Xavier School to conduct X-gene-related research with her. The underground laboratory was opened by Yi-Bai with ability last night. The reason for this laboratory was to study how to give normal human X genes. I didn't want to copy mutant ability, but just to help mutant. Since Emma wants to do something for this group, Yi-Bai doesn't mind helping her. Assuming that people in the 3 realms of politics, military, and business all become mutants, is mutants' problem still a problem? Although Yi-Bai's LV2 alchemy can give others ability, ability belongs to ability and cannot give others X genes. Once someone tinkers with the mutant detection device in the future, those who are given ability will realize the fact that they are not mutant, and therefore need to do research. Caitlin Snow is a talent in this area. She can develop a potion for speedy people that allows people to gain superb power. Then developing a potion that allows ordinary people to obtain X gene. I must be able to do it, probably. Caitlin is the main researcher and Yi Bai, who has no relevant professional knowledge, is on the sidelines. In order to produce faster results, Yi Bai's will has also crossed time and space, looking to the past on the timeline and witnessing the whole process of the transformation of Homo erectus into mutant by the Celestial Group. He saw a little bit from it, sorted out the process, thought about the theory. To solve the problems encountered in the X gene research and greatly accelerated the progress. It's incredible. It's not like something evolved naturally, but more like a miracle born by human intervention. Do you know the origin of Gene X? Caitlin looked at the results of the test, marveling at the magic of the creator. Probably hundreds of thousands of years ago, it was the product of aliens transforming Homo erectus. Yi Bai didn't talk about the Celestials group, mainly because it was endless, explaining the Celestials group. Do you need to explain their origins? And then explain the 5 gods of Marvel, the composition of the universe? Caitlin is a person with a strong desire to explore. Yi Bai knows that once he talks about the gods, Caitlin will definitely ask 100,000 why. Above the laboratory, Charles took Wanda Maximoff, Catherine Pride, Jean Burr, and Jean Grey into the living room. In the living room, Raven and Emma were chatting. Seeing a few people come in, Emma and the 4 girls greeted Roar and said, "You are here too. Do you know each other?" Charles said differently. Emma nodded. "Yes, we are from the same organization." Organization? Ruabian and Charles were curious. "Professor, don't listen to her nonsense. We just live closer." Jean glared at Emma irritably, saying, "What organization? They are not organized at all." Emma curled her lips. "You are not as interesting as Dark Phoenix." "I'm sorry if Dark Phoenix isn't as interesting." Jean rolled her eyes. She didn't want to talk about it, so she changed the subject and asked, "Where is Yi?" He opened up a laboratory underground, with Caitlin researcher X Gene. "Night, regardless of him, Professor, can you take us around here?" Jean asked Charles. She wanted to revisit the old place and remember the past. Gentleman Charles smiled. "It's definitely okay." Charles was kind and stable when he was bald, but he was also very romantic when he was young. Everyone present was very beautiful women, and he was happy to take them around his manor. It is a pity that Jean, Katie, and others only regard him as a father-like existence, not anything else. For the next week, Wanda and others did not leave, and stayed as guests at Charles. During this period, Ruida learned about the relationship between these people and Yi. This is nothing for Raven. In view of her orientation, she is only interested when someone becomes a girl, and she stops at friends and won't go further the rest of the time. Someone is not less depressed about this, and lilies are occasionally okay. If you want to be immersed in it, it seems someone is very perverted. Now, a week later, Yi Bai and Caitlin's research finally came up with some results. They called Wanda, Jean, Katie, Emma, Jenny, Raven, Charles, and others. The crowd sat on the sofa in a row. Yi Bai stood in front of the crowd, and Caitlin pushed a table of bottles and cans. "Everyone, I would like to introduce the results of my time with Caitlin." Yi Bai smiled and picked up a sealed glass test tube and introduced it. "You all know the direction of our research. It is to promote ordinary people to obtain X genes so that all human beings can evolve and avoid possible race wars. In the process of research, we have produced a good byproduct, which is what I have in hand. I named it X Gene Strengthening Potion." Caitlin continued with Yi Bai's words and went on to introduce, "Its role is not for ordinary people. Ordinary people who inject it will have a high probability of getting a disease and will not get the X gene. If it is a mutant injection, it can optimize its own genes to a certain extent. Repair defects, such as the non-human characteristic side, can be restored. At the same time, it can also strengthen mutants' ability." After hearing this, everyone present was very surprised. "Will it work for us?" Aurora Jane asked. Yi Bai nodded and said, "Yes, who of you wants to try?" Rueishue, with blue skin and red hair, pointed to herself and asked excitedly, "You said it can repair the appearance. Is it okay for me?" "Definitely, you can trust me," Yi Bai said. Well, I believe you. Rueishua stepped forward and said, I want an injection. Charles raised his eyebrows and said, Raven, this medicine has not been clinically tested yet, and it may have side effects. Charles, don't say anything, you know I hate the way I am now. Rue wants to speak categorically. Charles understands Raven's character. Knowing what she decides, he will do it and no one can stop it. He couldn't sit back and watch Rue want to do such a dangerous thing, so he walked up to Yibai and Caitlin and said, Let me come first. Charles, you. Raven looked at him in surprise, as if he didn't expect Charles to take the initiative to participate in this kind of thing for himself. Yibai was speechless. Don't worry, our medicine has very few side effects. You don't have to make it like life and death. He simply looked at Emma and said to her, Emma, you should come first. This thing will also affect you. Effective? How much can strengthen your ability? Emma smiled slightly, got up from the sofa, and stepped forward. Yibai picked up the injection gun and loaded the test tube up. It was a shot at Emma and injected 10 milliliters of X gene strengthening agent. Everyone looked at Emma, waiting for the result. Among them, the one who cares most about the results is Raven. Emma closed her eyes and felt that her spiritual ability was indeed strengthened. Well, just a little bit. Her diamondized ability, 000 degrees of hardness, seems to have increased a little bit. Emma's diamondized ability has nothing to do with diamonds, except that ability looks more like a diamond after being used, so it is named diamondized. The medicine is okay, my body is normal. She said this to Charles and Raven. The others were their own. They didn't suspect that there was a problem with this medicine because Yineng could see the future. He said that the side effects were not big, that is, 100% of the side effects were not big. It's definitely, the side effects are still a little bit. For example, now, Emma feels that she has a silky endocrine disorder and sweats a little. It was okay to see Emma, and Charles felt relieved. Rue couldn't wait to say, Give me an injection. Yibai smiled and nodded, holding the injection gun, and injected 10 milliliters of X gene strengthening agent into Rue Bien. The potion is not obvious in Emma, but it is quite obvious in Raven. I saw that the surface of Rue variant gradually turned from blue to normal. Seeing this, Yibai snapped his fingers and conjured a suit of clothes on Raven. You know that Raven never wears clothes, and she wants her blue skin to return to normal, and her scales disappear. Isn't it a direct result? After 5 minutes, Rue Bien's appearance has completely returned to normal, similar to her usual image, all with Jennifer's Hollywood star face. Maybe this is what she looks like, and it will save energy to maintain this appearance. Now it's recovered, don't bother to maintain the shape-shifting state in the future. It was really successful, Yi and Dr. Snow, you are really amazing. Charles looked at Raven's changes, full of emotion, and he asked Raven again, How do you feel? Ryan was full of joy, looked down at his body, and said excitedly, It feels very good, and I think ability has improved a lot. She activated ability, collected materials nearby, and suddenly became Emma's appearance. Her shape-shifting speed is extremely fast, and the change is over in one shot. The process does not exceed 0.000001 seconds. It looks very abrupt in the eyes of others, like a video skipping. I still feel that I can imitate others' ability? Her tone was not sure. Emma and Sheen, in the world of zombie heroes, have seen Sentinel of Glass Valtrusk. It is said that the thing was made with the Mystique gene. Since Sentinel can simulate mutant ability, Mystique can theoretically, but it is difficult for her to do it if the ability level is not up to the standard. Even in terms of ability, she might as well imitate the cat Vanessa. Now she was prescribed by Yibai and Caitlin with medicine, which obviously met the standard. Mystique Raven, her shapeshifting has several mechanisms. If you know the appearance of others, imitate shapeshifting by impression. The second is to feel a certain wave of others at close range, and then move your own wave closer to the other side, and you can naturally become the other side, including voices, fingerprints, and iris. Now she has been injected with X gene strengthening agent and has a third way of shapeshifting. By feeling the DNA of others, synchronizing your own DNA with the other party and shapeshifting, you can not only become someone else's appearance, but also imitate all the other party's abilities based on the DNA level. At the moment's Raven, in the third way, changed to the appearance of White Queen Emma. To prove whether he really imitated Emma ability, Raven looked at Charles and tried telepathy. Soon, she and Charles had a headache due to the collision of their hearts. Did you really imitate Emma ability? Charles rubbed his head with an incredible expression. That potion is so amazing. It can actually evolve Raven ability to such an extent. Raven was also rubbing her head. Regardless of the headache, she looked excited, looked around, fixed her gaze on Shadow at Katie, and swiped it to look like the other person. Not surprisingly, she obtained the ability, the quantum incarnation of Shadowcat, and could float through obstacles in midair. That's right, just floating in the air. When the ability is turned on, the Shadowcat seems to be stepping on the ground, but in fact, people follow the Earth's rotation and float in the air at a uniform speed. I saw Romeov at the moment, using Shadowcat's ability, walking through obstacles everywhere in the living room, and it was a great time to play. Next, she simulated Jenny's flight and hard skin, Jin's psychokinesis, Wanda's modification probability, and Caitlyn's superb power. She cannot imitate Wanda's origin magic power, and Chin's phoenix force is the same. These two powers are not genetic ability. As for Caitlyn, she is constantly using the speed force. Gradually, this ability is integrated into her genes. Now, even if she doesn't read the formula of speed, she can connect to the speed force. So Mystique Raven can imitate Caitlyn's superb speed, but the speed is far worse than the opponent. From this perspective, Raven can only imitate a part of the ability of others. Maybe when she reaches the Omega level, she will be able to simulate it 100%. It must be said that DNA-based ability can also be imitated. Rui tried to imitate everyone present, but failed when she tried to imitate Yi Bai. She wondered, how can I not imitate your girl? Yi Bai pointed to the at position on the surface of his body and explained, the reason why you can imitate the ability of people around you is because you can perceive their gene frequency and let your own genes pass. I blocked you. My perception, so you can't imitate it. Raven seemed to understand, but Charles did. He said, her real ability is not to change appearance, but to change genes? Yes, this ability has a lot of room for development. Raven, her super ability is indeed very strong, can imitate people, can imitate non-humans too? Or is it partly imitated? Such as combining different gene fragments, adding parts to itself, and growing wings on the back to become angel. Another example is turning your legs into a fishtail and turning them into a mermaid. Or learn from the characteristics of insects, animals, and plants to give them new characteristics. Add related genes such as leopard speed, ant's power, flea's jumping ability, eagle's eyes, cat's balance, etc., and make a low-end version of Superman. Going further, if you imitate the Super Ability X genes of different mutants individually and combine them together. Yi Bai talked about his vision of the direction in which Ruabian ability can be developed. Charles listened thoughtfully. He thought it was really possible. Ruabian beamed his eyes and asked excitedly, Yi, can I really do that level? It's possible in theory, but it's very difficult. You have to have subtle control over your own ability. Yi Bai said. Charles recognized Yi Bai's analysis. It is true, DNA is an autonomous chain, and any change may cause DNA to collapse. Passing by the discussion on the development direction of Ruaxua ability, Yi Bai looked at the people who had not injected the X gene strengthening agent and asked them, who will have the injection next? Next, Jenny, Charles, Wanda, Katie, and others successively injected the Gene X strengthening agent. Among them, Jenny, Wanda, and Katie have been improving their ability in various ways since they followed You Withered. By now, everyone is close to the Omega mutant level, therefore, the X gene strengthening agent has not greatly improved them. But for Charles, the potion has unearthed most of his X gene potential, and ability has been greatly improved. The power of the mind has more than doubled compared to before. If you compare Emma's power of mind to 10, then Charles already has it. Emma has been following Yi Bai for so many years, and her spiritual ability has improved a lot, but now she is only 10% more than 19-year-old Charles, which shows that Charles has a higher ability. According to the comics, Charles is well-deserved as the #1 soul master on the Earth, and Emma can only be ranked second, which is quite reasonable. Then, after 2 months of research, the medicine initially envisaged, thanks to the efforts of Caitlin and Yi Bai, finally succeeded. The effect of this potion is very simple. It is to give ordinary people the X gene and awakening super ability. The ability type is completely random, and the ability level is also random. The probability of appearing Omega mutant is low to none, and the probability of alpha level is not high. It can be spawned by potions. Most of them are beta and delta with normal appearance, and there will be very few epsilon with flawed appearance. The potion is named X Gene Potion. If used together with the X Gene Strengthening Potion, ordinary people can directly become alpha mutant like Professor X and Magneto. In the spirit of scientific exploration, Caitlin also injected these 2 kinds of medicine into her body. Her ability is not much new, but the ability X, which absorbs heat from the subpersonality Frost, is genetically modified. In addition to the subpersonality, her master can also use it. This ability can create cold by absorbing heat. The upper limit of ability is very high. As long as any creature is touched by her, it will instantly be frozen into icicles. Well, the topic is too far off. All in all, with this stuff, the previous plan can be executed. By the way, Wanda, Katie, Jean, and others have left this world more than a month ago, and now only Yi Bai, Emma, and Caitlin are still here. In the next few days, the army, politics, and business of Country M were secretly visited by Yi Bai and Emma. Without their knowledge, they were injected with Gene X medicine and transformed into mutant. When all the top executives are mutant, naturally no one will propose a proposal for mutant. A series of possible troubles for mutant in the future were directly killed by Yi Bai. Emma fulfilled her wish to do something for mutant, stayed for a few more days, and left. Caitlin DC is also busy with things, and she also left. Now in this world, Yi Bai is the only one left. He found Ramei and said to her, "I am leaving. Will you come back?" Knowing that Yi was leaving, Raven reluctantly gave up. "If you miss me, this ring can be brought to you and me." Yi Bai first registered Raven as a VIP resident of Pocket Castle, and then gave her a privilege ring. She took the ring and said silently, "Do you often give away rings?" "Hey, I said that this is to guide you to find my ring, so you can hold your own to study the usage." Yi Bai smiled, and while she didn't pay attention to a kiss on her lips, her figure faded and slowly disappeared. Raven was stunned for a long time, then gradually recovered. "Shameless guy." She cursed, and then looked down at the ring carefully. She put it on her finger, and she felt that she had a few new abilities, and she felt a space that could be transmitted at any time. Out of curiosity, she used the ring ability, teleported it, and came to the Pocket Castle living room. At the moment's 000 living room, Jessica and Arisa, 2 green light girls, are chatting here. Seeing them, Raven asked, "Where is this place?" In the movie universe, Tony Stark has been missing for more than 2 months. Just when everyone thought he was dead, Colonel Rod finally found him in a desert in Afghanistan. That's right, Stark wore a Iron Can armor and slammed out of 10 rings. On the day Tony returned, he opened a press conference announcing the closure of the Stark Weapon Research and Development Department. Yi Bai, who came back to Long Island Villa here, saw this news on TV and knew that after so many years of waiting, the big screen of the movie universe was finally about to kick off. Wanda was sitting next to her and was watching the news. She said, "Emma told me some time ago that he is going to take advantage of the birth of Iron Man to short Stark industrial stock." "She really did it?" Yi Bai said differently. "Well, in the original world, Tony Stark's experience of becoming Iron Man is similar to here. Emma wants to control Iron Man's company. She thinks this matter can be used." "Veronica has no opinion on this matter?" Yi Bai asked. What Veronica said it was her own family. Her adoptive father's, Sige, company was sucked by Emma, so there should be opinions. "I don't know this." In the next few days, Stark Group's stock price plunged, and the company's market value evaporated out of thin air. Until a week later, Emma's Marvel technology company Capital entered the market and began to buy the stocks of Stark Industries outside, and at the same time contacted some small shareholders of Stark Industries to consolidate the stocks in their hands. Obadiah Stane, a shareholder of Stark Industries, wants to replace Tony Stark and become the chairman of Stark Industries. He is ambitious and has long planned to replace Tony. He originally contacted terrorists and wanted to use Tony to go. Afghanistan had a chance to kill him, but he didn't talk to the terrorists. The terrorists should be called 10 Rings, and they didn't kill Tony. Now, he has joined other members of the board of directors to bring Tony Stark out of the board of directors, the guy who made big news as soon as he came back, trying to do public relations work in an attempt to restore the company's reputation. Tony Stark didn't care but stayed in his villa on Malibu Beach in Los Angeles, tinkering with his Mark II-generation steel battlesuit. Emma Frost, she took advantage of the turbulent period of Stark Industry, spent the least price, and became one of the major shareholders of Stark Industry. She has more shares than Obadiah Stane and less than Tony Stark. As a major shareholder holding 17% of the shares, she held a board meeting in Stark Industry to announce that she is here. In addition to Tony Stark, all the file-size events from Stark Industries are here. When Obadiah Stane and others saw that the company's new major shareholder was Emma Frost, many people had a bad feeling and thought that the Stark Industry was going to change. Obadiah Stane had a very ugly face. He knew Emma Frost, or that no one was unaware of Emma Frost. The other side's Marvel Technology Group is now a leader in the world's technology field, with a market value of nearly $1 trillion USD. Before the stock dive of Stark Industries, no one had strong capital. Now the other party has become the largest shareholder of Stark Industries except Tony, and it is so aggressive that he obviously wants to intervene in the board of directors. Yes, Emma did intervene. As soon as she came, she put forward a lot of company reform plans and secretly used ability to control some shareholders without a trace, and received the support of most people. The chairman of the board and replace it. That resentment of Obadiah, he finally kicked Tony out of the board of directors, and now there is another stronger leader. He wants to make a comeback. It's difficult. Maybe you can contact 10 Rings again? In the board of directors, Emma took a deep look at Obadiah Stane. She didn't move Obadiah's thoughts. This person should be left to the upcoming Iron Man to solve. Emma is not a superhero. She also didn't let her share more than Tony Stark. She knew that Stark Industry with Tony was the most valuable company. Without Tony, this company would be worthless. Emma wouldn't use her own technology to help. Stark Industrial Development. Los Angeles, Malibu Beach, Stark's Villa. Little Chili moved to Emma's Marvel Technology Company 10 years ago. Now Stark's assistant is naturally not Chili, but a tall woman named Barbara Morse. She became Stark's personal assistant 6 years ago and upgraded to girlfriend status 3 years ago. But Stark doesn't know the true identity of Barbara Morse. She is actually SHILD's number 19 agent, codenamed Mockingbird. Miss Mockingbird is 26 years old this year and 20 years ago, 6 years ago. At that time, she was not an SHILD agent, but a gymnast and won the Olympic Gymnastics Championship. Stark is a playboy. Seeing that she is beautiful and a gymnast, she came to apply for a job here, so she recruited her as a personal secretary. When she was specially recruited by SHILD, she was already Stark's secretary, and she learned about the relationship between SHILD and the old Stark. She is also an individual talent. Whether it is the tasks of SHILD or the things Tony confided to her, she has done well. Tonight, when she got off work at Stark Industries, she contacted Stark by phone and said to him, "Tony, the company has a new major shareholder. She has become the chairman of the board and has taken over the company's operations. I think you need to understand this thing." "Who is it?" Tony asked. "Emma Frost. She is the chairman of Marvel Technology and the White Queen in Hellfire Club." Ms. Mockingbird reported truthfully. "I see. Let this matter aside." Tomorrow, you will help me go to the computer in Obadiah's office. I suspect he has a problem. At noon on a new day, Tony Stark is having lunch at home with his 14-year-old adopted daughter. Tony received a call from his girlfriend and secretary Barbara at this time. He was told that he was kidnapped some time ago and the culprit was Obadiah Steinay. Barbara also told him that the other party had spent money from 10 rings to buy the Mark generation that Tony had left in the desert of Afghanistan and was using the company's resources to make a steel armor called Iron Overlord. Finally, Barbara emailed evidence of the other party's crime. Barbara is different from Little Pepper. She is Agent 19 of S.H.I.E.L.D. Collecting intelligence is her area of expertise, and it has not been discovered by Obadiah. Upon receiving this news, Tony's face was gloomy. Obadiah Steinay, he is one of the veterans of Stark Industry. He has always respected him and called him uncle, but he did not expect him to attack him. After hanging up the phone, Tony didn't even care about food, so JRVS asked JRVS to call out the email from Barbara and saw a video of the deal between Obadiah and Shurchung Gang. Veronica, who has been by his side, also saw this video. She asked, "Father, do you want to sue him?" Tony said with a calm face to his artificial intelligence butler, JRVS, sued Obadiah Steinay for suspected murder. By the way, notify the New York Police Department and arrest him for me. In New York, the chief of the police station, George Stacy, received the report because it involved senior Stark Industry. He personally led the team to arrest people. In the headquarters of the Stark Group, Obadiah did not know that his criminal evidence was mastered, and he was still urging the Weapons Specialist Department to complete the last few manufacturing processes of the Iron Overlord. This thing is huge, weighing more than 10 tons, and ordinary energy can't be carried at all. The scientists from the Stark Weapons Department can't solve this problem. Obadiah scolds them for waste, but it doesn't help. In order to be able to drive this thing, he needs Tony's small reactor technology. However, when he had this idea, he was approached by the police headed by George Stacy and arrested him on suspicion of kidnapping and murder. The Iron Man vs. Iron Overlord incident was just instigated by someone's butterfly wings. Obadiah's sentence began on the second day and ended on the second day. Under the operation of a caring person, the sentence was severe, with a fixed-term imprisonment of 60 years without parole. In order to return to the company's board of directors, Tony decided to have a chat with major shareholder Emma Frost. Given that Emma is the Hellfire Club White Queen and his adopted daughter is the White Bishop of Hellfire Club, Tony Stark also brought 14-year-old adopted daughter Veronica with him when he went to see Emma. Time, 8 o'clock that evening. Location, the dining area on the second floor of Westwood Shopping Center. Tony took Veronica and saw Emma in a private room in the dining area. There was a strange man he didn't know beside him. As soon as she entered the door, Veronica ran between Emma and the man. "Ye, Emma, long time no see." Stark raised his eyebrows. "Miss Frost, who is next to you?" "I'm Yi, the majority shareholder of Marvel Technology Group and the White King of Hellfire Club." Yi Bai introduced himself and then reached out to Tony Stark, Deming, Genius Stark. Tony shook hands with Yi Bai and sat down across the table. He looked at Yi Bai very badly because his adopted daughter was too close to each other. "Veronica, do you know Mr. Yi?" Veronica said cutely, "Brother Yi is a genius. He has many fantastic ideas. Do you remember the quality projector that I made when I was 11 years old? That was the inspiration from Brother Yi to me." A quality projector can project a high-quality hard light, which can be regarded as a low-profile version of the lamp ring. However, it can only project hard light, but cannot convert energy into matter. If a table is projected, the table can indeed be seen and things can be placed on it. It's just that the device is a bit big, about the size of a refrigerator, and it costs electricity. Take the previous analogy table as an example. If you continue to project it for an hour, you will have to pay tens of thousands of dollars in electricity bills. Tony Stark has been so enthusiastic about energy technology in the past 2 years, just to better drive the device developed by his own girl and make it more practical. At the same time, Tony is also trying to optimize the quality of the projection equipment to make it portable, but there is no idea yet. In his opinion, this thing made by his adopted daughter is simply black technology to the extreme, and it is not like something that can be born in science at this stage of the Earth. Yibai smiled and said, "Mr. Stark, I think we can cooperate in some areas. I heard Emma talk about Obadiah Steinle. He seems to have modeled something you have left behind and made an iron overlord in the company. I think you have already revolutionized this technology. I have some new materials here. I think you will need them." I named them Amazon metal. It has a melting point of 300,000 degrees, and even a thin layer is far tougher than thick gold titanium alloys. Tony raised an eyebrow. "What do you want?" Yibai motioned to Emma next to her. It was time for her to go. Emma took out a hexagonal 3mm thick metal plate from the side bag, put it on the table, and pressed a button on it. I saw a holographic projection projected from the metal disc, projecting a picture among the crowd. The picture is abbreviated, and it can be seen that this is a model of the New York City area. However, there is a wormhole above the model, through which dense aliens drill out. Tony saw such an advanced, compact, and portable holographic device and was surprised at the high end of this gadget. This kind of technology is absolutely epic-making. But soon, he was attracted by a scene in the projection screen. Which unreleased movie? The special effects are good. No, this thing will happen in the future. We have a talent here, codenamed Prophet. He can occasionally see some future pictures through quantum resonance. Some things in those pictures have happened, and some have not happened. Or it hasn't happened yet. The fragment you see now is one of the scenes foreseen by the Prophet. This matter has not happened yet, and it may happen. Tony, we humans are not alone in the universe. Yibai flickered here, paused, let Tony Stark digest some information, and then flickered. In places you don't know, we have been secretly protecting the Earth and looking for like-minded and ability partners everywhere. Look, there is your future in the picture. In the picture, a golden and red Iron Man appears. Who is it if it is not Iron Man? He fought against the aliens constantly in the sky, but he was alone. Because the other Avengers are still on their way, they are not shown in the screen. The picture stopped abruptly. "No, I don't believe it, unless you have more tangible evidence." Tony said he didn't believe it. From his point of view, the other party seemed to be joking with him. Alien, although this thing does not exceed his imagination, it is also the most unlikely thing in the imagination. Yibai stretched out his hand and operated a few times on the holographic projection, and a new image was released. What is shown on the screen are all things that happened in the past, but few people know about it. The first picture is Hydra Daniel Whitehall's experiment on Jia-ing, a stranger. In the experiment, no matter how many wounds Jia-ing received, as long as he absorbs the vitality of some animals, the injury can be completely recovered. The man is Daniel Whitehall, a high-level Hydra leader who followed the Red Skull and was arrested by Ms. Peggy Kavu not long after World War II. The woman who was tested was called Jia-ing, who possessed super ability to absorb the vitality of others. She relied on it. I have lived with this ability for a long time. At present, the adopted daughter of S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury is Jia-ying's daughter and owns Vibe ability. The second picture is the story of Carol Danvers falling from the sky in 1995. The person who descended from the sky is called Carol Danvers. She calls herself Carrie Starteam. The person next to her is called Z, who is ours. The green-skinned people are Skuru, and the black is the young version. The S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. The white man is Phil Coulson. I believe you have met Phil Coulson. Then comes the third scene, this time the story of Red Skull and Captain America during World War II. The blue glowing cube in the hands of Red Skull Schmidt was found by Red Skull in a ruin somewhere in Norway, one of the 5 Nordic countries, according to the Norse mythology story. It is said to be Odin's secret treasure, which contains endless energy. The original prototype of the chest reactor technology was some data that your father copied from the readings of Tesseract. Then there is the fourth scene. Somewhere in Colorado, a woman named Meredith Quill is in love with a guy who calls herself an alien. After the pictures were displayed, Yibai finally made a concluding statement. These things are well documented, and I believe you have a way to verify. Please ask for flowers. Watching this scene, Tony Stark's expression gradually became serious. Now he believed in the things Yi Bai and Emma showed him. Tony's ability to accept any new things is very strong. He will not think that it is impossible when he sees something beyond his own worldview like ordinary people do. He has his own ideas and his own analysis. Tell me about your organization. When are you looking at me and Veronica? Stark went straight to the subject. Yi Bai continued to fool him. Our organization is called the Holy Shield Brotherhood. It was founded in 2620 BC. At that time, the extraterrestrial creature, Brood, invaded the Earth. The location was Egypt. In the face of danger, the designer of pyramids, Imhotep stepped forward and led a large army to destroy the alien creatures. He was known as the first person of the Aegis and was also our founder. Since then, the Aegis Brotherhood has always existed. The intention is that our world should not end like this. Based on this concept, we have passed on from generation to secretly guide and protect human civilization. Zheng Heng, Tesla, Newton, and Leonardo da Vinci. Galileo and Galileo are the leaders of Brotherhood from generation to generation. Nowadays, Brotherhood has been passed down to our generation. A civil war in 1953 led to the decline of the organization. Today, only a few members remain. The Holy Shield Brotherhood needs fresh blood, so we have been observing some people, such as you Tony Stark, such as your adopted daughter Veronica, such as Pym Group's Hank Pym, and even your father is also on the watch list before his death. 000. Emma and Veronica knew that Bai was fooling people, but no one exposed him. Even if Veronica was Tony's adopted daughter, she didn't mean to expose Yi Bai like her adoptive father. Because she knew that Yi had no malice against Tony, she was just spoofing. Tony Chime asked, "Are those people from the Holy Shield Brotherhood? Or did you only find me?" Yi Bai did not answer him directly, but continued to flicker. "I have developed an emotional device that can interfere with the emotions of people around me. Anger, fear, greed, courage, hope, compassion, and love can all be magnified. Can be smoothed. Emma has developed a psychic device that can connect people to their hearts to form a psychic network. Leonardo da Vinci has developed a teleportation device that allows people to teleport from one planet to another. Newton researched it. With the infinite formula, you can use this formula to make potions, which can be injected once a year, which can make people immortal." He said this, seeing that Tony was already stunned. He continued, "Every core member of the Sacred Shield has his own field of expertise and has made great inventions. These inventions have been accumulated from generation to generation, and they have become stronger and stronger. Brotherhood of the Holy Shield. Mr. Stark, although your steel battlesuit technology does not seem to be strong, but with your mind, it gives it unlimited possibilities." Tony was shocked. "You mean, if I join the Holy Shield Brotherhood, I will also get those skills?" Yi Bai shook his head. "Before that, I need to ask you 3 questions. He has to set a threshold, otherwise it will make this nonsense organization appear uncompelling." "Ask." Tony began to look forward to it, manipulating emotions, psychic networks, spatial transmission, and infinite formulas. No matter which of these technologies, he was very greedy. The first question, is our technology suitable for openly facing all mankind? Impossible. Human beings are not ready yet. It is definitely a disaster to make public rashly. Tony said without thinking about it, not to mention the Divine Shield's technology, even his steel battlesuit technology. He thinks it is inappropriate. He is no longer the former playboy, but the more responsible Iron Man. He knows the high-level people in his country too well. Once they get their own technology, they will not only use it to protect the country, but more likely to use it to start wars everywhere. The second question, if sacrificing a few can save the majority, what would you do? Stark thought for a while. He decided to follow his heart and answer, if possible, save all of them, otherwise save the majority. The third question, if there is an almost omnipotent, godlike enemy who wants to destroy the Earth, what would you do? Tony loves eyebrows and thinks for a long time before he speaks. I will disclose the technology that can be used in war and arm all mankind. Just like the purpose of your Holy Shield Brotherhood, our world should not end like this. It should be said that it is indeed Iron Man. Look at this consciousness of others. Mr. Stark, welcome to join the Holy Shield Brotherhood. There is no such thing as brotherhood in the movie universe. But Yi Bai said that if it exists, it can exist. In order to make it really exist, Yi Bai also crossed time and space, spreading some specious rumors in the past, making it spread for a long time and forming some more specious legends. He even used ability to create a city somewhere underground in Rome, and named it the Immortal City. This city has been baptized by time and is an ancient relic. Yi Bai and Emma, with Tony and Veronica, used space technology to open the wormhole and came to the Immortal City of the Brotherhood headquarters of the Holy Shield underground in Rome. This underground city is about 1/10 the area of New York City. Because of the precipitation of time, this city looks very old. This is the Immortal City built 3,000 meters underground in Rome, and it is also the 1/7 camp of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. Yi Bai introduced Tony Stark. I know that the city of Rome was built on the site of the ancient Roman city, and there is an even more ancient Roman site under it, but it is incredible to have such a big city 3 kilometers underground. Tony exclaimed, and at the same time rejoicing that joining the Holy Shield Brotherhood is indeed the right choice. Otherwise, how could it be possible to see such a huge underground city? In fact, he is still thinking about the spatial wormhole opened by Yi Bai before. What technology was used to do it, and what is the principle? He can't tell it all. Yi Bai smiled and said, science, magic, what else can you explain besides these? This is hidden history. There is a library here which records many unknown history and knowledge. I'm even more curious about the magic in your mouth now. If I say it's unscientific, would you think my acceptance of ability is bad? Stark cares more about magic and listens to the other party's tone as if this thing does exist. What is magic? What is science? You wear a battle suit to go around the ancient times, you can still call yourself a god and get the worship of ancient people. Sometimes science and occultism have no boundaries. The reason why you think each other is magical, it's just that the fields involved are different. In fact, if you think carefully about why people are born with consciousness and self, you will find that material miracles can create spiritual miracles. If you understand it, this is magic. Yi Bai's explanation of magic is simple and easy to understand. Stark said that he is upright and he no longer finds magic as a mystery. He has regarded it as a science with a different direction. At this time, Veronica asked Yi Bai a question. Brother Yi, material miracles can create spiritual miracles, and spiritual miracles can also create material miracles. Can you give me an example? Yi Bai touched her head, but she was speechless. This lowly is on purpose. You know the answer yourself. Do you need to ask it again? She probably wanted to open up Tony Stark's horizons before asking such a question. Tony looked at Yi Bai, obviously also curious about this. Yi Bai thought for a while and made a hypothesis. Compare this universe to a program running in a supercomputer, and we humans are individual programs set with the same kind of random variable values. Random means possibility, and anything that may happen will happen. Among them, something beyond the human program will be born, which can be regarded as a source of information interference. The source of interference can interfere with the world's programs. In the eyes of normal people, it is an incredible individual. During the exchange, a few people came to the library of the Holy Shield Brotherhood. Here is the true history of the past. There is a door inside to partition another room. That room is blessed with spatial technology and has a higher dimension. It stores the core technology of the organization. Only special methods can be used to enter. Hearing this, Tony wanted to get in from Yi Bai and couldn't wait to run into that room to see various technical materials. Veronica looked at Yi Bai bitterly. Yi, what do you want to do when you fool him like this? Yi Bai smiled and said, anyway, he will become the Iron Man guarding the Earth in the future. It's okay for him to join a fictional organization with a strong sense of honor. Moreover, he has also won a loss from our place. He earned it if he lost his skills. But I don't see any benefit to you by doing this. Veronica continued with a grieving expression. Who said no? Our family lives here at the moment. This planet will be plagued with disasters in the future. In order to better protect this place, it is not normal to train more superhero. Yi Bai explained with a far-fetched reason. On the other side, Stark entered this room in a higher dimensional room than reality and saw the various books displayed here and couldn't wait to start looking. In every book here, the knowledge recorded is epic-making, and there is even some occult knowledge. Well, there are a lot of books, but the types of scientific knowledge and technology are only a few, and various technologies are still very limited. Such as the mind network technology, this thing is actually a magical revision of the virtual reality helmet, which can bless all the people wearing this thing and the power of the mind to one person, so that they can temporarily obtain the spiritual abilities similar to Emma. The greater the number of people, the stronger the strength of the mind that is blessed. In a special period, you can absorb the mind, spirit, and even soul of the person wearing the helmet beyond the limit, and at the cost of the death of all wearers, in exchange for a powerful spiritual attack for an instant. At that time, even if Galactus comes to Earth, he will be able to stop him. The Holy Shield Brotherhood in a certain comic universe used a similar method to beat the planet Devourer away once. Poor Uncle Tun is pulled out and whipped the corpse every big incident. In, for example, emotional technology, this is not emotional manifestation, but simply manipulates the emotional spectrum of life bodies. Ordinary people use it at most to destroy some social order, but if you replace it with a smart person, this technology is terrible, such as special occasions. Locally used to provoke interstellar war is only an instant. It is a full-fledged strategic weapon. A few hours later, Tony came out of the library. In fact, he didn't want to come out. He just wanted to eat when he was hungry. When Tony came out, he saw a few people outside the door sitting together chatting, and he asked a few people, "Is there food and drink?" Yi Bai took out a mobile phone-style thing, manipulated it a few times, and threw it to Tony. This is the latest generation of dedicated terminal for the organization. The fingerprint and iris identification are turned on, and the internal wormhole function is integrated. Click on the relevant app and enter. The coordinates are there. When setting the coordinates, it is best not to exceed the Earth's atmosphere. It will be dead man. Tony caught it and operated it a few times. This thing is just like the smart touchscreen phone produced by Marvel Technology. At best, it has a lot of black technology functions, and he has no obstacles to using it. While inputting the coordinates of his villa, he said to Veronica, "Little Vicar, do you want to go home for dinner?" Veronica complained, "The reason why we stay here is just waiting for you, idiot." After Tony entered the coordinates, he followed the instructions on the screen, pointed the thing that looked like a mobile phone to the front, and pressed the start button. I saw a vibe projected forward from the mobile phone, shaking above the space, and a azure blue wormhole rotating clockwise was opened. From this side, you can see the other side of the environment. It was Tony's living room in Malibu Villa in Los Angeles. Looking at this wormhole, Tony was very excited. Such a technology can be built into a small mobile phone. It is incredible. He has the idea of integrating this technology into a steel battlesuit. This technology is actually not Yi Bai's technology, but a technology developed by Ramon of Cisco's Interstellar Lab in the next-door DC world based on his own vibration capability. It can not only open wormholes, but also connect parallel worlds. But what Yi Bai gave Tony Stark does not have a function to connect the parallel world. Otherwise, with the Iron Man's ability, I might be able to figure out what can be done. For the sake of technical safety here, you'd better not bring your knowledge out. I have entered the coordinates of the Immortal City in the terminal that sent you, and you can come here to learn by yourself in the future. After Yi Bai explained, he talked to Emma. Farewell, C-28 Stark and his daughter left. Stark already has the idea of moving his private laboratory here, which is hidden enough and safe enough. As for moving the laboratory here, will you leak your steel battlesuit technology to Yi and Emma? Tony Stark is not worried about this kind of problem. The Aegis Brotherhood originally possessed far more technologies than him, including small energy technologies that were better than the thing on his chest. He believes that if they are willing, even without his skills, they can definitely imitate a steel war that is not inferior to his performance. For Tony, there is no more perfect secret base on Earth than the Immortal City. Tony and Veronica have just returned home. The artificial intelligence housekeeper Jarvis reported to Tony, "Sir, Ms. Barbara just called, and let me tell you that the company's board of directors has made new decisions. They invite you to return to serve. The chairman of the company and the position of CEO of the group have been vacant after Obadiah Steine was imprisoned. This issue requires you to go back and call the shots. It's big night, they are very fast," Stark murmured. After dinner, Tony sent to the immortal city to learn new knowledge through that mobile phone. It was not until the next day that he went home and changed his clothes, went to Stark Industries, officially returned to the board of directors as chairman, and appointed his girlfriend Barbara Morse Group as CEO. This Miss Mockingbird was stunned to walk the life path of Chili Pepper. This new appointment surprised Miss Mockingbird. This is the rhythm of embarking on the pinnacle of life. I hope that one day in the future, after Tony knows another identity, she won't be fired. Let's not talk about Tony's side. Long Island, Yi-bai's home. Today, Yi-bai stayed at home all day and didn't go anywhere, all playing with Agnes. Agnes is now 17 years old and has grown into a big girl. This girl is extraordinary. The amount of knowledge memorized in her head is more than that of everyone in her family combined. It was also because this girl was too genius. She never went to any school to officially go to school for a few days. Yi-bai and Wanda actually asked her to try to go to school. Learning knowledge is second. It's always good to know more friends. In the end, she went to school for a day, but when she went home, she said to the two of them, "I think the classmates in the school, including the teachers, are all the same as mentally handicapped. Can I not go to school?" She has never been to school since then. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Diana and Circe were bored and came to the house as guests. "Circe, this is a pretty girl with black hair and a green dress, a member of the Eternal Clan." Yi-bai is not acquainted with her, but she and Diana are very acquainted. The two have been together recently. When everyone was chatting together, I wonder if Agnes wanted to play a prank. She actually asked Yi-bai a question in front of a few people. "Dad, what is a scumbag?" Yi-bai thought for a while and answered her like this. "You remember these words. If someone tells you, then he must be a scumbag. Don't make trouble. There really is nothing. There is a one-day meeting today. Dress more and go to bed early. That girl is my sister. This item is a bit expensive, and I am tired after a day's work. Drink too much, nonsense. We are really good friends." Agnes tilted her head and said with a black belly, "Dad, you seem to have said something similar." Yi-bai. Pissed, the ladies at the scene laughed when they saw Yi-bai being spoofed by the siege. Yi-bai looked melancholy. In order to divert this terrible topic, he decisively said, "This life has 4 major tragedies. Too poor to have money to do bad things. Too hot to be a couple. Too hungry to know what to eat. I'm so sleepy that I can't sleep." Xiao Ai, do you know what kind of man is the most attractive? Agnes tilted her head for a moment and said seriously, "Knowledgeable, addicted to reading, good drinking, good jokes, nothing to be afraid of, nothing to cause trouble, upright to the outside world, and no temper internally." "Little girl, is this your standard for mate selection?" Circe asked Agnes in surprise. She saw Agnes for the first time today, and she thought this little girl was very interesting. "No, I don't know either." Agnes pointed her finger to her chin, maliciously showing her cuteness. I don't know if Agnes provoked similar topics. Wanda also began to ask Yi-bai's strange question 017. "Do you know what the most difficult question is in the world? 3 philosophies?" Yi-bai tentatively asked. "No, if Agnes and I can't swim and fall into the water at the same time, who do you save first?" Wanda asked. Yi-bai's mouth twitched. Just listen to Wanda asking again. "I gave birth to a difficult child, and the doctor asked you whether to keep the older or the younger." Wanda Sinai said again, asked, "I gave birth to a dystocia, and the doctor asked you whether to take care of the older or the younger." At this time, Agnes fell into the river. "What do you do?" Yi-bai. "I'm too difficult. Is there a correct answer to this question? Can anyone tell me?" In order not to be ridiculed by these women, Yi-bai stood up decisively and said, "Suddenly remembered that something was going on, let's go." The women were very happy to see someone running away in embarrassment. When he left home, it was already around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and he planned to go to the Hellfire Club for a stroll. As a result, he hadn't walked a few steps after he left the house. He suddenly noticed that he was looking at him, but the feeling of being watched quickly disappeared. The source of this gaze is from the sky. Yi Bai looked up in doubt. With his supervision, he could see a long distance. The sky in that direction would have nothing to do with the light for a few years outside the Earth. Where did the gaze come from? Could it be Asgard? He guessed. Yi traced back through the timeline, locked his gaze, traced the source, and found that the source of that gaze came from Asgard. To be precise, it is Heimdall stationed at the observatory at the end of Bifrost outside the Azaf Garden. Speaking of it, he has never been to Asgard since he was here. Now that I think of it, I plan to go over it. After reading the transmission ability was activated, Yi Bai's figure slowly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the city of Asgard. The high-dimensional transmission made his arrival silent, and all of Asgard's external warning mechanisms did not notice the arrival of his uninvited guest. At the moment, his clothes became Asgard style, and even his appearance was adjusted to make him look more like a local here rather than an outsider. His current location is very close to Fensalil, the palace of the Sea of Fog in the fairy Queen Friega. The surrounding area is full of colorful clouds and hazy fog, which is beautiful and magnificent. He was walking and observing the surroundings. At this moment, there was a gentle and drizzling female voice, not far behind him. Don't go forward anymore. The front is where the fairy queen's palace is located. It is a restricted area for civilians. Yi Bai followed the voice and turned around and saw a beauty of 85 points. She was blonde, dressed in a blue long dress, and holding a flower basket in her hand. She had a dreamy style. You are. I am Sakya, the queen's maid. Hearing this name, Yi Bai felt familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he gradually matched this name with a character in a Norse mythology story. He has read various versions of Norse mythology stories in detail, and Sakya is a goddess with a name in it. She is the goddess of history in Norse mythology. There are sayings that her name means witch or him, and some say that her name means seeing or words. She is a very high-ranked goddess, but there are very few myths mentioned. The general saying is that she is a character incarnation of Frigga. Well, shouldn't the legend be true? If so, in a sense, when he first came to Asgard, he met Asgard's big shot. I am Yi, a necromancer. I heard that the Sakya goddess of Asgard is a very powerful witch. Is it fortunate to share what I have learned with you? Yi Bai asked her. Sakya kept a calm smile, with an elegant and refined temperament, nodded and said, yes. Therefore, the two exchanged their magic knowledge in a place of clouds and mist not far from the Fensalil Palace. Through communication, Yi Bai knows that Sakya has very good accomplishments in magic. Maybe she is far less than Ancient One, but she also has her own style. If she is the incarnation of Frigga, then Frigga's magic cultivation level should be very high. In the movie, Frigga has not shown any magical ability, but the fighting ability is very strong. Facing the dark elf Lord Malekith, he can put the first one on the neck in twos. Perhaps it's just that Frigga simply didn't use magic, rather than knowing how to use it. A lot of Loki's magic seems to have been learned from Frigga. During the learning process, Yi Bai wiped this sister paper from time to time. Sakya didn't care much about it. She was even more amazed at Ye's accomplishments in magic, which far surpassed her. During the exchange of magic, Sakya was also thinking about a question. Why haven't you heard of such a knowledgeable magician before? Is he an outsider? After 2 hours of magical exchanges, Yi Bai left until the sky dimmed. Sakya watched him go away, and then turned around, turning his figure into a thick fog and blending into the surroundings. In the Fensalil Palace, the fairy queen Frigga was in a trance, and she received the memory brought by Sakya, one of her 12 incarnations, which made her frown. She is different from the image in the movie. She is younger and more beautiful, like a lady of about 30 years old, showing her family and marriage, love and beauty as her temperament. In addition, there are many qualities that can be seen from her, such as words, kindness, giving, resourcefulness, praise, oaths, truth, dissent, guardianship, wisdom, etc., which can all be split off as her incarnation, respectively. It's Sakya, El, Guffin, Fula, Shofin, Lofin, Wal, Val, Thean, Helen, Slotra, and Gaina. Family and marriage are her theocracy as a queen. Love and beauty are her another identity, the goddess of love and beauty, Freya's theocracy, and it also symbolizes her identity as the Warner Protoss in the past. King. Frigga is alone, and she plays most of the goddesses with names in Asgard. In her previous words, the character incarnation Sakya, she mentioned the character incarnation magic when she exchanged magic with Yi Bai. At the moment, Kashiwa, who walked in the city of Asgard at night, was thinking about this. But the magic is magic. He himself would not practice this kind of magic, just want to enrich his own occult knowledge base. Maybe Wanda will like this magic. At this time, he found a few ghostly people who were sneaking in Bifrost's direction. Take a closer look, isn't that the combination of Asgard's 2 princes plus 3 warriors plus Sif? Seeing this, Yi Bai leaned over and frightened the people of Guekue Chongchong loudly. Hey, what are you guys doing? Several people were taken aback. Obviously, they weren't ready to do anything good. They should be the kind who would definitely be spanked by the old man Odin when they were caught. Thor turned around and gave Yi Bai a hushed gesture. You have a lower voice, I am Prince Thor. Yi Bai's dress and appearance are very good. Several people didn't suspect that he was an outsider, but thought he was his own. Yi Bai leaned over, pretending to be surprised. It turns out that it was the 2 princes who were rude. I don't know where the prince is going. Maybe I can help. The Loki thief in the green costume and antler helmet flickered. We are going to Jotunheim to fight giants of Jotunheim. Brother, how are you fighting? Do you want one? This is a great honor. As long as you can kill if you die a giants of Jotunheim, you will be rewarded by my father. Yi Bai refused on the pretext that he was not a fighter. He had no grievances with the giants and had nothing to do to beat others. Moreover, if he really followed, Loki would definitely be able to throw the pot on his head when Odin asked everyone to settle the account afterwards. So it's best not to follow along to join in the fun. Seeing his refusal, the few people didn't say much, only instructed him not to tell anyone about it, and went on to sneak to Bifrost's side. By the way, it was Sif's brother who watched the gate. Do they really need to sneak over? It really is a guilty conscience. Those people had been driving for several days. In the past few days, Yi Bai would come to the Palace of the Sea of Fog every day to find the goddess Sakya to exchange magic with the goddess Sakya. Sakya learned a few illusions from Yi Bai, and Yi Bai learned the character incarnation magic from her. This magic is not so much duplication, as it is to concretize one's own personality in reality, and there is no memory of the personality, and it needs to be carefully adjusted for a period of time before it can come in handy. On this day, after Yi Bai and Sakya had exchanged magic, the other party asked Yi Bai a question. You are not from Asgard, are you? Did you see it? Yi Bai was not surprised to be spotted. I guessed when I first saw you. Can you tell me where you are from? What is the purpose of coming to Asgard? Perhaps because Sakya is the incarnation of the fairy queen Frigga, her personality is too single. She still keeps a smile when she asks Yi Bai this question. Her voice is gentle and rainy, without the slightest feeling of questioning. I'm from Midgard. As for the purpose? Just travel here. Yi Bai said that we are a good honest boy. I've been to Midgard, it's been a long time ago. Maybe it's not bad to go and see it again. Can you take me there? Sakya asked. When facing Yi Bai, she has always been humble and gentle, looking harmless to humans and animals, but in the final analysis, she is still one of the incarnations of the fairy queen Frigga, and she has always been wary of Yi Bai, a guy of unknown origin. It's better to follow the other party to see their base camp. Maybe you can see something 030. No problem. Yi Bai didn't refuse. He stretched out his hand to Sakya. Come, grab my hand. Sakya smiled and did so, and put his white and slender hands on it. Yi Bai launched teleport ability and took her to the earth. Sakya found that his location had changed. It was no longer in Asgard, but beside a beach villa in a strange land. She was surprised for a moment and then recovered from having arrived at the destination. She was very dissatisfied with the other party's ability. She could reach Midgard from Asgard in an instant, and there was no smoke or fire during the transmission process. To some extent, this method is more mysterious than Bifrost transmission. Seeing is this house, this is my house. Yi Bai pointed to a villa not far away and introduced her to her and asked her, should I go in and sit? Okay. Sakya nodded. At the moment, it is 8 o'clock in the evening in Country M. The two walked into the villa. In the villa, Wanda is sitting alone on the sofa in the living room playing with her mobile phone. She heard the movement at the door, turned her head and saw Yi Bai brought back a strange woman. Seeing that this woman is dressed, it looks like she had traveled through the Middle Ages with a particularly classical charm. Before Wanda asked, Yi Bai introduced her. She is Sakya, the witch I knew in Asgard. He introduced Wanda to Sakya. She is my wife Wanda, and she is also a powerful witch. It can be seen, Sakya said. In her eyes, Wanda was like a humanoid creature made up of massive magical powers, which was incredible. At this level, even if she came to herself, it was far incomparable. Before, she only knew that Midgard had a magician named Ancient One who was very strong, and Odin had said that she could do nothing with the other party. Now that there is not only Ancient One, but also the witch in front of you, she can only lament that Midgard has come out in large numbers during this period. Sakya is looking at Wanda, and Wanda is also staring at Sakya, thinking about the Norse mythology story. There seems to be a Sakya in the story. However, the Norse mythology of Marvel World is not the same as the version that Yi Bai has seen before crossing. In the myths here, there is no mention of the fact that the 12 maids of Frigga are the incarnations of fairy queens. In fact, not to mention that Norse mythology that is spread on the earth does not mention it. Even Asgard has very few people who know about it, even Thor and Loki don't know it. In view of Frigga's magic, it is questionable whether she in Thor's second story really died in the end. In another parallel world, Wanda is a member of Avengers, who has fought side by side with Thor for a long time, but has never been to Asgard. She and the Sigeman of Thor don't have much in common, nor do they share any topics. Talked about Asgard. Now that she met in Asgard, she began to chat with him about related topics and asked some about the customs over there. At the moment, Sakya is no longer Sakya, and her body will quietly descended onto this incarnation. Rather than saying that Sakya is communicating with Wanda, it is better to say that Frigga is communicating with Wanda. Sakya, as a discourse, the way of deep language, does not forget to obtain information from the other side when communicating with Da, and uses her as a breakthrough point to understand Yi Bai from the side. It was originally a test, but Sakya gradually discovered that he and Scarlet Witch had many topics in common. For example, both of them are witches, and both are incarnations hidden outside the body. Both have a super husband, and both are mothers. At this time, Veronica came down from the second floor humming a song and saw a guest coming from home, so she asked curiously, "Mom, who is she?" "She is Sakya," shouted from Asgard. Wanda introduced the country girl. Veronica walked up to Sakya generously and stretched out her hand to her. "I am Yi and Wanda's daughter Veronica Lily Yi." Sakya shook hands with her, smiled gently, and spoke softly. "It's good to you, little girl." Sakya sighed in his heart at the same time. This girl is not simple. Midgard really has talented people in these years. As for Yi Bai, he looked at Sakya thinking about a problem. Assuming that Sakya is registered as a Pocket Space VIP resident, will Asgard's Cassiopeia Friega also be the default resident by the system? Mysterious voice. Visually, there will be grass growing on Odin's head. In order to get this answer, Yi Bai asked the system in his mind. System answer: Sakya and Freya are one body. Registering any one person is equivalent to registering all at the same time. Sure enough, the system is as powerful as ever. Sakya stayed at Yi Bai's house for one night and left after having breakfast the next day. She is determined that Yi is not malicious towards Asgard. Now that this point has been determined, there is no need to stay here. Yi Bai personally sent her back to Asgard. At this time, Yi-bai pretended to think of something and said, I know an interesting place. Do you want to go and take a look? I still have things to do. I don't have time during the day. At night, Sakya said. Okay, see you in the evening. Tobai smiled slightly, his figure slowly disappeared and left Asgard. He went to Jotunheim and wanted to see Thor and Loki's experience there, and by the way, see if there is any benefit. Soon after he left, Sakya's figure also disappeared in place and passed the whole day's memory to the body. Jotunheim is the country of giants. Here not only giants of Jotunheim, but also some other types of giants. Thor and the others have been here for many days. They were on a wooden boat, heading towards the palace of the giants of Jotunheim. Remember what we said? Thor, either you come back with a weapon in your hand, or you let me kill your baby goat and eat it. Vostag, one of the three warriors, said with a smile. Obviously, he hadn't been looking at Thor's goat for a day or two. Thor's goats are also often seen in mythology. According to legend, when thunderstorms are heavy, Thor will take a chariot pulled by two goats to patrol. The thunder is the result of the goat's footsteps and the hammer strike. The ancients would think that at this time Thor is at war with the enemy, so Thor is regarded as Thor. I'm sorry, Vorstager, I'm afraid you came in and eat too much. I will win, this is for your good. Thor looked straightforward. Wait for you to lose, I and Brotherhood are very grateful. You help sweep the sheep pen for a month, so that you can restrain your appetite. At this time Loki spoke. Thor, I think we are doing a stupid thing. You shouldn't bet with Regim Barnier, break into their territory and grab their weapons. This will put us in a dangerous situation. Loki, he originally just flicked Thor over to the giants of Jotunheim. Who knows that Thor, a reckless guy, actually bet with Vostag and go to the palace of the giants of Jotunheim Regent Fabatai to grab something. It's so stupid. Up. He only hopes that this trip will go smoothly, instead of being caught by the giants of Jotunheim, using his but to think and know that being caught will never be fruitful. Loki's persuasion made Thor feel timid, and the three warriors showed disdain. Even Sif felt that Loki was an unkind guy. Loki squeezed his face. He felt that living in an Asgard, who was full of wicked women, was a challenge to his IQ. These guys never knew how to write two words because they were afraid. In this way, a few people went ashore and infiltrated the palace of the Regent of Giants of Jotunheim Faboti. Fabatai, he is Lauf's husband and Loki's father. P.S. Regarding Lauf's gender issue, a second setting is made here, using Orthodox Norse mythology instead of Marvel settings. Feng Fei is Loki's mother, a female giant, a giant of a tree. Her name means leaf or tree, because she is described as slender and weak. Unlike her husband, Fabuti's worrisome IQ, although the giantess Lauf is not strong, she is indeed a powerful magician and possesses very outstanding wisdom. She is also the queen of the giant family. Loki's wisdom is obviously inherited from her. A long time ago, under the advice of the queen's wife Lauf, Fabuti led his men to war on Asgard many times, but they would all be defeated by Odin in the end. Even hundreds of years ago, Odin captured Lauf and suppressed her in the deepest part of Asgard prison. He threatened Fabuti with Lauf's life and signed a peace agreement. At the moment, Yi-bai also got into the castle of Regent Fabatai and followed Thor and others secretly, listening to the exchanges of several people. Thor and his team went deep into the castle and saw two young giants of Jotunheim competing in it. They are Herbrandi and Beleste. They are Loki's brothers, but Loki doesn't know this, Brindi and Bellis didn't know either. They're at least 3.5 meters tall, with long white hair, ice blue skin, and leather armor. They look pretty handsome. The reckless Thor never attacked others. After seeing the target, he ignored Loki's obstruction and walked over with the three warriors and Sif. The two ice giant princes spotted these uninvited guests for the first time, and Herbrindi pointed their weapons at them. Who dares to go wild in front of Prince Jordan? Thor protects his family. I am Thor, the son of Odin, from Asgard. I want the sword in your hand, one is enough. You decide which one to give. Loki's face is cheating again. Thor, fool, so it's a ghost if someone gives you a sword. Herbrandy's younger brother Beleist was angered and immediately drew his sword to cut them down. Shameless Kwang Tu, you are looking for death. Herbrandy stopped his younger brother. He was more sensible than his younger brother. He knew that his mother was suppressed in Asgard. If he rushed to war with Asgard, his mother would be in danger. He stared at Thor and said, "Son of Odin, you know the peace agreement between you and my clan, and you have not only come, but my brothers have to hand over their weapons. Do you want to reignite the war between the two clans? For flowers." How could the reckless Thor think about that? He was anxious for a war between the two clans. Only in this way could he show his bravery on the battlefield. He said indifferently, "I made a bet with my friend. If I bring back the blade of the slaughter Jim Barnier that Lauf left here, my compatriot Vostag will sweep the sheep for me for a month." Lock up. Just for a bet? Herbrandy was a little unbelievable. A bet about a war was nothing but nonsense. Definitely, what more reason? Under the leadership of Ragon Thor, the battle broke out. There are two blades of God Slaughter, Jim Barnier, although they are not as weak as Mjolnir, but they are not much weaker, and they specialize in the god Aesir of Asgard. 0-0. In the face of Thor, who is accompanying the thunder, the Prince Jotun brothers who are holding Jim Barnier can also be on par with him in a short time. The movement of the fighting here alarmed the other giants in the castle, including the Regent King Fabudi. Seeing more and more giants of Jotunheim join the battle, Loki yelled to Thor and the others, "Thor, you reckless idiot, we should go." "Let's go." "Stay here." A tall giant Fabudi dressed in ice blue armor appeared from behind Loki and grabbed Loki's neck. But soon, Fabudi was stunned and found that the place where his own hand touched Loki's neck made Loki's skin become icy blue, which made him realize something. At the same time, Loki also noticed the changes in his body, but at the moment he didn't have time to think about the meaning of this change. Seeing his brother Loki was lifted up by the neck, Thor immediately furious, brandishing a thunder hammer and swaying lightning, knocking Fabudi directly into the air and even interrupted his arm. Fabti let go of Loki, his face uncertain. Thor saw that the opponent was crowded and the three warriors and Sif were in danger. Knowing that he was going to lose his bet, staying here would be a dead end, and he immediately said, "Let's withdraw." Prince Jotun and brothers were about to chase, but Fabudi stopped him. "Stop, my children, let them go. I lost an arm today, but maybe I can win a kingdom by this." Yibai was invisible and watched what happened in the castle of Fabudi, the regent of Jotunheim. When watching a movie before crossing, he felt that Thor's IQ was a bit problematic, but now it seems that people's IQ is more than a problem, and there is simply shit in his head. No wonder old man Odin exploded his lungs, depriving Thor of his supernatural power and exiled him. It can only be said that it is not easy to be in lousy with such a son. Not surprisingly, Father Odin had already learned of Thor's good deeds in Jotunheim through Heimdall, and at Bifrost, Thor and others who had just returned were blocked. Yibai also came back. He hid in hiding, peeping over here, ready to watch the show. At this time, 3 goddesses came next to him. Of these 3, one is a blue dress lowly with blonde hair and double braids. The other is a beauty with long blonde hair wearing a pink wreath and a long pink dress, and the last one is wearing 2 branches with 2 branches in the head. The old demon on the green bridge withered bridge. Blue skirt lowly walked this way, while God said something that Yibai didn't understand. It's hard to tell how long it took for the boy to grow into a young deity. Because in the eyes of gods, the rise and fall of dynasties in the world are like the rise and fall of tides in the eyes of people. We only need to know that a long, long time has passed. The woman in the wreath of flowers first holding a book, one holding a pen, and while writing, follow the words of lowly in the blue dress. The stories of the gods are shown on the screen called epic. The wise man once said, "Character is embodied in action." This is true for humans and even more so for gods. The key to determining image is not intention, but action. The divergence between will and action penetrates into the endless void between the cold Jotunheim and the flames of Muspel. Yibai turned around, looked at the goddess of benevolence and guessed the identity of the young, and old 3 goddesses, the 3 goddesses of Nolan. They're the three wicked ones in Norse mythology and the goddesses of destiny. They are the three daughters of the wise giant Miner, the eldest daughter Oldstang the past, the second daughter Verdandi the now, and the youngest daughter Shirkurti the future. The three sisters not only mastered the destiny of mankind, but can even predict the destiny of the gods. They are also goddesses in charge of the law. The prophecies about Ragnarok came from their mouths. Their father Miner is a giant in Jotunheim, guarding the Fountain of Wisdom, and the illusion that Odin was dropped on the central tree of the Fountain of Wisdom for days and nights comes from this. At Bifrost, the old man Odin, wearing a golden armor, a red cloak, and holding a Gungnir, was furious. "You brave and arrogant fool. Do you know what disaster you have done?" This kind of face-to-face provocation will unite the various races of Jotunheim to be our enemy. The usual discord of the Jotuns makes them uncomfortable, but with Asaf as the common enemy, a shrewd leader can easily eliminate these contradictions. Thor lowered his head. "I didn't think of this." "Yes, you didn't think about anything. You blatantly disobeyed me, provoked the end of the war, recklessly, regardless of the consequences. You are too arrogant to listen to the advice of the elderly." Old man Odin was on the verge of an outbreak. Thor had never seen his father so angry before and quickly lowered his head to apologize. "Please, father, let me make up for my mistake." "It's late." Self-suppression of laugh until now, the Jotun have openly discussed the alliance for the first time. "Thor, you don't deserve to have Mjolnir." Odin picked up Thor's Mjolnir. "Maybe 9 realms. There are others who are worthy of it." He threw the hammer into the Bifrost tunnel. "As for you, Thor, face your fate." Odin kicked Thor into the Rainbow Channel. Next to him, Loki, the three warriors, Sif, and Heimdall were all silent, bowing their heads not daring to speak. In the distance, where the three goddesses of Yibai and Nolan are, the goddess Verdandi continues to write in the book, saying as she writes, "The Father of God, you have asked us, let us compile Thor's fate in Midgard, but your request is very dangerous. With a thread in the east, millions and silk threads will be implicated, and the disrupted thread will never be restored. You have solved an unknown destiny." Yibai. The sentiment of Thor was exiled. Is it the fate of the old man Odin? In other words, this is the movie universe, right? Yibai can see from the timeline the many possibilities of Thor's arrival on the Earth in the future, and they are gradually being constrained by these three forces, collapsing the future into a few fateful endings. They really have the power to control their destiny. And the fate of the few possibilities that were collapsed by them. The plot is funny. Yibai tried to add himself to these lines of fate, and then the possibility of the future was reshuffled and restored to its original state. Perceiving the change of fate, the three goddesses of Nolan simultaneously looked at Yibai, who was hidden beside them. Obviously, they could see him. Verdandi said, "A strange god, you shouldn't interfere with all this. I just think there is a problem with the fate unit for him." Thor, who has amnesia, became Dr. Black. Haha, I laughed so hard. Thor's going to be a doctor was a murder of the patient. Also, Jane Foster is not a doctor, but an astronomer. Isn't it a bad idea to change to a doctor like this? At first glance, you know that you don't know the place in Midgard. Trust me, without your intervention, Thor will eventually become what his father hoped. Yibai couldn't help but complain. The three goddesses of Nolan looked at him calmly, and for a long time, the three of them turned and left. When leaving, Verdandi's voice came faintly. "Perhaps you are right. The fate of mankind is unpredictable. It is an amazing masterpiece. What a noble reason, what a great power, what a graceful appearance, what a graceful behavior. How like an angel in behavior, how like a god in wisdom, the evolution of the universe, the primate of all things." These three goddesses appeared quietly, and now they quietly left. Among Asgard, no one can see them except Yibai at 3.9. Not long after, Odin went to the Eye of Odin in the Golden Hall and fell asleep on the grounds of being angered by his son. And Loki, at the moment, he has realized what the changes in his body mean when Jotunheim was necked by Fabatai. He was not born to Odin and Freyja. His true identity is actually a giant of Jotunheim. When they ran away, Fabuti didn't let anyone chase them, which he felt strange. It now seems that Fubutti has discovered his identity as Giants of Jotunheim. Loki panicked. If Fubutti made the matter public, would he still be able to stay in Asgard? He was in a panic for a long time before he gradually calmed down. He decided to go to Jotunheim again and talk to Fubutti, at least to find out his true background. At dusk, outside the Fensalil Palace, a place of clouds and mist, Yibai came here, waiting for Sakya. He didn't wait long when he saw Sakya dressed in a white floral skirt, walking lightly through the clouds. It's just that her usual elegant smile is gone, replaced by melancholy. After all, she is also the incarnation of Frigga. Her husband deprived her son of divine power and exiled to Midgard. As a mother, she would naturally worry about her son. "Are you so sad because of Prince Thor?" Yibai asked her. Sakya nodded. "I am very worried about him. Midgard is my territory. He may suffer a bit there, but his life will not be in danger." Yibai comforted. "Thank you." Sakya expressed gratitude. "Let's go." Yibai took Sakya's hand. From his eyes, the spiral space ripples emerged, sucking the two bodies into it and disappearing into Asgard. Pocket mortal Aurora, the city of dolls. The time difference here is different from that of Asgard. It is in the morning. 28 The dolls here today have been upgraded one by Yibai to become real people. They have the wisdom and creativity of human beings, and they can even combine men and women to reproduce the next generation. This makes the city more prosperous and can be seen in the city. To many young children, the eldest is already 6 or 7 years old. Sakya looked at this modern city, thinking that Midgard was here again. Yibai explained to her, "This is not Midgard, it is my different dimensional space. The people here were created by me. They built this city together. What do you think of this place?" Sakya said, "If you didn't lie, I think I would be shocked." "I don't see a shocked look on your face. Maybe I didn't believe you." Sakya's clothes are very European medieval style, which will make her appear very present in modern society. Yibai first took her to a clothing store, followed by a shoe store, a jewelry store, and a hairdresser. After some dressing up, Sakya lost the elegance of the classical goddess, adding a little more of the scenery of modern city girls. Sakya stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror of the barber shop, looking at her new look. Although the style violated the tradition of the god Azaph, she felt very good-looking, which made her mood a lot better. At noon in pocket time, the two came to a restaurant and ordered some delicious lunch. I want to visit Midgard again." Sakya has been registered as a VIP resident by Yibai. This enables Sakya's main body, Frigga, to connect to this incarnation of the pocket space through the VIP resident status. At the moment, Frigga's will has descended on Sakya. Yibai noticed the sudden change of Sakya's temperament and guessed that it was not Sakya who said this, but Thor's mother-in-law. "If you want to find Thor, you'd better change to a new image," Yibai reminded. Sakya nodded, and then she transformed herself into a woman with blonde hair about 20 years old. She has a 95-point appearance this time, which makes someone look pleasing to the eye. It's just that this kind of illusion is not a real transformation. It is just a layer of illusion magic, which interferes with the hearts of the people around. Seeing people who make her think she looks like this, in essence, her appearance is still Sakya. You can't pretend that you can easily see the problem. "If you don't mind, I will bless you with a shape-shifting technique, okay?" "Good." Sakya did not refuse. Yibai uses the shape-shifting technique to change the appearance of Sakya into the disguised image of the opponent's illusion. Now her appearance is the same. After lunch, Yibai took her to the place where Mjolnir fell outside the town of Andy-Capent, New Mexico. Because of the time difference, it's noon in pocket, but it's morning here. Andy-Capuent is a medium-sized town, and it is not as small as it is shown in the movie. Last night, Thor fell from the sky in an unusual celestial tornado, was hit by a car of Jane Foster and others, and was taken to the hospital in this town. Hammer is a bit far away from the town. There is no village in front and no shop behind. Even if you drive from the town, it will take at least 2 hours to get to Hammer. At the moment, Hammer is very lively here. Drivers passing by found a crater with a square-head hammer in the crater. Drivers passing by stopped their cars and came here to watch. When Sakya saw the hammer in the pit, she knew Thor must be nearby, but she didn't see him from the crowd here. Yi Bai went over there with her, wanting to study the hammer. He once studied Diana's equipment and analyzed the Olympus enchantment technology. Maybe Mjolnir could also let him research something, such as runes. Rune. This is something that old Odin hangs on the Tree of Wisdom for days and nights to figure out. It is a complete set of occult runes, the combination of runes changes infinitely, and the magical uses are endless. The rough guys around saw a pair of young men and women coming here, and they coaxed them to try to take a hammer, saying that it was a hammer in the stone, and they could become a hammer version of King Arthur. Yi Bai jumped into the pit and walked to the hammer. He also didn't bless himself with divine power. He reached out and tried to take it, but he didn't take it. Sakya also jumped out of the pit, and under Yi Bai's weird gaze, she picked up the hammer so easily. Is it open? Or is it that Frigga is already qualified to pick up the hammer 030, but he has not acted in the movie? No matter what Yi Bai's expression is, the group of passers-by around A, B, C, D are stunned by the young girl picking up the hammer. A slender woman with thin arms and legs easily picked up the hammers that their fat and sturdy masters couldn't pick up. In the eyes, it was simply extraordinary. Yi Bai leaned into Sakya's ear and whispered, "If you hold this thing, Odin will find that you came to Midgard. Did you see the crow on the dead tree over there? I think it might have been raised by Odin." Sakya said, "I have faith in your shape-shifting technique. Are you going to find Thor with a hammer?" "Yeah." Sakya nodded and casually released a spell on the people around him. The passers-by A, B, C, D, and Ding left here one after another, as if suddenly thinking that something was going on with them. This is a simple little magic called to dispel idlers. The idlers were all gone, and Frigga slapped the hammer in his hand. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Mjolnir turned into a black umbrella. Yi Bai is familiar with this trick. In the movie, when Thor went to Holy Place in New York for the first time, didn't he also turn his hammer into an umbrella? Soon after Yi and Sakya left the Hammerfall Point, SHIELD agent Phil Coulson arrived here in a black Chevrolet. He got out of the car and looked at the pit for a while, and the small detector indicated that there was slight radiation. There are still many people's footprints in this pit, showing that someone was here before and took away the things that fell from the sky. He decided to go to a town not far away to find out. Maybe someone there would know what happened here. Andy Kapuani town, Yi and Sakya came here. Walking on the streets of the town, Sakya whispered a mantra in his mouth, trying to locate Thor. It's just that the hammer that turned into an umbrella emits electromagnetic waves, which interfered with her positioning spell. Reluctantly, she could only push the umbrella in her hand to the ground, and said to Yi next to her, "Help me keep it. I'll go to Thor." Watching Sakya leave, Yi Bai shrugged. It is understandable that people care about his son. Yi Bai looked at the umbrella in front of him on the ground, and then looked at the road. The other party really found a good place for himself, and he actually inserted it next to such a conspicuous street. If you want to change your person, you can only watch it here. This umbrella is out. Yi Bai holds the umbrella, uses the read article to send to it, and sends it into the pocket space. Then he found a coffee shop, entered it and ordered some drinks and desserts. After sitting down, he put most of his mind on Mjolnir, which was turned into an umbrella in his pocket, and a wooden duplication was separated next to it. The wood duplication takes out a ring of the sage from the treasure room of the castle area and wears it across the space. Through the scanning of the ring plus alchemy function, the tiny runes on Mjolnir that are not necessarily visible even with a microscope enter a database. The system of this ring was connected by Yi Bai to the artificial intelligence Eve in his ring, and Eve summarized the runes obtained. There are a total of 3,600 runes from the hammer, and more of them are repeated runes, which is related to the rune combination order rule. Next, wooden duplication releases more wooden duplications. Each duplication is assigned a part of different runes, and they are parsed separately. The analysis process is simple and rude. That is, a piece of magic metal is realized, a single rune is carved on it, and magic is injected to see the reaction. Different runes do have different reactions. The artificial intelligence Eve summarized these again, and finally began to deduce the combination of runes. The above description is troublesome, but under Eve's supercomputing power, the rune analysis has been completed in less than half an hour. The first wooden duplication used alchemy, and it took 2 minutes to copy Mjolnir out of thin air. The counterfeit goods do not have the blessing of Odin. Anyone can pick it up, but there are still some functions. The cottage this time can be said to be perfect. Holding this counterfeit hammer, you will be strengthened by the power of thunder, and your physical fitness will become stronger. Not to mention, you can still drive the power of thunder. Yi Bai nodded with satisfaction. He threw this copycat hammer into the treasure room as a collection. As for using it yourself? Let's forget it. He doesn't like weapons such as hammers. Having analyzed the 3,600 runes, he can completely transform the artifacts that drive thunder into things like Thunder Sword and Thunder Spear. It doesn't have to be in the shape of a hammer. He thought about it and decided to make a better one. After dissipating those duplications, Yi Bai was sitting in a small-town coffee shop, eating desserts while using the portable window system of the Ring of the Sage, and began to design artifact drawings in his mind. He wants to build a multi-function artifact. To achieve this, using only runes will be slightly thin. If you add in his Olympus enchantment plus some black technology, it will be fine. With the joint efforts of Yi Bai and his artificial intelligence assistant Eve, it took half an hour to get a fresh drawing of the artifact. Yi Bai checked out and left the coffee shop, found a place where no one was there, used the creation function of the Ring of the Sage, and spent some time to successfully create this new artifact. This thing looks like a silver-white metal ball 10 centimeters in diameter. There are many functions. No, it should be said that it has a lot of functions. Not to mention its diameter is only 10 centimeters. In fact, it is reduced by PIM particle technology. The actual diameter is up to 30 meters. It can float around the owner and is controlled by the artificial intelligence Eve, automatically judging the environment to lock the enemy and launching a thunder attack. It can also be liquefied, shapeshifting, and recondensed into other metal technological creations, such as steel battle suits, various vehicles, various firearms and weapons, or even become a Mio. The enchantment of Rune gives it the characteristics of Mjolnir, which can generate electricity by itself, without worrying about power problems, and can also release thunder to attack the enemy. He named this thing Thunder Elf. The Thunder Elf was created, and Eve directly took over its internal system, only to see it float to a position above Yi Bai's right shoulder. Yi Bai can follow wherever he goes. Under Eve's control, it began shapeshifting, changing from a circle to an octagon, and gradually rotating from an octagon to becoming larger. It looked a bit like the Lay Angel in the Evangelion Theater edition of the century. After testing the enlarged function, it was confirmed that there was no problem, and it began to shrink again. It changes constantly in midair. Once it becomes a pistol, another is a rifle, and then it becomes a motorcycle, a car, a fighter jet, a helicopter, or it splits into several parts, each becoming a different thing. As long as it is a technological creation, and there is a record in Eve's database, it seems that it cannot be changed without it. The test results are perfect. Yi Bai looked at the time and thought Sakya should have found Thor now. As soon as he thought, Lay Angel's shape changed and turned into a silver-white metal bracelet, which automatically flew onto Yi Bai's left wrist and put it on. Yi Bai moved his wrists and took out the genuine Mjolnir, which was turned into an umbrella, and prepared to find Sakya. It is worth mentioning that Yi Bai has resolved the Meow Meow Hammer, Odin's restrictions on the thunder, good, God's hammer have no effect on him, so he can hold it in his hand. At the moment, Sakya was on the street outside a fast food restaurant, looking at Torkai, who was having breakfast with a few humans in the fast food restaurant. Those human beings are the astronomer Eric Hill, old Professor Vig, Dr. Jane Foster, and the latter's graduate student Daisy Louise. Jane looked like she was in her 20s, and she became a PhD at a young age, which shows that she is also a superb character. To be honest, such a tyrant likes an illiterate person like Thor, and such things are really uncommon in American comics. For example, in the story of the DC Green Arrow Next Door, it seems that only Oliver Quinn, who is an elementary school graduate, has also gone to MIT's super genius IT female Felicity Smock. This story tells us that if the scumbag wants to become a learning tyrant, either you are an alien or you are a super ability person.